Chapter 1401. Absolute Defense. This was a slap, a crisp and resounding slap. Furthermore, it was a slap to the face of the heavenly hound. Tengu's background and status weren't small, and he was a third-layer saint, but his heavenly rune martial art was only at the minor success stage. Lin Ling wasn't qualified to speak to him. How the hell did you cultivate? Tengu sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face turned ferocious. He no longer had the calm and domineering aura from before. He roared unwillingly, so what if you're at the major success stage? Your low cultivation is your weakness. You'll die sooner or later, so die. Hong long long. In the sky, the demonic dog that was formed by darkness roared wildly and pounced towards Lin Ling. This was the great law of darkness, which could assimilate everything. In the next instant, it collided with the two great fire dragons controlled by Lin Ling. The earth-shattering sound of the collision caused the hearts of the crowd to jump violently. However, although Lin Ling's heavenly rune martial art was stronger, his cultivation was obviously his weakness. Therefore, after the collision, the fire and black energies eventually dissipated. Tengu's face was still ugly. After all, what kind of cultivation did he have, and what kind of cultivation did Lin Ling have? How could he put his face when the two of them dissipated? Haha. What an amazing talent and comprehension of martial arts. However, that's all you have. The spiritual energy of a transcendent is limited, so using a heavenly rune martial art is already against the norm. You still have spiritual energy left. Haha. Suddenly, Tengu thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. Many people also realized that Lin Ling's spiritual energy wasn't enough to support a second heavenly rune martial art. Lin Ling didn't stop. How could he not know this? If he didn't have 8 spiritual energies, he wouldn't even be able to use the 1000 restriction Great Flame Dragon. However, he didn't say anything and slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song sword. It was time to test how sharp this sword was. The fiery red sword looked like a fire dragon. Haha. I wonder what grade of weapon it is. Many people were curious when they saw Lin Ling's actions. They did not expect to witness such an exciting battle today, let alone a battle between a peerless genius and a mysterious genius. In the beginning, Tengu had the upper hand, but the mysterious youth used his innate immortal body to counterattack. However, the mysterious youth's cultivation level was too low, so Tengu had the upper hand again. It had to be said that this battle was very exciting. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Now the mysterious young man had used a sword, a mysterious fiery red sword, which made people even more curious. You don't have any spiritual source left, so you're using your sword to block? I wonder what grade of sword can withstand the attack of a third-layer saint. Tengu smiled coldly and slowly stepped forward. It was undeniable that he had underestimated Lin Ling at the beginning, but now, he was deeply afraid of him. However, he knew that he would win, because he would no longer crush Lin Ling with his talent. Instead, he would use the power of the sacred sea to his advantage. The sword that you will never have the right to touch. In the sky, Lin Ling pointed his sword at Tengu. A scorching aura spread out, causing his body to move like water waves. Tengu, the peerless genius of the great Shenyuan region. His strength in Xianpeng province would definitely be enough to get a recommendation. This was Lin Ling's guess, but it was the truth. Tengu only lacked a recommendation. He was qualified to enter the Yungu Immortal Plateau. I have absolute speed. You think you can kill me? Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out. It's only a matter of time. The heavenly hound frowned. Indeed, Lin Ling's great law of space was very difficult to deal with. Of course, if he spent some time and used darkness to assimilate heaven and earth, Lin Ling would not be able to escape from his grasp. I have absolute defense. You can kill me. Lin Ling said calmly as if he had no idea how strong Tengu was. Absolute speed. Absolute defense. Is this the talent of that young man? How terrifying. Many people gasped. Absolute. Everything was absolute. This kind of talent seemed simple, but in fact, it was the most terrifying. I admit that your defense is not even afraid of my darkness. It is indeed powerful. But if I attack you with the power of the Saint Ocean, you can't block it. Tengu said coldly. He was sullen in his heart. It was only a transcendent, but it was so difficult for him to win. He had to rely on his cultivation realm to suppress him. I also have absolute attack. I can kill you. The last sentence floated out of Lin Ling's mouth with absolute killing intent. It was like the will of fire, burning the world. If 1 year was not enough, then 100 years would be enough. If 100 years was not enough, then 1,000 years would be enough. Absolute attack? Can you do it? Tengu roared. The darkness around his body rolled. He urged the spirit chi of the Saint Ocean to turn it into a giant black palm and press down on Lin Ling. Talent was useless against Lin Ling, so he could only crush him with brute force. As for martial arts, the simpler it was, the better it was. Profound mountain swallowing palm. The giant palm slapped out, stirring up the clouds. What a huge power! It's the power of the Saint Ocean. The crowd in the distance frowned. If they were to block this palm, they would be reduced to ashes. Absolute defense? Let's see how you block it. Tengu's voice also drifted out. Spirit swallowing mountains and rivers. At this moment, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he rushed forward, using his powerful physique and tyrannical song sword to meet the palm. With a bang, the palm pushed Lin Ling 1,000 kilometers away, but in the end, it was cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. How is this possible? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it was an ordinary attack from a saint, a transcendent should not be able to block it. Tengu also frowned slightly before sneering, as expected of absolute defense. You can block my palm with all your strength, but can you block 1,000 of my palms? Black dog swallowing mountain swallowing palm. Tengu continued to push out his palms, constantly erupting with power, using the power of his Saint Ocean to suppress Yang Kai. Let's see how you block it. Absolute defense is very powerful, but let's see how strong your defense is. A sky full of black palms flew out, layer upon layer, majestic and mighty. Earth uprooting heavens. Lin Ling stared at the giant palms and activated his Eye of Time, as if he wanted to see the weaknesses of these powerful martial arts. Then he swung his sword, twisting space, and piercing through the sky full of giant palms. Hong long long. Every time they collided, the sky would explode. Tengu's power is so terrifying. The surrounding crowd turned pale as they stared at Lin Ling, their hearts filled with admiration. Although Lin Ling was in a situation where he could not escape death, being able to reach this step as a transcendent was something to be proud of. However, what they did not see was that every time Yang Kai blocked, the fire array on the tyrannical songsword's blade became more dazzling. After a stick of incense worth of time, the sky seemed to have been baptized by a great calamity, but the black-robed figure was still standing, his sword proudly laughing at the world. He's not dead yet. The crowd was numb. Absolute defense was too terrifying. Even Tengu sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something that should have been impossible, but it was happening right in front of him. Weren't you curious about the grade of my sword? Up in the sky, Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spat out these words. Chapter 1402. Absolute Attack. One line of heavens. This is a peerless genius of the grand mystic realm? You should remember that you came here to kill me. You are a third-level saint, yet you still can't kill me. If you say I can't kill you, do you still have any face left? Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. These words caused many people to nod in agreement. Tengu's cultivation was higher, and he should have been able to kill Lin Ling. Now that he had failed, he actually had the face to say that Lin Ling couldn't touch him. Such arrogant words were extremely ironic. But, you said I can't do anything to you? In the sky, after Lin Ling smiled, his eyes turned cold, causing Tiango to frown. He sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Let me tell you. My sword is an Emperor Step heavenly armament. Lin Ling coldly spat out these words, shaking the earth. Emperor Step. This was a priceless treasure. Only a few super-large sects and the experts of the Great Dynasty would have it. Moreover, according to legend, Emperor Step heavenly armaments all had a special characteristic, and that was unsealing. With one unsealing, a martial artist's strength could double. Nonsense! An Emperor Step heavenly armament requires tens of thousands of materials to forge, all of them priceless. How could a transcendent waste like you possess one? Tengu roared, because he also didn't have an Emperor Step heavenly armament. Yes, I'm a waste, I shouldn't have one. In the sky, Lin Ling nodded. His left hand gently stroked the tyrant song sword, as if he were caressing his most beloved person. The emotions in his eyes were genuine, and this was indeed the case. The tyrant's song sword was obtained by Lin Ling in the Seven Profound Martial House, and had accompanied him through many trials and tribulations. Today let it show its brilliance. Flame Dragon's Fury. Unseal. Everyone heard these words, and in the next moment, an extremely terrifying flame power erupted. In the sky, an even larger flame dragon horn appeared, slowly swimming out from the sword. A pair of eyes gazed down upon the world, making the young man holding the sword seem like the son of a flame dragon. At the same time, a massive aura erupted, making the young man seem like a Saint Realm powerhouse. I have absolute defense, absolute speed, and now, absolute attack. Flame Dragon King. Boom. The Flame Dragon King roared. It was at least 1,000 miles long, and was even more terrifying than the flame dragon from before. The dragon protected Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was surrounded by the great law of fire. Unseal. This is really an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. Tengu's face also went pale. In fact, there was no need for Lin Ling to say anything. He had already noticed the terrifying aura. Thinking back, he suddenly realized that the Saint Realm strength Lin Ling had displayed seemed to have come from him. In other words, Lin Ling had absorbed his attack, integrated it into his body, and stepped into the Saint Realm. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. At this moment, Lin Ling's red hair danced wildly in the wind. The corner of his mouth revealed a frivolous smile, as overbearing and magnificent as the Fire Dragon King. Rumble! With a slash of his sword, 2 flame dragons roared as they flew out. He had actually used a single slash to reach the large success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art. Tengu swallows the moon. Tengu's expression changed drastically. He was even terrified and surprised. He erupted with the power of darkness, but after colliding with the flame dragons, his figure was sent flying backward, falling into a disadvantage. Peerless genius. I thought you were amazing. Now try my sword. Lin Ling stepped on the Fire Dragon King, showing off his prowess as he flew across the sky and slashed at Tengu. From afar, it was a shocking sight. The sky was filled with flame dragons, and the youth on the Fire Dragon King was the most dazzling, as if he was the son of a true dragon. Black Dog Body. Tengu was completely terrified. Dark energy spread out in an attempt to avoid Lin Ling's attack. You said before that I only knew how to run. What are you doing now? On top of the Fire Dragon King, an arrogant voice resounded through the air. Lin Ling, you are very powerful. You actually have an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. Good, good, good. I underestimated you today. I will tell Xueqi about this. He underestimated you again. Tengu wanted to run away. The current Lin Ling was too terrifying, and he wanted to tell Xueqi about this. Most importantly, he was very puzzled. After all, Lin Ling was not that strong a few days ago. However, a few days later, Lin Ling had an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. This was too surreal. Boom! Endless darkness erupted. Tengu disappeared. No one knew which one was Tengu. There was only endless darkness. Obviously, Tengu's martial art was also very powerful. His true body entered the darkness, making it impossible for people to catch him. He ran away, and he even abandoned the three-eyed fiend hound. The surrounding people felt that it was extremely ironic. The three-eyed fiend hound was Tengu's beloved dog. The two were like companions, but now Tengu anxiously ran away, even abandoning his beloved dog. This was an expert on the lower Xian ranking? However, Tengu's martial art is very powerful. The sky is filled with darkness. Tengu really did run away. Then, everyone looked at the sky. There, a screen of darkness covered the sky, making it impossible for people to see anything. It was completely dark. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. You're here, and you still want to leave? I'll let you see the strongest sword of an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. A line of heaven. The sword light appeared, as dazzling as fire. In the sky, a line of fire that was only as thick as a finger bloomed. It was as if the world of the void had been divided. The darkness was actually divided by the sword. It was a shocking sight. It was as if the sky had been divided by the sword. Then, loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After being divided, the darkness exploded and burned. Put on. A head fell from the sky. Looking carefully, it was Tengu's head. There was no escape. One sword, splitting the sky. How can this Emperor stage heavenly soldier be so powerful? This is the biggest gap I've ever seen in a battle. A transcendent killing a saint realm third heaven. This is simply a miracle. The people below were all thirsty. What a sharp sword. It actually merged with fire to form a scene of a line of heaven. Pa! At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the ground. The tyrant's song sword had also returned to its normal state. After absorbing the Heavenly Hound's attack, Lin Ling had finally released his strongest sword attack. The might of that sword attack had reached the pinnacle of heavenly pattern martial arts. How could the Heavenly Hound block it? Moreover, if Lin Ling's comprehension of heavenly pattern martial arts reached the large success stage, the tyrant's song sword would make his martial arts even more powerful. The power of the tyrant's song sword was precisely to increase Lin Ling's comprehension of fire attribute martial arts, forming an absolute attack. As expected of an emperor stage heavenly soldier, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Looking at Tengu's head, his mocking smile became even stronger. The black robe represents battle. You are not qualified to wear it. Then, he looked at the three-eyed hound and said indifferently, "Bring his head back to Xiaowusha. If you can't do it, die." Woo! The three-eyed hound lowered its tail, held Tengu's head in its mouth, and quickly left. The crowd was stunned. Ridicule, absolute ridicule. When Tengu had arrived, he had arrogantly said that after killing Lin Ling, he would bring Lin Ling's head back and let the three-eyed hound take it back. But now, it was his head that was being taken back. Xiaowusha, you better ensure that Xian Yuan Go is fine. Otherwise, I will exterminate your Xia family. Chapter 1403. The head he brought back was a bit heavy. Xiaowusha, that big shot of the Xia clan. This young man actually dares to challenge him. Lin Ling, where did that peerless genius come from? He's terrifying. He's as strong as the geniuses of Champion University. The crowd wanted to find Lin Ling's figure again, but Lin Ling had already disappeared, causing them to freeze in place. They hadn't expected that the battle they had inadvertently witnessed would be so exciting. A saint fighting a transcendent, and the transcendent actually winning. Absolute defense, absolute speed, absolute attack. 10th grade yellow rank, plus an emperor stage heavenly soldier. Is that guy a student of Champion University? It might come from the Younggu Immortal platform. Those people started to discuss animatedly. At this moment, in Xiaowusha's ruins, Shen Yuan Gu had been locked up. If she hadn't been waiting for Lin Ling's key, she would have been killed long ago. Senior, we've already recorded the route we took last time. As long as we get Lin Ling's key, the treasure inside the bronze coffin will belong to us. Several powerful martial artists looked at Xiaowusha. Xiaowusha was sitting on a chair made of ancient skeletons. His posture was steady, and he gave off the aura of an ambitious and ruthless person. Good. Xiaowusha nodded in satisfaction. Xia Pai, who was beside him, also smiled. The treasures were all in front of him. Moreover, there was the reincarnation heart. Woof, woof. At this moment, the sound of a dog barking rang out, causing everyone's eyes to light up. They knew that it was the three-eyed demon hound. This also meant that Tengu had returned. Pass down the order. Once the key is in hand, we will set out immediately. Xiaowusha also stood up and shouted excitedly. Since Lin Ling was dead, the key must have been found. Woof, woof. However, only the sound of a dog barking attracted everyone's attention. They saw a tall black dog with a drooping tail returning with a human head in its mouth. This made everyone puzzled. Where was Tengu? Perhaps Lord Tengu saw some treasure on the way, so he didn't come back. Let's take a look at Lin Ling's ugly face first. Xia Pai pondered for a moment and guessed. Everyone smiled and nodded. This guess was very likely. Then, Xia Pai walked forward and looked at the head. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Pai, what's wrong? Xiaowusha immediately had an ominous feeling. Father, this is Tengu. Xia Pai said in disbelief, causing the entire wooden house to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone's hearts exploded. The three-eyed demon hound had returned, but it wasn't Lin Ling's head that was in its mouth, but Tengu's. It's Lin Ling. Xiaowusha's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling was declaring war on him because Tengu was dead. Lin Ling didn't have to pay attention to him. But Lin Ling didn't. Instead, he had the three-eyed fiend dog bring Tengu's head back. If this wasn't a declaration of war, then what was? Father, there must be an expert helping Lin Ling, otherwise, with Lin Ling's strength, he wouldn't be Tengu's opponent at all. Xueqi also felt as if he had been slapped by Lin Ling, making him extremely angry. Find him! Xia Wuxia roared. Above the vast earth, ripples rolled as Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, passed through like a ghost king. He had checked the treasures left behind by Tengu after his death. There were indeed many treasures that could bring him closer to the Saint Realm, but it was clearly not enough. This time, I'll save Xueqi first, then go to Yellow Spring Mountain. Right now, I need more cultivation resources. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. Woo-woo. At this moment, a large number of evil ghosts pounced over. Even early Saint Realm experts had to take a detour. Thousand Forbidden Great Flame Dragon. Lin Ling didn't even look at the evil ghosts as he slashed out with his sword. A flame dragon roared and engulfed the evil ghosts. At present, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao was still at the minor accomplishment realm, but the tyrannical song sword had been engraved with 1,000,000 fire runes, allowing Lin Ling's sword to reach the grand accomplishment realm, increasing his martial Dao comprehension by an entire realm. If it was unsealed, it would have the power of 2 realms reaching the peak. At this moment, if someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. A transcendent realm cultivator not only roamed the ghost domain alone, but he also wasn't afraid of evil ghosts. This was simply a first in the ghost domain. Only Lin Ling felt that it was normal because he cultivated essence, qi and spirit, all of which had become super powerful. This is a ghost face flower. Xueqi said that this flower can't be picked. Stopping on a hill, Lin Ling frowned. Then, he looked up at the sky. Like a lonely swordsman, he once again advanced towards the ground. His teammate, Xueqi, once told him that there were 7 kinds of ghost face flowers, and only the smiling face could be picked. He remembered all of this deeply in his heart. Big brother Lin Ling, are you looking for the ghost face flower? At this moment, a black light floated out from Lin Ling's chest and turned into a little girl. It was Xiaoyun. Lin Ling's cold face revealed a smile at this moment, as if he had seen a true friend in the cruel and merciless ghost domain. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, because something happened to my teammate. I've been training hard all this time and forgot to let you out. It's okay. I saw what happened to big sister Xueqi. Xiaoyun smiled. She looked as innocent as the girl next door. However, not only did she see the past between Xueqi and Lin Ling, but she also saw the past between Lin Ling and the second dream. She was touched. She had never thought that big brother Lin Ling was such a man of flesh and blood. His life was colorful. Most importantly, big brother Lin Ling was a kind person. Are you going to leave now? Is it safe to leave here? Lin Ling looked at Xiaoyun as if he was looking at a younger sister. No, I won't leave for now. If I leave here, I will easily encounter evil spirits. They will devour me. I will only be safe in Reincarnation City. All the ghosts that want to enter reincarnation will appear there. Xiaoyun explained. What about Yellow Springs Mountain? Lin Ling frowned. Wasn't the second dream supposed to be in Yellow Springs Mountain? Big brother Lin Ling, you want to find the soul of big sister the second dream, right? However, if a person has just died, their soul will appear in Yellow Springs Mountain. They will walk through the Yellow Springs Mountain and cross the Bridge of Helplessness. After drinking Meng Po's soup, they will lose their memories and enter Reincarnation City to wait for reincarnation. I was caught by a martial artist when I was walking in Yellow Springs Mountain. Xiaoyun explained. The second dream has been dead for 5 years. Is she still in Yellow Springs Mountain? Or has she already entered Reincarnation City? Or has she entered reincarnation? Lin Ling frowned and hesitated. If the second dream had already reincarnated, should he disturb the second dream? Was it right or wrong to do so? Go. I talked a lot with big sister the second dream in the bamboo. Although she has lost everything, I can vaguely hear her singing. She wants to go home. Xiaoyun said word by word. Lin Ling's body trembled and his face turned serious. All right, this is a promise. I will fulfill it. For now, let's save Xueqi first. Then, we will go to Yellow Springs Mountain. Big brother Lin Ling, you are looking for the ghost-faced flower, right? I am very familiar with these flowers. As long as it is within 100 meters, I will be able to sense it. Xiao Yun said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded. Then, Xiao Yun floated on Lin Ling's shoulder. A man and a ghost walked on the vast land again. Chapter 1404. Old Ancestor Blood River Time quietly passed. Big brother Lin Ling, there's a smiling ghost-faced flower here. With Xiao Yun's help, Lin Ling was able to save a lot of effort because all the flowers Xiao Yun found were smiling ghost-faced flowers. In the distance, Lin Ling heard her voice and was overjoyed, quickly striding over to Xiao Yun. At that moment, however, a cold voice called out, "Wait, I saw this ghost-faced flower first." At some unknown time, 5 figures had appeared in the distance, 3 men and 2 women. The one who spoke was one of the women. The cultivation of these people wasn't very high. Only 2 of them were second-layer saints. Xiao Yun suddenly became a little afraid, floating on Lin Ling's shoulder, as if Lin Ling was the person she trusted the most. Lin Ling only glanced at the other party for a moment before acting as if he hadn't seen her and collecting the ghost-faced flower. Right now, he didn't have the leisure to care about unnecessary people. How bold! I took a fancy to this flower, yet you dare try to steal my treasure. The woman suddenly shouted. Lin Ling was ignoring her. On top of that, Lin Ling was only a transcendent. She had never seen such an arrogant person before. You took a fancy to it and it's yours? Do you know how far I walked in order to find this flower? Lin Ling muttered to himself, feeling quite funny in his heart. The treasures of the ghost domain naturally belonged to whoever obtained them. Taking a fancy to it and claiming it belonged to her, this woman was simply too overbearing. You want to die? The woman's eyes became cold, but after saying this, Lin Ling slowly turned to look at her, his clear eyes becoming cold. I dare you to say that again. Put on. The woman's heart jumped violently. Although the other party was only a transcendent, for some reason, his eyes gave her an extremely shocking feeling, as if killing her would be as easy as flipping a hand. If you don't want to speak, then goodbye. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, Lin Ling turned around and left while the woman stood there, not daring to move. She didn't know why she was afraid, but in any case, she didn't dare to speak again. Zhang Xiaonian, did this person bully you? At this time, the other 4 people also quickly walked over. One of them seemed to like Zhang Xiaonian a lot, so he coldly said, "Sir, please wait. If you don't tell us what happened, you will stay here today." Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed the sword at his waist. A powerful aura was released, forming circles of ripples, allowing him to dominate everything within 100 meters. In the ghost domain, other than the terrifying ghosts, there were also the top experts of the 3 profound of the human realm. Therefore, even if they were friends, as long as they were not teammates, they would maintain vigilance when meeting each other. Don't point your sword at my back, or you'll regret it. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and said indifferently. Everyone was stunned. They had seen arrogant people before, but none of them had ever seen someone so arrogant. This person was only a transcendent, and most importantly, he didn't seem to have any teammates with him. Who gave him such courage? Then let's see how I'll regret it. The young man who drew the sword couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling slowly turned around, his hand reaching for the ancient sword behind him. But at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded. Wait, Lin Ling, we were reckless before. We apologize to you here. This sentence was filled with anxiety and panic, causing the eyes of the remaining people to narrow as they stared at the person who spoke. That person's face was pale and looked sickly, but in their group, his strength wasn't weak. But now, he was actually panicking and anxious? What was going on? It's you. Lin Ling also looked at the person who spoke. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. He had met this person a few times, but each time, he was extremely wary of him. He was the Second Life Ghost King of the Thousand Era Ghost Sect. Lin Yi, what do you mean by this? The 4 people looked at the Second Life Ghost King, still puzzled. Lin Yi was the name of the Second Life Ghost King's team. Although Lin Yi's origin was mysterious, it was undeniable that this person was extremely strong and valued friendship. He would not violate the rules of the team. This was how it was in the ghost domain. No matter what kind of person one's teammates was, even if they were cruel and ruthless, once they formed a team, they would trust each other. This was a rule that had been passed down for thousands of years. He's just a transcendent, and he's alone. Moreover, your strength is not weak. There's no need to be afraid of him. One of the women also felt strange, but she was relatively calm, so she asked. She was the team's leader. Let me solve this matter, I hope it can be solved, otherwise it'll be troublesome. Lin Yi. Lin Yi frowned and stared at Lin Ling. As soon as these words fell, the other four people's hearts trembled fiercely. Troublesome? A transcendent cultivator would bring them trouble? Involuntarily, they looked at Lin Ling again and found that the black-robed young man's face was indifferent. His eyes filled with indescribable vicissitudes, as if he was alone in the ghost domain, without the slightest fear. The lonely swordsman. Everyone had this feeling in their hearts, but feeling was just feeling. The fact was that this young man was indeed a transcendent. Did he have a team? And those teammates were very strong. So Lin Yi was afraid? Lin Ling, you and I have met a few times. So how about giving me some face and letting this matter go? Lin Yi came in front of Lin Ling and said sincerely. Blood River old ancestor, I didn't expect you to be like an ordinary person after reincarnating. It seems that you have entered the cycle of reincarnation and are addicted to the mortal world. Haha. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He naturally knew the origin of the other party. He could be called an old ancestor-level master, but he was just recultivating. However, why should I give you face? Lin Ling said again. The other party was from the Thousand Generations Ghost Sect. He had never had a good impression of this sect, so why should he give them face? What's more, that man had pointed his sword at him before, and that woman had even asked him if he wanted to die. As long as there was murderous intent towards Lin Ling would not show mercy. In this ruthless world, sometimes it was just that simple. If you weren't a friend, then you were an enemy. How dare you, brother? Among the four people behind, the young man holding the sword suddenly shouted angrily. He already found it unbelievable that Lin Yi would give him face, but who knew that Lin Yi didn't care at all? He knew that Lin Ling was the most enigmatic person in the world. He could only be friends, not enemies. The Three Generations Ghost King was an example. Offending Lin Ling was the same as offending Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was a transcendent, he didn't dare to underestimate him. In fact, he had always wanted to be friends with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Thousand Generations Ghost Sect had gone too far, making it difficult for him to become friends with them. You say that this matter is over, and you say so, but your friend's sword is still pointed at me. Lin Ling said coldly again. Yao Ping, withdraw your sword. He had finally managed to make Lin Ling lower his guard, but this guy had overestimated himself and was still pointing his sword at Lin Ling. Wasn't this courting death? Big brother Lin Yi, he's just a transcendent. Yao Ping. The young man named Yao Ping roared unwillingly. All right, 3 breaths have passed. He only has one choice. 1. Fight me, because using a sword against a swordsman is tantamount to a challenge. 2. Apologize. Lin Ling slowly pulled out his tyrannical song sword. Wait, Lin Ling, don't worry, I can solve it. All right. Chapter 1405. To become stronger, he went to Yin Mountain. Lin Yi turned to his teammates behind him. Yao Ping, you bastard. Put your sword away and apologize to Lin Ling. Brother Lin Yi. Yao Ping wasn't willing to do that. Listen to Lin Yi. He's not an impulsive person. The leader of the group said faintly. I'm sorry, I was rude before. I hope you won't take it to heart. Yao Ping finally put away his sword unwillingly and apologized. What's the use of a verbal apology? A real apology is made up with treasures. Lin Ling said again. Pointing a sword at him and saying sorry was enough? Plus, he didn't need an insincere apology. Warriors had to pay for their actions when they went out to train, and Lin Ling was the same. If he offended someone, he either had to apologize and give them treasures, or fight. It was that simple, but Lin Ling chose to fight most of the time. Don't be so arrogant. The four were furious at Lin Ling's words, and even the leader frowned. Am I arrogant? Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think that he was being arrogant. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to kill these people, including the Second Life Ghost King. If these people had such strength, they would have done the same. Fight me if you dare. Yao Ping couldn't hold it in anymore. You're too weak, a first-grade yellow class immortal body. You can't block my sword. Lin Ling said bluntly, angering Yao Ping and the other youths. How arrogant! How arrogant! They weren't peerless geniuses in Xianhuang Dayu, but they were famous geniuses. Yet, Lin Ling said they couldn't block a sword. You can try, Lin Ling said again. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart and finally looked at the captain. The captain frowned and finally nodded. Yao Ping, give him the ghost face flower you got before. You should know that in the ghost realm, provoking someone like that is equivalent to a life and death battle. You are in the wrong. Sister Luo Xia. Yao Ping gritted his teeth in anger, but he took out the compensation in the end. The leader and Lin Yi had spoken. He had to pay. All right, this ends here. Lin Ling took the compensation and turned to leave. Xiao Yun on his shoulder smiled like a crescent moon. She liked following Lin Ling around because she liked the feeling of being protected. Wait, Lin Ling, are you alone? Seeing Lin Ling leave without hesitation, Lin Yi suddenly shouted. Lin Ling nodded faintly. His affirmation made Yao Ping and the others even more unsatisfied. They thought that Lin Yi was afraid of the young man because he had a strong team behind him. But who knew that the young man was only one person? Why don't we form a team? Lin Yi said after some thought. No. As soon as he said that, the other four rejected. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. These people were looking down on Lin Ling. Although he knew that Lin Ling was strong, he didn't know how strong he was. Everything was based on his intuition. Not interested. Although I'm alone, I have teammates. They're just resting somewhere. Lin Ling shook his head. You need the ghost face flower. If you do, why don't you come with us to Yin Mountain? There are more ghost face flowers there, enough for you to enter the Saint Realm. Lin Yi said again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was in urgent need of cultivation resources to break through. Yin Mountain was a good place. However, he had only met Lin Yi a few times. If they couldn't form a team, why did Lin Yi invite him? Could it be? Lin Ling glanced around and suddenly laughed. You want me to go with you because you want me to protect those good-for-nothings. Of course you too. What did you say? As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, Yao Ping and the others glared angrily. A transcendent realm cultivator had called them trash, and if they really were to fight together, who would protect who? Haha, you're right. We can take care of each other. After all, Yin Mountain is very close to Yellow Spring Mountain. There are a lot of strong teams there collecting ghost face flowers. Xian Yuan and Xianhuang Dayu have many masters there. It's a gathering of heroes. How strong are they? Lin Ling asked faintly, not bothering with what the others were saying. About third layer Saint Realm. Lin Yi said word by word, and their talents are very strong. I heard that there are even 8th grade golden class existences. Humph. So weak. Humph. Lin Ling frowned. He decided that he had to go to Yin Mountain. After all, he could grow faster and break through as soon as possible. So weak. Humph. The four behind him rolled their eyes. They didn't know what to say. Okay, I agree to go with you, but we're not a team. If you encounter any danger, you deal with it yourselves. If you can't, I'll try to help. Of course, if I can't deal with it, I'll leave immediately. After all, we're not a team. Lin Ling pondered. He also needed someone to lead the way. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Ling smiled. His pale face was filled with excitement. He had always wanted to be friends with Lin Ling, and now there was a good start. However, the four behind him weren't happy. Lin Ling was right. They weren't a team, so it was fine for Lin Ling to go with them. I'm Yun Luoxia, Yao Ping, Zhang Xiaonian, Wang Lin. The other four unwillingly walked over and introduced themselves. Although they weren't a team, at least they weren't enemies. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. He didn't say anything and went ahead alone. So arrogant. The four were stunned. Their faces turned ugly. Lin Ling didn't even greet them. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't treat them as teammates at all. He was just giving Lin Yi some face. After all, they only met by chance. There were no teammates. He only had 3 teammates, Jin Yuan, his sister, and Shen Yuan Ge-er. Yin Mountain was said to be a burial pit for tens of thousands of people. The ghost aura was extremely dense, and normal people didn't dare to go near it. But this time, a large number of teams and ancient martial artists were here, so it was much safer. Not good, there are ghosts. Everyone be careful. Along the way, they naturally encountered ghosts. These ghosts became more and more numerous after they left the outskirts of the ghost realm. Yun Luoxia and the others were on high alert. Ghosts were very scary. They could devour people's souls. If they weren't careful, they would die here. Luckily, there weren't many ghosts this time, so they killed them carefully. The 5 of them looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling directly swallowed the ghost face flower and raised his cultivation. This guy! Other than Lin Yi, the other 4 were furious. When the ghosts came, Lin Ling didn't help them. But he actually cultivated in front of them. Did he think they were his bodyguards? Even Lin Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Chapter 1406. Huang Kuan-yen, 5 evil spirits and you're making a fuss over nothing. I really don't understand. With your strength you've actually made it this far. A moment later, Lin Ling stood up and said lightly, he knew that these 4 were angry, but if it was a powerful ghost like the Ghost General, Lin Ling would still take action, but a trivial evil spirit, how could he, Lin Ling, take action every single time? He didn't have that much time. Don't go too far. Among the 4, Zhang Xiaonian angrily shouted, this arrogant swordsman was too arrogant. Lin Ling didn't even spare them a glance as he continued forward with Xiao Yun, causing the 4 Saint Realm Masters to furrow their brows in anger. At this moment, behind the hill, a white ghost with extremely dense ghost chi drifted over. Forget about a transcendent Realm Master. Even a Saint Realm Master would be invaded by this ghost chi. Jia jia! The evil spirit let out a shrill cry, seemingly sentient, and rushed towards Lin Ling. Be careful! Yun Luoxia instantly shouted anxiously when she saw the baleful ghost, and the others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Elder sister Luoxia, since he's so arrogant, let him face it himself. Among the 4, Wang Ping coldly snorted. He had long been dissatisfied with this young man with a sword on his back. Now was the perfect time for him to suffer. Do you think he'll kneel down and beg for mercy? Definitely, but for big brother Lin Yi's face, if he kneels down and begs for mercy, we'll join forces to kill this evil spirit and help him. After he asks for our help, I'll humiliate him and make him see clearly. The others all spoke up one after another, causing Yun Luoxia, who had originally intended to help, to stop. Perhaps letting this Lin Ling see clearly wasn't a bad idea. Afterwards, she glanced over at Lin Ling and found that he was also looking at Lin Ling, as if he wasn't worried at all. Jia jia! At this moment, the evil spirit floated around like a phantom, its blood and ghost chi sweeping out in all directions. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see the evil spirit at all, continuing to move forward, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Was this Lin Ling stupid? Whoosh! At this moment, the sword flashed. Lin Ling quickly pulled out his sword and sheathed it. Then, he continued to move forward. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not seem to know that there was a ghost approaching him. His eyes were fixed in front of him. As for the ghost fiend, it had paused for a moment, but it quickly continued to rush towards Lin Ling. But at this moment with a bang, the ghost fiend's soul trembled, emitting a ferocious roar. It turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. Guei Sha, who even an early Saint Realm Master dared not underestimate, had simply disappeared. Yun Luoxia and the others were stunned on the spot. They could only watch as Lin Ling continued forward as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. How did Guei Sha die? Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling use his sword before, but Lin Ling's sword was very ordinary, only possessing the world force of a transcendent. Such power was unable to shake the evil ghost at all. How can this be? Shouldn't he be kneeling to us for help? The 4 of them could not understand at all. How could they know that Lin Ling dared to venture here alone because he had already faced countless ghost fiends? In other words, Lin Ling had hundreds of ways to instantly kill Guei Sha, but because he had killed too many ghost fiends, he chose the simplest and most efficient method. Guei Sha is afraid of lightning and fire. Soul attacks. But not all yang attacks are effective. Extreme yin attacks can also be used, but you have to find a weakness. Guei Sha is also a type of ghost. It has 3 souls and 7 spirits. 3 souls: fetal light, refreshing spirit, and nether essence. 7 spirits: corpse dog, concealed arrow, yin sparrow, thief seizing, non-poison, filth removal, and smelly lung. If you can find the fetal light and nether essence of the 3 souls, or the corpse dog and non-poison of the 7 spirits, Guei Sha can be defeated. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. The four of them trembled. Was that even possible? They had never heard of such a thing before and were even somewhat skeptical. Even the reincarnation of Blood Sea Ancestor had never heard of such a thing. It seems that Master is right. The ghost domain is filled with danger, but there are always geniuses from the human world who come here and temper themselves with their lives, walking the line between life and death many times. In the end, they can easily resolve any danger in the ghost domain. Is this Lin Ling that kind of person? Yun Luoxia frowned. Not necessarily. I admit that he has a good grasp of Gui Sha's weakness, but the sword he released before was still only at the transcendent realm. Yao Ping said unwillingly. Although he was somewhat in awe of Lin Ling in his heart, he did not want to admit it. What's more, he said to find the 3 souls and 7 spirits of Gui Sha. How can an ordinary person find such a thing? Zhang Xiaoyan added. Previously, they wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, but Lin Ling had killed Gui Sha with a single sword strike. This caused them to suppress the anger in their hearts. It was as if they had punched cotton, unable to vent their anger. Gui Sha has 3 souls and 7 spirits, but they have already transformed. It is very difficult for ordinary people to see them. Even my blood, I can barely see them. I heard that those with strong soul force can clearly see everything. Lin Yi stared at Lin Ling's back in the distance and said with a frown. He was even more curious about Lin Ling's strength. Could Lin Ling's strength be comparable to a second heaven saint? It was indeed terrifying. After all, Lin Ling was only at the transcendent realm. A day later, the group finally arrived at Yin Mountain. Looking from a distance, it looked like a plain. The ground was full of potholes, as if it was a mass grave. Many ancient corpses had crawled out of their graves, and the sound of ghosts crying could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, a white shadow could be seen floating by. This is the 10,000 ghost mass grave. Those who committed many evil deeds in their lifetime were punished by the ghost domain for not entering Yellow Spring Mountain. As a result, the ghost chi here is extremely dense, and a large amount of ghost face grass is born here. However, although there is a lot of ghost face grass, no one dares to approach because there are ghost generals here. Later, for some reason, a large number of ancient cultivators came and worked together to wipe out the ghost generals, making this place less dangerous. Later, more and more masters came, making this place more lively. On a hill, Lin Yi looked into the distance. Beside him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling asked curiously, "Aren't you Blood River ancestor? You should be very proficient in the ghost Tao. Why are you afraid of this place?" "I'm proficient in the Blood River. Moreover, this is the ghost domain, not the human world. There are Gui Sha Tian Li and the Heavenly Ghost Great Emperor. They are real ghost gods. Not to mention me, even the Overlord Di Zun has to be careful here." Lin Yi said. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. His gaze passed through the misty plain and fell on the mysterious mountain range in the distance. He asked, "That's Yellow Spring Mountain, right?" "Yes. Yes, but Yellow Spring Mountain is even more terrifying. I heard that the undying Lord Yellow Spring Great Emperor is there." Lin Yi's face turned serious. "However, I heard that a large number of ancient cultivators have formed teams to go to Yellow Spring Mountain. Those teams are extremely powerful. All of them are at the late Saint realm. Take my Xianpeng province for example. There are 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Of course, there are even more in Shenyuan and Xianpeng province." 4 pillars and 8 pillars? Lin Ling's face turned serious. Why were these masters gathering at Yellow Spring Mountain? Yellow Spring Flame. Chapter 1407. Corpse Mountain, Corpse Sea. Your Majesty, the underworld flame is a godly flame, one of the top 10 flames in the world. It has the power to bring the dead back to life. I heard that the underworld emperor controls it. Old Z said. He had the same idea as Lin Ling. The tyrannical song sword had leveled up, and Lin Ling had the power to take the new flame. If he could get it, Lin Ling's talent for fire would reach new heights. Underworld Mountain is even more terrifying. There are a lot of heavenly ghosts and heavenly wrath. Even the ancient warriors don't dare to go there, so they're waiting for more strong cultivators to come. Of course we can't go there, so we can only stay in Yin Mountain. Lin Yi said. Let's focus on increasing our strength. All right. Lin Ling suppressed his excitement and said indifferently. Yin Mountain, there are countless kings and warriors. There are also 10,000 emperors' bloodline, ancient temples, and other strong cultivators. They'll go there in teams for treasures. Second, to gain experience, we'll have to face the strong cultivators who call themselves kings. So I suggest that we follow the team. That's the only way to survive and get treasures. All right. Yun Luoxia and the others walked over. Lin Ling looked at them and nodded. All right. All right. Of course, those are the descendants of the ancient kings. They also have Yun Gu's celestial foundation. And we're not weak either. For example, Sister Luoxia is the princess of the Sun-Moon Cloud dynasty. And I, Yao Ping, am from King Ping's palace. As for Zhang Xiaonian, she's Cui Zhu Fairy's disciple. Wang Ping isn't weak either. His father is one of the 10 generals of Shen Huang Daiyu. Yao Ping took a step forward and said proudly. After he finished speaking, the others all puffed out their chests. Perhaps they wanted Lin Ling to know that they were the descendants of the 3 Shen cultivators of the human world, and that they were quite famous among the 3 Shen cultivators of the human world. We're all going to get a recommendation, Wang said. Wang Lin also said. This time, he wanted Lin Ling to take them seriously and know how powerful they were. Understood. However, Lin Ling's reaction was very dull. He came from Xianpeng province and the experts he came into contact with were mostly from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, he wasn't familiar with the 3 profound experts of the human realm. Yao Ping and the others' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling's reaction was too calm. Even that, I understand, was said lazily. He didn't care about them at all. Just like when they were together in the beginning, Lin Ling thought that they were trash. Now that they said that they had powerful backers, Lin Ling still thought of them as trash. Their only use was to lead the way. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as well. He was shocked by Lin Ling's boldness. Although he was the Blood River ancestor, he knew how strong these ancient warriors were. He didn't dare to be arrogant, but Lin Ling ignored him. Could it be that Lin Ling was much stronger than them? All right, let's stop talking nonsense. I need the ghost face flower. Since we're together, we'll split the rewards fairly. Lin Ling didn't wait for the geniuses to speak. Yao Ping and the others still wanted to talk about what ranking they had obtained in the human world's Fengyun competition, but Lin Ling's words shut them up. They held their breaths as if they had powerful strength but couldn't show it. All right, I agree with your suggestion. Yun Luoxia nodded on behalf of everyone. They must be here for the ghost face flower, so even if they were unhappy with Lin Ling's disregard, they could still endure it. There are many powerful teams inside. If we meet them, kill them if we can, and retreat if we can't. Our team must be united so that other teams won't dare to invade. Lin Yi said. He knew that a bloodbath was about to happen. The ghost realm couldn't be compared to the human realm, and there were too many ancient warriors here. For the ghost face flower, to prove themselves, and to increase their reputation, other than their own team members, everyone else was their opponent. Yun Luoxia's face turned solemn. Just as she was about to remind them of the taboo, Lin Ling had already walked forward with his sword on his back. Everyone was stunned. A transcendent was so arrogant. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. Woo-woo. As soon as they stepped into the Yin Mountain, the soil under the ground wriggled. It was extremely disgusting. A large number of golden corpses crawled out, and many ancient corpses were hidden among them. It was as if they had entered a pile of ancient corpses. Some corpses had broken legs, but they were still crawling on the ground. Some corpses even had 3 heads and looked ferocious. Moreover, the skin of these corpses was as hard as heavenly soldiers. If it weren't for the large number of masters gathered in Yin Mountain, the sea of corpses alone would be enough to drown any master. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop and continued forward. Lin Ling and the others quickly followed. After seeing Lin Ling's appearance, they finally understood that Lin Ling wanted to find cultivation resources and break through as soon as possible. Do you have something urgent to do? In order to break through, you're venturing into the dangerous ghost realm alone. Yun Luoxia caught up with Lin Ling and asked casually. Save my teammates. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Yun Luoxia's heart trembled. She suddenly realized that this handsome young man wasn't indifferent because he also had teammates. For his teammates, he wouldn't hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. Suddenly, she had a feeling that if she could become Lin Ling's teammate, it would be a very happy thing. Brother Lin Ling, there's a ghost face flower over there. At this time, a little ghost girl appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder. It was Xiao Yun. She pointed in a direction in the distance, where a large number of ancient corpses were rushing over. Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly as he said to Xiao Yun, "Sit tight." After saying that, he strode forward, pulling out the Tyrant Song sword. Without looking at the ancient corpses, he swung his sword fiercely. With a rumbling sound, the ancient corpses were split into two. However, Lin Ling didn't stop. With every swing of his sword, a large number of ancient corpses were killed. So powerful. He's only a transcendent, but his sword is so sharp. Yao Ping frowned. It's his physical strength. Lin Ling explained, changing their view of Lin Ling's strength for the first time. Everyone, go look for the ghost face flower. Remember, don't go more than 1,000 miles away. Otherwise, if something happens, it will be difficult for us to rush over. Yun Luoxia also said. The 5 of them split up, 2 in a group, and went to look for the ghost face flower. Yun Luoxia pondered for a moment and followed Lin Ling. She was a little curious about Lin Ling woo. The cold earth was filled with ghostly energy. Beneath the ancient ghostly land, there seemed to be an endless number of skeletons and corpses crawling out from time to time. As Lin Ling walked along the ground, he frowned slightly. There was no end to these ancient corpses. Then, with Xiao Yun's help, Lin Ling quickly found a ghost-face flower. According to the rules of sharing, this ghost-faced flower now belongs to me. Lin Ling said, then directly put the ghost-faced flower into his mouth and swallowed it. Chapter 1408. 9 Nether Troop sitting cross-legged to refine. It's too time-consuming. Lin Ling replied with a smile, no longer as cold as before. Yun Luoxia shook her head with a bitter smile. Lin Ling was the most mysterious transcendent she had ever seen. How could she know that Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique could even swallow metal and rocks, let alone a mere ghost-faced flower? More and more people are coming. Look over there, that's Crane Immortal, a 3rd-layer saint with an 8th-grade yellow class talent. Her martial arts are at the great success stage. She can kill anyone in the same realm. And that's the ancient cultivators from Shenhuang Dayu Heavenly One Divine Palace. They're here too. Fixed Sky Patrol Team. Yun Luoxia said from time to time with a solemn face. From time to time, powerful teams would pass by, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. He could feel that these people were indeed very strong. Sun Moon Cloud Dynasty Princess Luoxia. Haha, I can't believe I saw her here. Her team seems to only have 2 people. Don't cause trouble, there are more experts and geniuses in Een Mountain, let's go in. Many teams passed by, and many of them recognized Yun Luoxia. Some of them had bad intentions, but their stronger teammates stopped them and the team continued forward. Lin Ling glanced at Yun Luoxia and found that her face was a little pale. Yun Luoxia only let out a sigh of relief after those experts left. He's only a 2nd-stage saint. Is he strong? Lin Ling asked. That's the Immortal King. He has the heavenly rune lightning body and his immortal physique has reached the great success stage. I'm not his match right now. Yun Luoxia explained, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. He was stronger than he had imagined. At this moment, Yun Luoxia's mother insect called out. It was Yao Ping's anxious voice. It seemed that something had happened over there. Not good. A team has attacked Yao Ping and the others. We must hurry over immediately. Only when the team is together will others fear us. Yun Luoxia was somewhat anxious. She then rushed towards Yao Ping with Lin Ling. Fortunately, they weren't too far apart, and it didn't take long for Lin Ling to catch sight of Yao Ping and the others. They seemed to have gotten into a fight with another group. There were 9 people in that group, both men and women. They weren't too old, and their strength was in the 1st or 2nd heaven of the Saint realm. The 9 Nether Troop is in trouble. Staring ahead, Yun Luoxia furrowed her brows. Is he very strong? Lin Ling frowned. He used the Eye of Time and 9 vortexes appeared in front of him. Some of the vortexes were gigantic, while others were ordinary. Lin Ling had a basic understanding of those 9 people. They're as strong as us, but if there's a fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. Besides, the 9 Nether Troop is the palace's guard. If they're here, it means that the palace's strong cultivators are also here. I think the palace's Empress Tian Huang is also working hard to get into the Yungu celestial stage. Yun Luoxia explained. the Yungu Celestial Stage, Champion University, and the 7 Emperors Celestial Stage. Those were the legends of the 3 Xian cultivators of the human world. Lin Ling sighed. His world was the Xianpeng province. He didn't know that Xian Yuan and Xian Huang also had so many strong cultivators. Besides, they were much stronger than Xian Peng. When Yao Ping saw Yun Luoxia, he immediately said, "Sister Luoxia, they want to steal my ghost-faced flower. Besides, I found a yellow spring stone. They want it too. So it's Princess Luoxia from the Sun-Moon Cloud dynasty." All right. The leader of the Yun Luoxia troop was dressed in black armor, and their faces were cold and arrogant. He wasn't old, but he had a dignified air about him. Moreover, they were looking at each other, discussing whether they should attack Yun Luoxia's team, and whether they could win after attacking. Yun Luoxia troop, you made a mistake first. What do you want to do now? All right. Yun Luoxia took a step forwards and stood with Yao Ping and the others. She wanted to tell them that they weren't weak. If they dared attack, they'd better think carefully. Let's go. All right, said the captain of the Yun Luoxia troop, waving. Their mission was to go to the Ghost region and collect treasures for the strong cultivators. If their opponents were too strong, they wouldn't attack them easily. But among the 9 people, there were a few who didn't want to give up because the captain was too cautious. They didn't dare offend Yun Luoxia, but they thought that if they really fought, they could kill Yun Luoxia's team. Since it's that way, we'll mind our own business, said Yun Luoxia, nodding. She left with Yao Ping and the others. She was also thinking that if they didn't have to fight, they shouldn't. Ah! At this moment, someone in the Lin Ling troop exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw cracks on his armor. The young man glared at Lin Ling furiously. You sneak attacked me. What? Yun Luoxia and the others' faces changed. The current situation was that the 2 teams were afraid of each other and had separated peacefully. But Lin Ling's sneak attack was tantamount to provoking the other team. Lin Ling was also stunned. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Sneak attack? They had just turned around. If he really attacked, it was impossible for them not to notice. So, the armor was actually broken by the Yun Luoxia troop. His goal was simple. He wanted to stir up trouble and steal Yun Luoxia's harvest. At this moment, the captain of the Yun Luoxia troop went silent. He seemed to understand his teammates' intention. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Why did you sneak attack him?" Lin Ling sneered and didn't say anything. He wanted to see how the other party would continue acting. The captain knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was low and didn't have the right to speak. So, he insisted that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack. He looked at Yun Luoxia and said, "The people in your team are not clean. Unless you hand over all the ghost face grass and the underworld stone, you will have to bear the consequences." "Sir, don't go too far." Yao Ping and the others frowned. How could they not know the purpose of the Yun Luoxia troop? "Do you dare to offend my palace?" The captain sneered. He seemed to be in the right, so he wasn't afraid of the background behind Yun Luoxia. His words made Yao Ping and the others grit their teeth and fall silent. Yun Luoxia's face was also ugly. However, the Yun Luoxia troop wasn't weak. It was best to avoid conflict. She asked indifferently, "Why are you so sure?" "His armor cracked. That's the evidence," the captain said indifferently. "Hee, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You said that he sneaked an attack on your teammate. First, he's only a transcendent. Second, if I'm not wrong, your armor is the 9 nether earth-shattering armor. It's a mid-level heavenly soldier. How can it be broken so easily?" Lin Yi said indifferently. He had reincarnated, so he was naturally calmer than others. With that, the 9 nether troops' faces turned ugly. They had missed this point. The captain's mask seemed to have been torn off as his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Lin Yi and said, "You're good. Then, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we can leave." Chapter 1409. You asked me to sneak attack you. Since that's the case, we'll mind our own business. Yun Luoxia nodded and left with Yao Ping and the others. She was also considering not to clash head-on if possible. Ah! At this moment, someone from the Lin Ling troop exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw cracks on his armor. The young man glared at Lin Ling furiously. "You sneak attacked me." "What?" The faces of Yun Luoxia and the others changed drastically. The current situation was that the two teams were wary of each other and had separated peacefully. However, Lin Ling's sneak attack was tantamount to provoking the other team. Lin Ling was also stunned for a moment before a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sneak attack? They had just turned around. If he had really launched a sneak attack, it was impossible for them not to notice. Therefore, the armor was actually broken by the 9 Nether Troop. Their goal was simple: to stir up trouble and steal Yun Luoxia and the others' harvest. At this moment, the captain of the 9 Nether Troop was silent for a moment. He seemed to understand his teammates' intention. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Why did you sneak attack him?" Lin Ling sneered and did not speak. He wanted to see how the other party was going to continue acting. The captain knew that Lin Ling's cultivation was low and did not have the right to speak. Therefore, he insisted that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack. He looked at Yun Luoxia and said, "Your team members have dirty hands and feet and are looking for trouble. Unless you hand over all the ghost face grass and the underworld stone, you will bear the consequences." "Sir, don't go too far." How could Yao Ping and the others not know the purpose of the 9 Nether Troop? They immediately frowned. "Do you dare to offend my palace?" The captain sneered, as if he had the right and was not afraid of the background behind Yun Luoxia and the others. His words made Yao Ping and the others grit their teeth and fall silent. Yun Luoxia's face was also ugly. However, the 9 Nether Troop was not weak, so it was best to avoid conflict. She asked indifferently, "Why are you so sure?" "His armor cracked. That's the evidence," the captain said indifferently. "Haha, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You say he attacked your teammates, but first of all, he's just a transcendent. 2. If I'm not wrong, your armor is the 9U earth-splitting armor, a middle-stage heavenly soldier. How can it be broken just like that?" At this time, Lin Yi said indifferently. He had reincarnated, so he was naturally calmer than others. With that, the 9 Nether Troop's face turned ugly. They had missed this point. It was as if the captain's mask had been ripped off. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Yi. "You're good. Well then, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, can we leave?" Yun Luoxia also said with a cold expression. Her words made the Yun Luoxia troop grit their teeth. They were unwilling to accept this, but they couldn't find an excuse to make a fuss and kill this team. Go. The captain of the 9 Nether Troop waved his hand and chose to leave. Next time, there would definitely be a chance to wipe out this team. Wait. However, they had only taken a few steps when a cold shout rang out, causing them to look over. They could not help but freeze in place. The one who spoke was actually the weakest person in Yun Luoxia's team, and that person was Lin Ling. "What are you trying to say?" The 9 Nether Troop stopped and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Among them, the one with the cracked armor sneered. "Do you want us to apologize?" He knew that his previous slander had failed, so he guessed that this young man wanted him to apologize. Unfortunately, this young man couldn't see through him. "Lin Ling!" Yun Luoxia hurriedly shouted. She also thought that Lin Ling wanted the other party to apologize, but in the current situation, it was better if the two teams didn't fight. After all, if they fought, both sides would suffer great casualties. What's the use of apologizing? What's the use of apologizing? What's more, if apologizing is useful, why do we need the police? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The other party wanted to find an opportunity to kill them, but failed. Then, he turned around and left. Was he going to pretend that nothing had happened? Police? What's that? And you don't want us to apologize? Then what are you trying to do? The 9 Nether Troop looked at each other and sneered. They were curious about what kind of waves this weakest young man could stir up. "The reason why I don't want your apology is because you said that I launched a sneak attack. If I don't do anything, how can it be called a sneak attack?" Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and stood in front of the sneering young man. The young man shook his head, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. The matter had already calmed down, but he still dared to stir up trouble. He stretched out his fingers and played with his nails. "You're right. You didn't even do anything, so how can it be called a sneak attack? But let me tell you in advance, there are some things that you have to pay a great price for." "Lin Ling, come back." Yun Luoxia and the rest were even more anxious. They knew that Lin Ling was slandered, and his mood wasn't good. However, Lin Ling didn't want the other party's apology. Instead, He seemed to want to launch a sneak attack. What was he trying to do? However, although they tried to persuade him, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't their teammate and was very stubborn. Therefore, they could only shake their heads helplessly. You can attack, but once you do, it will be a real sneak attack. The captain of the 9 Nether troops sneered. He looked at Lin Ling and waited for Lin Ling to attack. Attack, let's see if you dare. If you attack, it would be a real sneak attack. Come on. The young man with the broken armor opened his arms and allowed Lin Ling to launch a sneak attack. As you wish. Lin Ling nodded his head and slowly pulled out the tyrant song. Then, he ruthlessly slashed. Boom. With a slash, the power of 8 universes exploded. The young man's armor cracked and his entire body was chopped into pieces. Everyone fell silent. The 9 Nether troop was stunned. Then their eyes turned red as they roared. You killed him. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would end up like this. I didn't kill him. I just followed his request and launched a sneak attack. Lin Ling said calmly. This caused the pupils of the 9 Nether troop to tremble. They understood what Lin Ling meant. They slandered Lin Ling for launching a sneak attack. And now, Lin Ling had launched a sneak attack in front of them. However, Lin Ling's sneak attack didn't break the armor of the Celestial troop, but the person who broke the armor died. This result also proved that Lin Ling didn't launch a sneak attack. If he really wanted to launch a sneak attack, would that person still be alive? You've got guts. You actually killed my brother. Among the 9 Nether troop, a man's face stiffened. He didn't expect that the young man his brother slandered would be so strong. Previously, his brother had chosen to slander Lin Ling because the latter's cultivation was too low. Even if he was wrongly accused, he probably wouldn't have the right to speak. Don't randomly accuse him. He asked me to launch a sneak attack, but I didn't expect him to be so useless. I only launched a sneak attack and he couldn't block it. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the furious 9 Nether troop. I don't care. You're dead. Today, I want you to die here. The 9 Nether troop roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. You want to kill me? Lin Ling asked indifferently, as if he didn't know how powerful the 9 Nether troop was. You must die. You dare to offend the 9 Nether troop. No matter what kind of background you have, you must die. The other 9 Nether troop members revealed their killing intent. Chapter 14:10. These people had been eyeing them covetously, but they were afraid of Yun Luoxia and the others backing them. But sooner or later, they would come knocking on their door. Since that was the case, let's see if they had the strength to kill them. On the other side, Yun Luoxia and the others had their mouths wide open. Although they knew that Lin Ling was arrogant, they didn't expect him to be this arrogant. They had just calmed down the storm, but Lin Ling stirred it up again, as if saying that since they dared to provoke a storm, they had to bear the consequences. I sneak attacked your little brother before, so as his older brother, I'll sneak attack you again. Lin Ling's sneer deepened, and with a stomp of his foot, his ancient god emperor physique appeared and his sword slashed out. Hong long long. Another 9 Nether guard fell. This person was a second-layer saint, a powerful cultivator in Wu Nai Palace, or else he wouldn't have been qualified to come to the ghost domain, but he still couldn't block Lin Ling's sword. His sword is too sharp. Yao Ping sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling had told him before that he wouldn't be able to block even a single sword strike from Lin Ling, but now it seemed that not only would he not be able to block even half a sword strike, he wouldn't even be able to block half of it. He had seen transcendent realm geniuses fight across realms, but he had never seen such a terrifying one. Even Lin Yi was taken aback. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. How could they know that Lin Ling's 3 absolutes were absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed? Unless one's talent surpassed Lin Ling's, even if they were a 3rd-layer saint, Lin Ling would still be able to kill them. You've got guts, killing another one of my 9 Nether guards. How do you want me to torture you to death? The remaining 9 Nether guards roared. The 9 of them had come here from the periphery of the ghost domain, slaughtering countless teams, but this was the first time several of their teammates had been killed here. I was just following his request to sneak attack him. However, what made them vomit blood was that the black-robed youth said something harmless. Kill him. The captain of the 9 Nether guards roared, his eyes filled with killing intent, causing Lin Ling's sneer to thicken. Taking a step forward, he distorted space, swallowing mountains and rivers, the heavens and the earth. On the ground, dazzling sword light flashed, and every strike caused blood to splatter everywhere. Yun Luoxia and the others could only vaguely see the ancient venerable emperor holding a giant sword and conquering the world. In just the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, only one of the 9 remained, the captain. At this moment, his face was filled with confusion, never having imagined that this transcendent realm young man would be so terrifying. And Lin Ling was standing in front of him, his black robes fluttering wildly. His sword pointed at him, as if telling him that he, Lin Ling, had put on his black robes and returned to the days of battle. He should not have provoked Lin Ling. Indeed, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had donned his black robe. The black robe represented his decisiveness in killing, and it also represented his resolute heart. I'm from the 9 Nether Troop of Wu Nai Gong. If you dare to kill me, be careful of offending our Wu Nai Gong. At this moment, the captain did not dare to move, his face cold and indifferent. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. His team had been completely wiped out, and not by any other team, but by a single person. He never thought that the most terrifying member of Yun Luoxia's team would be the person with the lowest cultivation. So, what are you trying to say? Lin Ling looked at the captain indifferently. You can't kill me. Even if you touch me you will die. We are geniuses of the Wu Nai Gong. Sir is the king of Tian Huang in Yin Mountain. Try touching me. The captain gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. At this moment, he could only bring out the powerful background behind him. You want me to touch you? Lin Ling asked indifferently, as if he did not know what the Wu Nai Gong was. Yes, do you dare? The captain sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be hesitating, so he could not show any weakness at this moment. Perhaps he could scare Lin Ling away. In fact, I don't know what the Wu Nai Gong is. The reason why I didn't kill you is because I thought that since you didn't let me kill you, I naturally can't kill you. The 9 Nether Troop died because they let me take the initiative to kill you. But now, you seem to be asking me to touch you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, causing the captain's pupils to shrink. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid of the Wu Nai Gong, so he would not easily make a move against him. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was not afraid at all? The reason why he did not kill him was because he did not let Lin Ling kill him. Just like before, when the 9 Nether Troop let Lin Ling sneak attack, Lin Ling naturally made a move. But before, his last words were to let Lin Ling kill him, asking if Lin Ling dared to kill him. He said these words to make Lin Ling more wary and not dare to touch him. But in the end, it made the situation even more troublesome. Wait a minute. I was wrong before. Don't kill me. Don't take my words seriously. After reacting, the captain immediately said with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, I don't want to kill you, but you want me to kill you, so I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Lin Ling's smile became even more evil, causing the captain's pupils to constrict. He wanted to say something, but all he got in return was a sword strike. Then with a boom, his body exploded, turning into dust. You don't take your words seriously, but I take my words seriously. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword, and at the same time, collected the treasures left by the 9 Nether Troop. Yun Luoxia and the others were still staring at Lin Ling in shock. They didn't know what to say anymore. They had tried their best not to provoke the Lin Ling troop because they didn't want the two teams to fight. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was not afraid of them at all? He had single-handedly defeated the 9 Nether Troop. It seems that a fierce man has joined our team. Wow! What a monstrous transcendent! With his strength, he can easily enter Champion University. Wow! Linny, I admire you. Good eyesight. Good. How could Yao Ping and the others not be convinced? They were completely convinced. At that moment, Blood River Ancestor stared at Lin Ling coldly. After a long time, he finally spat out monster. Monster. It wasn't that he had never seen a transcendent realm cultivator defeating a saint in battle, but Lin Ling had not fought a battle to the death, nor had he fought a battle of attrition, but had instead chopped down vegetables and melons. This was extremely rare, which meant Lin Ling's talent was on a completely different level. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling's talent was absolute defense, and that his sword was something they had to look up to, they would be even more shocked. Brother Lin Ling, I'll help you. Yes. Yao Ping was the first to rush over to help Lin Ling collect the spoils of war. Then, Wang Lin and Zhang Xiaoyan also rushed over. They knew that having strong teammates in the Ghost Realm was a great blessing. Other teams wouldn't dare to rashly invade. What are you doing? Lin Ling frowned. Why was this guy so enthusiastic? We're teammates. Yao Ping laughed. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. When did I agree to join you? Haha. It's fate that we met, so we're teammates. Hee hee, we just treat you as a teammate. Wang Ping looked cold, but he was actually so thick-skinned. These bastards. Haha. Chapter 14:11. A sudden change occurred. The baleful ghost Heavenly Ruthlessness was born. Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he felt wronged. He didn't know that Lin Ling was this strong. He only knew that he couldn't fight Lin Ling. After that, the crowd continued moving forwards. More and more strong cultivators were gathering in the Yin Mountain. Teams were fighting everywhere. The ghost region was in chaos. Arhat's real body? Arhats from the great region of Xianyuan? A bunch of bald donkeys dared come to the ghost region. Try my 10,000 scissors. In the eastern sky, several golden Arhat true bodies appeared, their auras intimidating the world. In the distance, an enormous pair of scissors blossomed, cutting apart the great laws. It was extremely terrifying. In the west there were also battles. Teams were killing each other. I'm going to get a recommendation from Champion University. Abyssal Turtle Force Field. Is that so? Ancient Netherworld, I've always wanted to see how strong you are. White Bone's demonic body. The abyssal turtle was floating in the sky. 10,000 lightning bolts flickered and blocked a gigantic white skeleton in the distance. The two strong cultivators were fighting fiercely. How terrifying. More and more strong cultivators are gathering. Most of them want to go to Champion University. They're all geniuses. I have the feeling that the era of geniuses is about to start. In the Yin Mountain, Yun Luoxia and the others were walking slowly. It was chaotic, too chaotic. Teams were fighting everywhere. Strong cultivators and great cosmic laws were everywhere. It seemed like the ghost region was about to be opened. It seemed like all the young cultivators of the 3 Xian ancient cultivators of the human world had come to the Yin Mountain. Subconsciously, their eyes fell on the black-robed youth in front of them, and they immediately felt a sense of security. They had encountered many powerful teams before, but Lin Ling had defeated all of them alone. If they had not been lucky enough to team up with Lin Ling, they would have been wiped out long ago. At that moment, Lin Ling was looking at the battle in the distance, but he didn't pay attention to it. He was talking to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun had told him that the second dream's soul had dispersed. Maybe it had turned into 3 souls. Lin Ling had only collected 1 soul, so it would be even more difficult to find the second dream. After all, Lin Ling was afraid that one of the souls would reincarnate. I'll find her, whispered Lin Ling. He swallowed the last ghost face grass. He was only 1 step away from the saint lair. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed. Under the ground, a large number of white skeletons crawled out. Each of the white skeletons had an evil ghost within them. They were tall and mighty, at least 5 meters tall. The moment they crawled out from the ground, many people were killed and their flesh and blood were devoured. Xian Qi. The baleful ghost sky is coming out. Someone stared at the sky and shouted anxiously. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the death chi and ghost chi combined to form a vortex that smashed into the earth. Ah, save me! Someone was affected by the vortex and cried out in pain. Then, he turned into a ghost head and became a baleful ghost. So scary. Is the baleful ghost sky about to come out? It said that it's a ghost god formed by the heaven and earth's baleful ghost sky. If it comes out, all of us will die. The crowd panicked. The baleful ghost sky was not something they could face. The baleful ghost sky is still in the process of coming out. We can kill it. If we can get its baleful ghost sky bead, we can increase our cultivation by 1 realm. At that moment, a powerful heaven's pride shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wind and thunder rolled in the vast Yin Mountain. The younger generation of ancient martial artists from the mortal world's 3 Xian Qi were ready to make a move. They were not afraid of the baleful ghost sky bead. Kill! Countless battle cries sounded throughout the world. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This change made Lin Ling and the others, who were walking in the Yin Mountain, gasp. They looked into the distance where spirit chi fluctuations were constantly blooming in the sky and on the ground. Great principles were colliding. On the ground, a large number of ghost generals were fighting against the mortal world's 3 Xueqi cultivators. The rumbling was deafening. The sudden change turned the group battle into a great battle of ghost generals. A battle of 10,000 people, and all of them were Saint Realm powerhouses. For many people, such a sensational scene was something they would never encounter in their lives. So scary. Yun Luoxia gasped. Lin Ling's lips curled slightly. Let's go and take a look. Boss Lin Ling, we can't. The battle over there is too crazy. It's not something we can meddle in. Yao Ping said with a pale face. If you want to become stronger, you can't avoid danger. But if you don't want to go, just stay nearby. I'll go and take a look. Lin Ling shook his head. He was only a step away from breaking through. Moreover, Elder Z had told him before that the baleful ghost pearl was the essence of heaven and earth's baleful qi. If he could refine it, Lin Ling would be able to greatly improve his essence, energy, and spirit qi. It was Lin Ling's first time seeing a treasure that could improve his essence, energy, and spirit. He naturally wouldn't miss it. Then let's go. We're not the only team going there. Lin Yi stared into the distance and said, Moreover, among the ghost general's bones, there's a small bone that is the essence of ghost spirits. Ordinary martial artists can also refine it. Its effect is even better than ghost face grass. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They followed Lin Ling and rushed forward. Hong Long Long. At this moment, the center of the Yin mountain plain was indeed in an uproar. At the same time, a pool of blood that spanned 500 kilometers floated out. The surging sea of blood roared, and a child was soaking in it. The child's body was covered in complicated patterns that were extremely evil. Moreover, a blood-red bead appeared above its head and was slowly fusing into its body. Of course, this merging obviously took some time. Humans, die. The moment I'm born, I want all of you to become my ghost general army. Humph. The child's resentful voice drifted out. It was extremely terrifying. This was the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi that was born from the heaven and earth's baleful qi. Poopiu. Some of the transcendent realm cultivators and even some saint realm cultivators coughed up a mouthful of blood as their faces paled. Retreat. Don't get close to the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi. Retreat. After coughing up blood, many people retreated with pale faces. This kind of ghost wasn't something they could get close to. Trash and trash. Watch from afar. Don't go looking for death. At this moment, a powerhouse riding the golden-eyed Lion King arrived with a majestic aura. These powerhouses were originally going to Yellow Springs Mountain, but they were attracted by the birth of the baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi. Moreover, other than him, even more mysterious experts had arrived in a grandiose manner. Their strength was clearly much stronger than the previous group. If this baleful ghost heavenly baleful qi is born, the human world will be wiped out. My heavenly dragon temple will purify it on behalf of all living beings. In the sky, a blood-red kasaya drifted out. The sound waves rolled as an old monk arrived from afar. Heavenly Dragon Great Zen Master from Xianpeng Province. Many people recognized the old man and their blood boiled. Such an ancient powerhouse had also arrived. Bald Donkey, if you want the baleful ghost bead, just say it. Why do you have to find such a fake excuse? Chapter 14:12. Battle King's Disciple. Sir, you're too arrogant. Amitba, this old monk will purify you on behalf of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Flesh Kasaya. Bloody light bloomed. The Kasaya that seemed to be made of thousands of flesh and blood released the light of Buddha and Devil. Immortal Thunder God Body. As soon as the flesh Kasaya appeared, the other Shenhuang Dayu cultivator also released a terrifying lightning energy. I am the World Palm. At the same time, another top cultivator arrived. He was like an ambitious person, domineering and unparalleled. With a palm strike, a storm raged. This person was the genius king of Shenyuan Great Region's Wunai Palace, also known as King Tianhuang. He was a powerful genius king who wanted to be recommended to Yanggu Immortal Platform. Boom! The ground cracked, and a large number of ghost generals were shattered. White bones shot out in all directions. The power of that palm strike was terrifying. Everything was just like the name of the martial art. I am the World Palm. How terrifying. King Tianhuang unleashed his full strength. I'm afraid he's in the top 20 of the lower Xian ranking. Many people's blood boiled. They had never seen so many strong cultivators gathered together in their lives. Now that they could see it today, they had no regrets in life. In my opinion, Gue Sha Tianli is about to be born. If he succeeds, we won't be its match and we'll all die unless we have the help of a late Saint Realm cultivator. So, why don't we join forces to attack Gue Sha Tianli? Whoever obtains the heavenly violent bead will be lucky. If he can kill Gue Sha Tianli, it will be a blessing to the world. The heavenly violent bead will belong to him. What do you think? An ancient voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that it was the old monster of the four gods constellation. That's a good idea, but the heavenly violent bead belongs to me, He Xian. Another white-robed young man arrived. He was like a crane in the clouds. He Xian is here too. His immortal body is the rare great crane immortal body. Moreover, he's about to be recommended to Yungu immortal platform. In your dreams, the heavenly violent bead will belong to me. Rumble. At that moment, a giant blade slashed at the blood pool. A sharp voice came from the blood pool. How dare you stop me from being born? You'll all die. The child in the blood pool became more and more ferocious, filled with resentment. It's getting closer and closer to the day of its birth. I think that all third-layer saints should make a move. If you're below this level, unless you think you're strong enough, you should go and kill the ghost general. Alright, I'll go first. Million scissors. The strong cultivators attacked once again, crazily attacking the blood pool, causing it to sway continuously. Blood rained down and landed on the bodies of many martial artists, corroding them. Kill. However, not only were the top experts not afraid, they became even crazier. One by one, the famous figures took action, causing lightning, flames, and storms to appear in the sky. At the same time on the ground, huge rocks as big as palaces tumbled in the sky like rice straws, intimidated by the power. They're all famous figures. Xian Peng, Xian Yuan, Xian Huang, all the experts have made their moves. Many teams stood in the distance, watching this scene in shock. However, Ghost Fiend Heavenly Ruthless is getting crazier and crazier. Look at the Heavenly Ruthless bead. It's getting closer and closer to fusion. Oh no, if the evil ghost Tianli comes out, we'll all die. Many people were shivering. The evil ghost Tianli was terrifying. As far as they knew, it would take a lot of cultivators of the late stage of the Saint Realm to kill it. One person couldn't do it. You're all a bunch of trash. I, the Fire Spirit Princess, am here. Who dares stop me from obtaining the evil ghost Tianli? I'll destroy his entire clan. At this moment, billowing flames surged over, and a girl who was only 5 or 6 years old appeared before everyone's eyes, standing on a fire dragon as if she was a child of the fire tribe. The Fire Clan's daughter. Many people gasped when they saw the girl. Even the famous strong cultivators were astonished. The Fire Spirit Princess was from the Fire Clan in Shenhuang Dayu. According to legends, the Fire Clan was the descendant of the fire god Zhu Rong. They were born with incredible fire abilities. The Fire Spirit Princess was an outstanding cultivator of the Fire Clan. When she was born, she burned the sky for a whole month. Then, she was chosen by Champion University and became the youngest disciple of Champion University in history. Many people were trying their best to be recommended to Champion University. Some people were recommended to Champion University, but nobody was a disciple. There were 3 legendary cultivators in the human world. The 7 emperors, Yungu, and Champion University. Becoming their disciple meant that she was the best cultivator in the human world. She had become a disciple at the age of 5. Who else could do it? The girl on top of the fiery dragon had an illustrious reputation, but on the surface, she was a kingdom-toppling beauty. She had black hair and black eyes, an otherworldly beauty. She was like a lotus flower, with snow-white skin and eyes as bright as the stars. However, her fiery red hair gave others the feeling that it was wildly dancing in the wind. She was so attractive at such a young age. Someday, she would become one of the most beautiful women in the human world. Of course, the Fire Spirit Princess was renowned throughout the world. When she was young, many ancient martial art practitioners had come to propose marriage to her. Unfortunately, the number of people who had been rejected numbered in the millions. Fire God's World. A delicate voice sounded from the fire dragon. At this moment, flames soared into the sky. The porcelain doll-like beauty had activated some kind of immortal body. She began to grow and turned into a beautiful woman with a seductive body. Flames surged all over her body, attracting the attention of thousands of people. With a light wave, flames bloomed. A major law appeared, and it had reached the peak of the half-step realm. Pa, pa, pa. The pool of blood burned, emitting a fishy smell. The children in the pool of blood let out ferocious cries. They released surging evil chi that turned into a wind dragon and swept towards the fire spirit princess. What a fierce ghost! The fire spirit princess's face turned serious. She did not dare to underestimate the evil chi. With a wave of her right hand, a large number of people flew up and became her scapegoats. They were swept up by the evil chi wind dragon and turned into ashes. Fire spirit princess, no! Many people shouted anxiously. They did not have any intention to resist the fire spirit princess and could only beg for mercy. You trash! It's your fortune to be able to block the attack of the evil Chi Tianli for me. The fire spirit princess had been favored by the heavens since she was young. She was extremely arrogant and cruel. Of course this was normal. With the fire tribe as her backing, who would dare to provoke her? It's still the same. The evil Chi bead will belong to whoever can kill the evil Chi Tianli. It's the same no matter who it is. At this moment, King Tianhuang said lightly. He had delicate features and his long hair danced in the wind. He was only in his 20s. His words made it clear that no matter how powerful the fire spirit princess was, they had to follow the rules. Whoever killed the evil Chi Tianli would get the evil Chi bead. Will I, the fire spirit princess, go back on my words? Don't worry. You can attack the evil Chi Tianli, but the one who will get the evil Chi bead will still be me because only I can kill it. The fire spirit princess shouted. Her long white legs were faintly discernible at the edge of her red dress. She was completely different from the little girl from before. It's enough to hear you say that. The crane deity nodded lightly and stared greedily at the fire spirit princess's alluring body. Was this the fire spirit princess when she grew up? However, she was indeed beautiful. Attack! Chapter 14:13. The mysterious youth makes a move. Rumble. 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 Wind and clouds rumbled as the ghostly aura turned into a vast whirlpool. Countless experts attacked the blood pool one after another. Shisha Tianli seemed to know that they were being surrounded and let out sharp screeches as he retaliated. Many experts were injured, and the weaker ones were killed instantly. At this moment, Yun Luoxia and the others were looking at the scene with serious expressions. They all wanted to get the Tianli pearl, but it was obviously difficult. Without powerful strength, they couldn't get close to it. Especially Lin Yi, the Blood River ancestor. He sighed inwardly. There were many ancient martial artists with stronger backgrounds than him, and the geniuses were even more terrifying. They had already reached the level of the 7 Emperors' recommendation. Emperor Tianhuang, the 9 Nether Troop, said that we are the powerful genius king of the palace. If he knows that we killed the 9 Nether Troop, it will be troublesome. His strength is not something we can fight against. Yun Luoxia said worriedly. Yao Ping and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about their words. His Eye of Time appeared, and his soul power gathered as he stared at the blood pool with full concentration. Gradually, the blood pool appeared in his eyes. It was indeed a ghostly god formed by the heaven and earth evil chi. There was only one kind of passion in his heart, and that was to get the Tianli pearl. He did not notice at all that a shadow had appeared behind him. It was a shadow that was as quiet as the night. She seemed to be looking ahead in a daze, but when her gaze landed on someone, her eyes immediately felt as if they were connected by flesh and blood. She is me. The ghostly shadow spoke for the first time. It was as if even if she had lost all her memories and consciousness, she would still remember that person. Sister, the second dream. Wow! Beside the ghost, Xiao Yun said in surprise. This was the first time she saw her sister the second dream speak. In her impression, the second dream had always stood in the bamboo and was silent most of the time. This made Xiao Yun suddenly have a feeling. Could it be that one of the souls of her sister the second dream was among that group of experts? At this moment, a soft singing voice floated out from the mouth of the ghost who had lost her memory and consciousness. Who frowns lightly? Sleeves dance for fleeting years. Who stands shoulder to shoulder with a sword? Who parts today and in the past, lingering for a few years, The flowering period is getting further and further away, breaking the fleeting years. That night in his memory, that lonely girl in his memory, seemed to have descended once again. The singing caused everyone's faces to change drastically. How could there be a spirit in Lin Ling's body? And it didn't seem to be a complete one, it was just one of the 3 spirits. Sister, the second dream. Little Yun shouted worriedly. As a soul, she knew that one of the 3 souls of the second dream must have appeared on the other side, causing the second dream, which had not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation, to appear after seeing one of the souls of the past. At the same time, on the ground ahead, someone frowned and looked at Lin Ling. She vaguely felt that something was calling her, telling her to go back, or she would miss something. However, she frowned and ignored it. Her gaze fell on the blood pool. The blood around Shisha Tianli was getting dimmer and dimmer. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. However, Shisha Tianli was also struggling. This caused the resentment and evil qi to become even more terrifying. No one dared to go near him. Obviously, the crucial moment was about to arrive. Everyone in Yin Mountain was excited. Who could kill Shisha Tianli? There were so many experts, so many geniuses, so many referrals. Who would be the king? Let me do it. I am the fist of the world. King Tianhuang wanted to be the one to shock the world. He immediately attacked, but Shisha Tianli was also at a crucial moment. It was time for him to merge with the Tianli bead. Hence, the evil qi around him became even crazier and blocked the powerful fist. Damn it! Moreover, a large amount of evil qi surrounded King Tianhuang. He was furious. It seemed that he had to hide for a while. The other geniuses, the crane god in white clothes, the young man with the scissors, the young man with the demonic thunderbolt's intent, were all ready to attack. At the same time, in the distance, 2 old men were floating in the sky. They were terrifyingly strong, they had already broken through to the 4th saint layer. They were smiling. It seems like King Tianhuang will obtain it in the end. If he succeeds, Champion University will recruit him as a disciple. I have high hopes for the Crane Immortal. This person is a disciple that my Younggu Immortal platform will definitely recruit. You want the Tianli bead, right? But you don't want to compete with the young geniuses. Therefore, you'll wait for the crane god to obtain the Tianli bead and give it to you. The 2 old men spoke to each other, looking at the scene in front of them like ancient gods. After they finished talking, the entire Yin Mountain calmed down. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everybody knew that the crucial moment had arrived. In the distance, the sound of weeping ghosts kept spreading in the air. At that moment, all the strong cultivators were stupefied. Their qi was condensed. The Tianli bead is mine. It was the calm before the storm. The strongest attack had finally arrived. In the sky, the golden scissors of the sun and moon appeared as if they could cut anything in the world. On the ground, white skeletons and skeletons were rushing towards the blood pool. In the distance, fire dragons roared. Thousands of fire dragons were roaring furiously. At that moment, it was a battle between heroes. Heaven and earth. However, at the same time, an ancient divine emperor arrived like a dazzling star. The space around him was distorted, and in an instant, he passed by a large number of strong cultivators. Many people were shocked. Another strong cultivator had arrived. Who was that mysterious young man? Yun Luoxia's heart was pounding. Lin Ling had been silent the whole time, but now he had disappeared. His speed was beyond their imagination. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was going to compete with the heroes. This guy! Lin Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, a transcendent, had rushed into the battlefield of a 3rd heaven saint. This was unbelievable. Of course, Lin Yi felt a strong sense of pride in his heart. After all, Lin Ling was someone from the great Xianpang region. Big brother Lin Ling. Xiao Yun said worriedly. She only knew now that Lin Ling was ready to attack. That was why he didn't see the second dream behind him. You're courting death. On the Yin Mountain, countless people roared. That person was so fast. Didn't he know that the bird that pokes its head out gets shot? The first person to attack would have to face the Tianli bead. Rumble. Sure enough, the Tianli bead appeared and engulfed the black-robed figure, causing him to disappear from everyone's sight. You overestimate yourself. King Tianhuang, Crane Fairy, Princess Hualing, and the other strong cultivators laughed disdainfully. Uprooting the heavens. However, at that moment, a sword light appeared and cut through the Tianli bead. How is that possible? He's not afraid of the Qianli bead. Could it be that he's not afraid of the 5 elements? Is he immune to wind, fire and thunder? At that moment, everyone's hearts exploded. Chapter 14:14. Battle for the One-Line Heavens. You dare kill me? Almost as soon as his voice fell, the huge shadow of a child floated out from the blood pool, glaring fiercely at the black-robed figure, an endless amount of power gushing out, like a sea of blood was about to drown him. This time, the attack was filled with evil qi, obviously even more terrifying. He was lucky enough to block the evil qi before, but he definitely won't be able to block the evil qi this time. The first idiot to act died, blocking Gui Sha Tianli's strongest attack for us. Now that he's exhausted again and again, it's our turn. None of the masters present believed that the black-robed figure could still survive. Being submerged in the sea of blood was the result of being submerged in the world evil qi, a power so strong that even a third-layer saint wouldn't dare face it head-on. Flame Dragon's fury, unseal. At that moment, a shout rang out, and in mid-air, a fiery cloud appeared and a dazzling light bloomed from the sea of blood. Like a sea urchin, the sea of blood was gradually incinerated, and a huge ancient fire dragon king appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing the expressions of countless people to stiffen. That mysterious youth hadn't died and had even blocked Gui Sha Tianli's attack? Who are you? A mere transcendent. Why aren't you afraid of my evil qi? What kind of talent do you have? And that sword of yours, what is it? How can it absorb my evil qi? A sharp voice rang out at the same time. It was Gui Sha Tianli, his voice like thunder in everyone's ears. A transcendent? Was there even a transcendent realm cultivator qualified to fight here? Impossible. Even a third-layer Saint Realm Master had to be careful when facing Gui Sha Tianli. However, the truth was right in front of them. A transcendent realm cultivator had also joined the battlefield. I am the one who obtained your heavenly ruthless bead. A domineering voice rang out. Atop the huge fire dragon king, a black-robed young man stood indifferently, his fiery red hair dancing wildly in the wind, his sword seemingly made of fire, shocking the world. Who is this person? His fire martial Dao seems to have reached the grand accomplishment stage, only slightly weaker than mine. The fire spirit princess frowned. This was the first time she had seen someone whose comprehension of the fire martial Dao was greater than hers. Of course, it wasn't just her, everyone was curious as to who this person was. Can he kill Gui Sha Tianli? If he succeeds, he will create a miracle. A cultivator trembled in fear. This was the first time he had seen such a crazy thing. Acting mysterious, you'll die sooner or later. King Tian Huang roared. His martial dais had been snatched by a transcendent realm junior. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, it's too late. I've already fused with the heavenly violence pearl. At this moment, a voice filled with resentment drifted out. Under countless gazes, the ferocious child slowly floated up from the blood pool. The smile on his face made everyone tremble with fear. They remembered what Gui Sha Tianli had said. After he was born, everyone would die. Damn it! We've been tricked. Its fusion with the heavenly violence pearl is even faster than we thought. All the masters present wore ugly expressions. It seemed like a great calamity was about to befall them, unless they had a large number of Saint Realm Masters on their side. But obviously, that was just wishful thinking. Heavens to die to be. Did the fusion really succeed? The fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead is the fusion of the baleful ghost qi and the heavenly ruthless bead. Right now, you have only fused with the baleful ghost qi because there are 2 types of baleful ghost qi. One is called baleful ghost qi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost qi. The other is called heavenly ruthless ghost qi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost qi. However, you are baleful ghost qi, which is formed by absorbing the heavenly ruthless ghost qi. You have fused with the baleful ghost qi, but you have not fused with the heavenly ruthless ghost qi. At this moment, an icy cold voice drifted out. Everyone saw that it was the young man standing on the fire dragon king who spoke. Who are you? Why do you know everything about me, including my birth? The slowly floating ghost Sha Tianli let out a sharp sound. Because I saw it. The youth stepped on the flame dragon king. His flaming sword was dazzling, and his black robe fluttered wildly as he shot towards Shisha Tianli. Fine, so what if you can see it? There are only 3 breaths of time left. Unless you kill me, the true baleful ghost heavenly wrath will definitely appear. Ha ha ha. An ear-piercing voice drifted out, making many people's faces turn pale. Could it be that they still couldn't make it? 3 breaths of time is enough. Fire Dragon King's sword. A line of heaven. Right at this moment, the youth moved. He slashed out with his sword, as if he was the sole ruler. This sword seemed to be the most dazzling sword. It possessed all of the destructive aura of fire. It was tyrannical, crazy, and actually made countless people unable to open their eyes. They couldn't see through that sword. What? The great laws of fire, the peak realm. Only the fire spirit princess saw through that sword. That was the martial path of fire that surpassed hers. Line of fire. A shocking line of fire appeared. It was very thin, and it sliced forward at a slow speed. However, although it looked thin, it had the power to cut through all things under the heavens. Gotcha! The blood pool was split in 2. Shisha Tianli was split in 2. There was no deafening rumbling sound, but there was nothing it couldn't cut. At the same time, Shisha Tianli, this child, let out a resentful voice. Its neck was cut off, but it used thousands of baleful auras to fuse together again. Only halfway through the fusion, it let out a terrifying voice. You cut through my Tianli bead. Humph. Everyone looked over and clearly saw that the Tianli bead and Shisha Tianli were separated by a sword. Although they continued to fuse together, it was obvious that they had failed. This meant that the sword had hit a vital point. I will be back. Boom. Rumble. Finally, Shisha Tianli exploded. Thousands of baleful auras gushed out in all directions. Then, a blood-red stone fell from the sky. Finally, it was caught in the black-robed youth's hand. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out. The Tianli bead is mine. Done. The entire Yin Mountain was silent. Shisha Tianli had appeared. Thousands of masters had arrived. They were like kings on the martial stage of the 3 profound of the human world, releasing their emperor Qi. In the end, the weak couldn't shine and couldn't stop Shisha Tianli. However, the remaining top masters, such as the Fire Spirit Princess, the Crane Immortal, King Tian Huang, and other masters, fought to the end. They were ready to use their most terrifying attack to seize the Tianli bead. However, at this moment, the mysterious youth arrived. He used the sharp sword of fire to kill the ghost and seize the Tianli bead. All of this was like a dream. Most importantly, they seemed to have learned from Shisha Tianli that the youth was only at the transcendent realm. Everyone's face froze and then turned ugly. They had thought that the youth was overestimating himself and dared to fight with them, but in the end, they were all slapped hard by the mysterious youth. This guy really succeeded. In the distance, Lin Yi's heart trembled violently. He couldn't say anything. Boss Lin Ling said that he has absolute defense, absolute speed, and absolute attack. It's true. Yao Ping's heart also jumped violently. He worshipped the mysterious youth even more. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and said lightly, "The one who kills Shisha Tianli will get the Tianli bead. No one can take it from him. This is what you said before." Yes. After saying this, he wanted to leave. He knew that he had become the focus of attention, but the matter was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. So, he immediately took action. Chapter 14-15. Critical Breakthrough Hong Long Long. 8 streams of spiritual qi bloomed wildly, merging together like a heavenly river, condensing towards the largest sea. Saint Sea Descent. Obviously, the ghost face grass Lin Ling had swallowed before was showing its effects. He's breaking through. Many people's eyes trembled fiercely. That guy was really arrogant, taking first place with a single sword strike and then ignoring everyone, breaking through just like that. As for Lin Yi and the others in the distance, they all smiled bitterly and looked at each other before rushing to Lin Ling's side without any hesitation. They were all Saint Realm masters, so they knew that breaking through to the Saint Realm was of great importance. Moreover, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it this time, they might not have another chance in their lifetime. Moreover, one should not be disturbed during a breakthrough, so no matter what, they chose to help Lin Ling. As for Yin Mountain, it was still silent. Who is this boy? Finally, a voice drifted out. It was King Tian Huang. No matter who he is, he stole our heavenly ruthless bead. He Xian stared at Lin Ling, who was cultivating with malicious intent. In addition to him, many masters also frowned and stared deeply at Lin Ling. Although this boy killed Gui Sha Tianli, the heavens will not allow him to openly steal Gui Sha Tianli. A master said loudly, moreover, the heavenly ruthless bead should be shared equally among all of us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's emotions were stirred. Only those who were capable would be able to obtain it. Indeed, how could such a rare treasure of heaven and earth be obtained by Lin Ling alone? Most importantly, no one knew Lin Ling, which meant that Lin Ling's background was very ordinary. At most, he was at the level of a referral, so there was no need for them to be afraid of him. Wait, you all agreed before that the one who killed Gui Sha Tianli would get the heavenly ruthless bead, but now, you seem to be going back on your words. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Yi stood in front of Lin Ling, frowning at the crowd. He made his move after we injured Gui Sha Tianli, so he snatched our harvest. Since he doesn't follow the rules, we naturally won't follow the rules either. Heaven Wasteland King's cold laughter came out. What a joke. We saw it just now. When Shisha Tianli descended, the evil aura became even stronger, but you didn't dare to approach. Moreover, even if you could attack, would you be able to kill Shisha Tianli? Lin Yi's words were filled with mockery. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Indeed, if Lin Ling had not made a move, they might not have been able to succeed. That was because Lin Ling's sword had severed the fusion of the heavenly ruthless bead and the heavenly ruthless ghost. That sword had been so tricky that they could not do it. They also did not know that the heavenly ruthless ghost was hiding such a secret. He's only relying on that sword. That sword looks like a pretty good heavenly soldier. It's very likely that it has reached the heaven stage. Crane Immortal's white robe fluttered as he smiled. It seemed like he was talking about how strong Lin Ling was, but he was also telling everyone that Lin Ling's sword was a pretty good treasure. This made many people stare at Lin Ling's sword, their eyes turning colder. 1. Lin Ling was in the midst of a breakthrough. This was an opportunity. 2. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he was only a Saint Realm First Heaven. Although his strength was a little mysterious, there were so many experts here. Would they be afraid of him alone? However, he killed Shisha Tianli and benefited the three mysterious of the human realm. Therefore, we will let him leave and give him some ghost face grass. However, his heavenly ruthless bead must be left behind. Moreover, his sword seems to have been obtained in the ghost realm. Even if it doesn't belong to him, it should be left behind for the true owner of the sword to claim. Crane Immortal waved his right hand, showing off his elegance. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling's sword. That sword made his heart skip a beat. That's great. At least we can answer to the 7 emperors. He took someone else's item. Naturally, he has to return it. Moreover, he met us. If he met other experts, they would have killed him long ago. That's right. Letting him leave is giving us a way out. Many experts nodded. They would take back the heavenly ruthless bead first and discuss how to split the loot. Of course, there was also the sword. Then let me take back the sword. Moreover, your team seems to have killed my 9 nether troop. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Without giving Lin Ling and the others any more time, King Tianhuang walked towards Lin Ling. Although he looked calm, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I am the world palm. He struck out with his palm. It was extremely domineering, as if the whole world was under his control. This was a rare domineering law. It was similar to Lin Ling's Fiend God Overlord physique. It could withstand the 5 elements: wind, fire, lightning, yin and yang. Lin Yi frowned. The situation was getting troublesome. He couldn't stop these experts. Flame God World. However, at this moment, a shout was heard. The mighty flame was like the master of a world. Under countless gazes, it collided with the domineering palm. In the end, the 2 terrifying attacks were annihilated. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Someone is helping? They looked over and saw a red-haired girl coldly looking at them from afar. She stretched out her jade-like hand, and flames burned on her palm. Moreover, she seemed to have used a powerful attack. Her celestial body was also finished, and she turned into a 5-year-old porcelain doll-like girl. Although she was cold, she was extremely cute. The disciple of the warlord, Princess Hualing? Everyone was in disbelief. Princess Hualing, what do you mean by this? King Tianhuang frowned and said. At this moment, the fire spirit princess' bright eyes were filled with indifference. She ignored the Heaven Wasteland King and instead looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. This was the first time she had seen this young man. However, his handsome features and calm eyes gave her a strange feeling, as if she owed him something. I said that the heavenly ruthless bead belongs to me. Anyone who dares to take it will be killed. He wants to leave it to me, said the Princess Hualing in a clear and melodious voice. Many people suddenly understood. So that was how it was. But it was in line with Princess Hualing's temperament. All right, attack, said the Princess Hualing. Everybody looked at Princess Hualing. However, Princess Hualing frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to kill that young man for the time being. If you can't do it, I'll do it, said King Tianhuang. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more annoyed he was. Lin Ling was surprisingly asking Princess Hualing to help him. Why? How dare you? I said that his life is mine, said Princess Hualing, shouted Princess Hualing. Her voice was like a silver bell. Nobody dared offend her. She wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't. Was she going to wait until Lin Ling broke through to the next cultivation layer? Everybody frowned. Princess Hualing was the only one who could stop them. Because she was a disciple of the warlord clan, nobody dared offend her. Of course, ordinary people didn't dare offend a disciple of Champion University. But it was a different story if she was a disciple of Champion University. Princess Hualing, even though he offended you, he helped millions of people, so you can't kill him. However, you have to hand over his sword and the heavenly ruthless bead. All right. Chapter 14-16. You want to steal my sword? It's old Jean. Yes. And old Xian from Yungu Celestial Stage. Yes. Many people recognized the two old men and immediately bowed respectfully. Those two old men were like the Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper because they were real legendary disciples from Champion University and Yungu Celestial Stage. Everybody had to look up to them. When the two Mount Tai and the Northern Dipper appeared, the Een Mountain became even more silent. I know who the owner of his sword is. Therefore, I'll take his sword and give it back to its owner. Yes. Two old men appeared in front of the crowd. Old Xian smiled. His eyes were burning with passion. That sword was quite powerful. He had taken a fancy to it. The fire spirit pouted. She didn't know what to say because she didn't know why she wanted to help that young man. She had just helped him without thinking. Lei Yi, go and bring that sword and the heavenly ruthless bead here. These two treasures don't belong to that young man. Elder Xian knows the owner of the sword, so he'll take care of them. As for the heavenly ruthless bead, it was obtained through great effort, but it still needs an owner. Until the final owner appears, I'll take care of it. Yes, said Old John in a dignified way. Many people had the impression that Old John wanted the Tian Violent Pearl. I agree with Old John. Old John has unquestionable integrity. It's fair for him to take care of the treasure. Yes, I agree too. Yes, shouted many people after remaining silent for a few seconds. They couldn't get the Tian Violent Pearl, so they supported Old John. After all, in the future, they would need his help. They couldn't miss that opportunity. When someone spoke up, the others didn't want to be outdone. They all supported Old John. Old John, Old Jen, don't worry, I'll take the sword and the Tian Violent Pearl back. Yes, said the young man called Lei Yi, smiling and walking towards Lin Ling. He had already been recommended to Champion University, but this time he had helped Old John, so Old John would think highly of him. Those guys. Yes. The faces of Yao Ping and the others darkened. It was just that there were too many experts here, so they had no right to speak. Lin Ling remained seated cross-legged in his Dantian region. Rumbling sounds continued to echo out as his 8 spiritual sources merged together to form an enormous sage sea. Once the sage sea appeared, he would transcend mortality and become a sage. Moreover, Old Z continued to whisper in Lin Ling's ear, telling Lin Ling that it was more difficult for him to break through to the next realm than for ordinary people because he cultivated 3 types of essence, Qi, and spirit Qi. On top of that, his spiritual Qi was simply too vast, so he only needed 1 Dan to break through to the Saint realm. Lin Ling's Saint Qi was the purest and most condensed of all. Pop, pop. At the same time, in Lin Ling's Soul Qi, the the sky shattered and fused together. This allowed Lin Ling's understanding of the void to deepen. The symbol of the Saint Realm was to comprehend the void. However, not every early-stage Saint Realm cultivator would be able to comprehend the void. Most of them would only be able to comprehend the void after reaching the late stage of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique allowed him to distort space, allowing him to become more familiar with the void. Space separation. The so-called space separation not only allowed Lin Ling's distorted space to become stronger, but it also allowed the law of space to form an attack. Space slash. A voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Isolating the energy of heaven and earth, it formed a kind of space slash, also known as the void slash. One had to know that heaven and earth were filled with spiritual chi. No matter where one went, there would be spiritual chi. However, space could be devoid of spiritual chi. This was proof of the power of space. Once this power was controlled, the attack power would be incomparably terrifying. It seems that my godly demon overlord physique has an additional attack. Heaven. Lin Ling thought to himself. Currently, he cultivated 3 types of essence, chi, and spirit. Absolute defense, fiend god overlord physique. All immortal physiques below the 10th grade of the Yellow Realm would be crushed, and his physical body was extremely strong. Absolute speed, space distortion, and now space separation. He could separate the opponent's powerful attack by at least 50%. At the same time, he could form this kind of attack into a slash, which was extremely terrifying. Absolute attack, Emperor rank tyrannical song sword, and space slash. In fact, space slash was also heaven uprooting, but with the addition of the power of space, the attack was even stronger. Of course, in terms of attack power, Lin Ling's strongest points were still his soul force and tyrannical song sword. Rumble. This time's comprehension seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Lin Ling's Dantian Saint Si was finally successfully condensed, and there was also excess spiritual chi continuously flowing in, allowing his realm to gradually stabilize. This was very scary because very few people could stabilize their realm immediately after breaking through. From another perspective, this also showed how many heavenly treasures Lin Ling had consumed. My strength has increased by 3 times. Lin Ling's heart was filled with pride. At the same time, Lei Yi had already arrived in front of Lin Ling and laughed disdainfully. Just a transcendent trash. He actually dared to snatch the heavenly violence bead in the midst of a battle for supremacy. This was a disgrace to him. But so what if he was dazzling? Wasn't the heavenly violence bead still going to belong to the 2 titans? Even his sword had been snatched away. Then his hand slowly reached for the sword. At the same time, old Xian, who was far away, smiled slightly. Was the sword going to succeed? Bas. However, just as Lei Yi's hand touched the sword, a hand slowly landed on his wrist and stopped him. Sir, why did you touch my sword? At the same time, a cold voice drifted out. At this moment, Lin Ling woke up and looked coldly at Lei Yi. He woke up? How lucky, he actually succeeded in breaking through, but he's only a Saint Realm First Heaven. The crowd was surprised, but then they all sneered. The young man was really lucky to be able to break through at such a time. Of course, if the Fire Spirit Princess hadn't delayed him, the young man would have already failed. You're awake? That's even better. Now let me tell you, your sword was stolen from someone else, so you have to hand it over. Also, you have to hand over the Qianli bead. Old John and Old Jen saw that you killed Qianli Gue and spared your life. Now get out of here. Lei Yi was also surprised, but he quickly said indifferently. His cold eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know what was going on. Lin Ling, they want to steal your loot. Lin Ling explained the situation from the side, causing Lin Ling's face to turn cold instantly. You want to steal my sword? Lin Ling looked indifferently at Lei Yi. First, it's not that I want it, but the original owner of the sword wants it back. Second, did I allow you to speak to me in such a tone? Lei Yi said word by word. In front of so many people, he couldn't embarrass himself. However, this young man overestimated himself and questioned him. This made his anger boil. Now, you only have one choice. Hand over the sword and the Qianli bead and get out of here. Lei Yi said again, his attitude extremely firm. He wanted Lin Ling to get out of here like a stray dog. Very well, then I'll give you a choice. Chapter 14-17. Given a choice, the corners of Lei Yi's mouth curled up, curious as to what choice he would make, but just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling took a step forward and a terrifying physical strength erupted from his left hand, this time mixed with the power of his Saint C. I'll give you a choice, Scram. A fist punched out, its aura capable of uprooting mountains and rivers. It smashed into Rei's stomach, causing Rei's pupils to constrict. He never imagined that this youth would dare to attack him. But in the next moment, a terrifying strength swept out, crushing the Saint C in his dantian. He bent over like a shrimp, and then he was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. He crashed into the distance and immediately lost consciousness. This punch was undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning, shocking everyone present. Lin Ling had actually dared to attack, so the choice he had given was to use his fist? You're quite bold. The two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper Realm were stunned for a moment before shouting loudly. A trivial Saint Realm Jr. actually dared to attack them in front of them. Courting death, we gave him a way out and told him to scram, yet he actually dared to resist. Lei Yi only took back his sword, but he didn't appreciate it and instead attacked him. If it were up to me, we'd definitely teach him a lesson. The crowd of heroes all let out angry voices. This young man was simply too arrogant. You bunch of trash. Do you only know how to flatter others? You only know how to be envious of others after they snatch your treasures, yet you're so shameless as to cultivate the martial Dao. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't seem to notice everyone's anger, his cold eyes sweeping over them. Yun Luoxia had told him what had happened before, letting him know that if it weren't for her help, he would have failed to break through. Moreover, Gue Sha and Tianli were killed by him, so these people not only didn't want to be grateful, they also wanted to steal his Tianli bead and even snatch his sword. If it were before, he would have immediately fled upon encountering so many masters, but now, his strength had greatly increased, and the situation was no longer something others could control. He was the master of this world. Trash. You're calling all of us trash? The crowd became even more restless. They had seen arrogance before, but none of them had ever seen such arrogance. Even the two titans of Mount Tai and Big Dipper couldn't help laughing. This young man's strength was indeed not bad, being able to enter the Saint Realm battlefield as a transcendent, but that was it. He didn't have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Yin Shan's angry roar was like a tidal wave. The crowd was furious. Reckless Jr., although Old Jean and Old Xian are only at the fourth layer of the Saint Realm, they are the disciples of legends of the mortal world. Their statuses are high, yet this junior dared to call them trash. In the distant periphery of Yellow Spring Mountain, a large number of powerhouses were also watching the scene on Yin Mountain. These people were even stronger, having reached the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm. What an unyielding young man. Even if he dies, he won't hand over the sword. I want to see how long he can last. These powerhouses were divided into 3 groups. They were from Black Origin, Black Pong, and Black Yellow. They were the only ones in the Ghost Realm who could enter Yellow Spring Mountain. One of the groups was from Black Sky Dynasty, one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Xianpeng Province. Black Sky Dynasty was a super powerful existence in Kuan Temple. It was as famous as the Black-White Dao Palace, Great Sword Pavilion, and Hong Mansion. In Xianpeng Province, it was second only to the 7 Emperors World. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Has this Lin Ling started to enter the 3 profound stages of the mortal world? A handsome man in that group said. He knew Lin Ling. He's Lin Ling, who's currently in the limelight in Xianpeng territory. It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. However, Senior Pooh, this person is from Heavenly Temple. Are you interested? I'm not interested, but I owe him a favor that I haven't paid back yet. The 3 top groups all looked at Yin Shan and expressed their opinions. They were watching the scene in front of them as if they were watching a good show. Yin Shan's angry voice was still like the waves of the sea. Lin Ling, they're disciples of Champion University and Yun Gu Celestial Stage. They're also elders. You can't offend them, said Yun Luoxia hastily. Lin Ling could offend anyone, but he couldn't offend 3 legendary cultivators. Besides, they knew that Lin Ling was proud and arrogant. He knew what was right and what was wrong. Therefore, even if the heavens were big, Lin Ling wouldn't lower his head. Masters, please listen to me. Yun Luoxia quickly spoke for Lin Ling. Hearing that, the 2 old men sneered and said indifferently, Then what do you want to say? My teammates don't know how strong you are, so if they offend you, please forgive them. You're a titan, you won't lower yourself to our level. Said Yun Luoxia. Said Yun Luoxia. The two old men nodded. They represented Champion University and Yungu Celestial Stage, so they cared about their reputation too. Even though we won't blame him, his sword is my friend's, so he has to give it back. And the Tianli Pearl, everybody worked hard to get it, so he has to give it back. Then, he has to apologize and kowtow. Let's forget about what happened before. Old John stroked his beard and said with a strong sense of righteousness. As expected of Old John, he has unquestionable integrity. Surprisingly, he doesn't blame Lin Ling. He's an emperor's disciple. How could he lower himself to the same level as that young man? Lin Ling, you're lucky. Kneel down and kowtow and apologize. Said the crowd worshipping him. Old Xian smiled and said, of course, if cultivators can't solve problems with words, they can solve problems with strength. He can also prove himself. I'll let the three of them fight for the sword. If he wins, we'll leave immediately and forget about this. As soon as these words were said, many people were even more impressed. The two great masters actually gave Lin Ling a chance. But for Yun Luoxia and the others, it wasn't an opportunity because Lin Ling couldn't stop them. It also meant that no matter what, Lin Ling would have to leave empty-handed. Lin Ling, what should we do? Asked Lin Yi, looking at Lin Ling and frowning. Lin Ling looked at the crowd indifferently. He suddenly smiled coldly and said, all right. A soft voice drifted out and silenced the Yin Mountain. The two titans were startled as well. This young man actually agreed? Even though Lin Ling had killed Shisha Tianli, everybody knew that Lin Ling's sword had been very tricky. It had cut off the fusion between Shisha Tianli and the Tianli Pearl. In terms of strength, there were countless heroes here. How could Lin Ling stop them? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm first-layer cultivator. Moreover, he had broken through by luck. You really agree? Even old Jean was surprised. But he quickly became happy. If that was the case, he would get Lin Ling's treasure. No one would say that he was bullying the weak. When Shisha Tianli was born, they didn't make a move because they couldn't put down their faces to fight for it. It was the same now. However, Lin Ling had given them an even better excuse to get the treasure. Of course I agree. Why not? Lin Ling nodded, but the person who fights must have 100 ghost face grass. If I win, the ghost face grass will belong to me. If I lose, the sword and Tianli Pearl will belong to me. It's a fair fight. Do you dare? Chapter 14:18. I don't know what you should thank me for. After hearing this, many people were startled. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a request. However, they glanced at the two titans and immediately became spirited. This was even better because they had helped the two titans obtain the sword and the heavenly violence pearl. This favor would be even clearer and the two titans would remember them. Elder Jean and Elder Xian both smiled. They naturally agreed to this condition. Then let's have a fair duel. Don't worry, even if you can't win, we won't let anyone kill you. With us two elders here, your safety is guaranteed. Moreover, if your talent is not bad, we can give you some pointers and let you have the qualifications to be recommended. Elder Xian was extremely happy, so he decided to give Lin Ling a way out. It was as if he was bestowing some kind of treasure upon Lin Ling, causing the eyes of many heroes to turn red. Hearing those words, Lin Ling was stunned. He sneered and said, I can't guarantee that I won't kill your dog. Besides, you want to give me pointers? Who do you think you are to give me pointers? The joy in the hearts of the two Mount Tais north seemed to have been splashed with cold water. Boom! As for the surrounding heroes, their hearts were about to explode. What an arrogant junior! How insolent! Who's the first one to die? However, the voice that made them furious once again drifted out. Lin Ling wanted them to die? All right, immortal general, you go. Old John's expression was extremely gloomy. He coldly looked at Lin Ling and said, seeing that you're still young, we won't let the older powerhouses go up, lest you say that we have an unfair advantage. If that's the case, I won't be able to put down my face. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Lin Ling said apathetically, which infuriated Elder Jean even more, but he endured it. Thank you, Old Jean, for giving me this opportunity." That youth called Undying General laughed excitedly. Right now, he didn't have a recommendation quota, but after obtaining a favor, this recommendation quota wouldn't be difficult. "Haha, thank you, Lin Ling." The immortal general strode forward, the wind and clouds billowing. He was at the second layer of the Saint Realm, a 7th-level golden class talent. Not to mention that Lin Ling was only at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Even if they were at the same level, the immortal general wouldn't fear him. "Thank me?" This time, Lin Ling was a little puzzled. Why did the other party thank him? Don't you know how hard it is to get a recommendation? Even if you have great strength, it will be very difficult for you to enter the 3 great legends of the mortal realm without a recommendation. Now that you have helped me, how can I not thank you? The Undying General calmly spoke, making Lin Ling laugh coldly. He finally understood what the Undying General meant. "Are you so confident that you can win? Not only can I defeat you, I can even kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try." The immortal general had great confidence in himself. "Good, put down the 100 stalks of ghostface grass, then you can die." Lin Ling nodded, making the immortal general stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. "You were really strong before, but you only killed Gue Sha Tianli when he was in danger. Now, I can kill you in 3 moves. No, I can't kill you, I can defeat you. Immortal General, let him know who he is." As soon as his words fell, the surrounding voices were like waves. No one thought that Lin Ling would win. Even Yun Luoxia and the others were the same. Although Lin Ling was very strong, they knew that the Immortal General had gone to the lower Xian ranking and almost made it into the ranking. This showed how terrifying he was. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling had killed Tengu when he was in the Transcendent Realm. Tengu was a master on the ranking list, ranked at the bottom. Now that Lin Ling had reached the Saint Realm, these heroes were like dogs. Immortal Heaven Cloud shattering. The surrounding voices made the Immortal General even more domineering. Grand Principles appeared, and they had almost reached the Great Accomplishment Realm. His talent was shattering, and he could shatter the clouds in the sky. This guy's strength has greatly improved. Among the cheering crowd, many of them had solemn expressions. Only Fire Spirit Princess knew that Lin Ling's Fire Martial Dao was stronger, reaching the Great Accomplishment Realm. He had even reached the pinnacle of the One-Line Sky. However, Lin Ling's talent and immortal physique were not as good as the Immortal General's, and his realm was lower. Rumble! The ground of Een Mountain exploded, as if everything in the world was shattering. The Immortal General's attack was extremely domineering, and clouds covered Een Mountain. "Seniors, I've won." At this moment, a proud voice drifted out from the clouds. It was the Immortal General's voice. He had used his strongest attack just now, wanting to kill with one blow and cause a sensation. "Good, Immortal General, the overlord of the great Shenyuan domain. I have faith in you." Old John stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. That was too easy. He was defeated just like that? Sigh. I really envy the Immortal General. If only I had gone up, I would have gained the favor of the 2 great disciples. Sigh. Many people stared at the clouds, quietly waiting for the Immortal General to come out. However, right at this moment, space rippled, and an illusory figure appeared behind the Immortal General like water ripples. The Immortal General stopped in his tracks, and his pupils constricted. The one who appeared behind him was Lin Ling. Not bad at all. A large area attack, but the loophole in the Grand Principles is too large, so it can be easily avoided. Sigh. A disdainful voice sounded. Meanwhile, the Immortal King's body trembled. How could this be? He had just turned around, but what welcomed him was a sword that revealed its sharpness. Within the power of 8 universes, it carried the power of space, cutting through space, fiercely slashing over. Empty sword. Sigh. The Immortal General seemed to have seen the final sword of his life. It was incomparably dazzling, and that sword was so fast that it actually had the power to distort space. You ambushed me. Sigh. He only let out one last sound, and then his head fell off, rolling out of the clouds. Meanwhile, at this moment, everyone outside was still quietly waiting for the Immortal General to walk out of the clouds. But soon, a voice that said, "You ambushed me," drifted out, making many people's hearts tremble. Then, a rumbling sound sounded, and a head rolled out from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the Immortal General's head. "Silence, Absolute silence. They all thought that the immortal general would definitely win, but who knew that in the end, what he exchanged for was a head. Most importantly, that head belonged to the immortal general. You are thanking me? I don't know what you should be thanking me for. Sigh. At the same time, the clouds gradually scattered. A black-robed youth walked out, an evil smile at the corners of his lips, looking at everyone with contempt. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all stared at the youth in shock. That youth was extremely cold, his smile carrying an evil aura, seemingly calm, but hiding a storm. You killed him. Elder Jean and Elder Xian were stunned, and then they both roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would win, and even kill the immortal general. If you want to take advantage of others, then you definitely have to put your life on the line. Before, when I killed Gue Sha Tian Li, I also put my life on the line. Lin Ling said indifferently, pointing his sword at the crowd in front of him. There are 2 more who wants to go. Go. Arrogant. Go. Chapter 14:19. Strength blooming Amitba. This old monk will do it. Tian Long de Chan Master. You are too old, it's not a fair fight, let me do it. At this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and a domineering figure appeared above Lin Ling's head, looking down at him. You killed my Lin Ling troop, didn't you? This person is King Tian Huang. Lin Ling seemed to be very strong, but he had heard the immortal general say that Lin Ling had sneak attacked him. This meant that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than the immortal general. Otherwise, why would Lin Ling sneak attack him? He could just crush him. Therefore, he estimated that Lin Ling was definitely weaker than him. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at the king in the sky indifferently. Haha, you're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I admit that you're very strong, but you only won because of a sneak attack. Now, you'll have to face my world palm. A domineering voice floated out from King Tian Huang's mouth. His body was as majestic as a palace, and his palm fiercely slammed out, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the earth to explode. The moment he attacked, he exploded with the power of a heavenly pattern martial art. Moreover, he was a 3rd heaven saint expert with a 7th grade yellow rank immortal body, the tyrant body of heaven and earth. Once the great law appeared, he would dominate and have the power to crush everything. The crowd in the distance was boiling. Lin Ling had won previously, but it seemed to be a sneak attack. Now that he met King Tian Huang, he could still sneak attack? Empty sword. Staring at the terrifying palm in the sky, Lin Ling was still like a proud swordsman. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced towards the sky. The sword in his hand was majestic, blooming with unparalleled power. Although the opponent's cultivation was higher, it wasn't like Lin Ling hadn't killed someone of this realm before. Tengu was one of them. Rumble. The sword and the huge palm collided, shaking heaven and earth, and rolling thunder and wind. He's also very strong. Many people's faces were solemn. Lin Ling was actually not killed by a single palm strike. His strength was indeed not bad. Heaven Wasteland King furrowed his brows. His I am the world palm was invincible and could suppress all the cultivation of the opponent. However, in front of Lin Ling, the additional effect seemed to be useless. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing the heavens with his sword. Finally, with a ruthless slash, he severed the I am the world palm. That tyrannical slash caused even more people to suck in a breath of cold air. Before, they were not willing to let Lin Ling obtain the treasure, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was indeed qualified. At least in a one-on-one battle, there were very few people present who could win against Lin Ling. You only have this little bit of strength. I only used one palm, but you blocked it with all your strength. Now, it's time for me to get serious. Heaven Wasteland King was still floating in the air, his indifferent voice coming out of his mouth. In the 3 profound of the human world, he was all-powerful and had defeated countless opponents. Now, he finally met an opponent who could move him. Because the opponent was only in the saint realm, he could block his palm. However, that was all. I am the world fist. I am the world palm. I am the world body. Rumble. In the sky, mountain-like fists and palms pressed down majestically. As soon as those palms came out, many people had difficulty breathing. They found that those attacks were not only powerful, but also carried the aura of the great law. It was so tyrannical that it actually compressed the spirit chi of the entire sky. The spirit chi was compressed as if it was controlled. This showed that I am the tyrannical world palm. Rumble. All the giant palms slapped out, instantly drowning Lin Ling. He was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of one of the most powerful teams in Een Mountain today, they obliterated Lin Ling with thunderous momentum. This time, we should be able to win. Old John and Old Xian said indifferently. What a powerful great law of martial arts. However, thank you for your strength. Now, it's time for you to die. However, at this moment, a cold shout sounded. Flames erupted from the cratered ground below. A destructive, tyrannical, and crazy aura rushed into the sky. Dragons! Countless dragons swam out from the ground as if they were burning the sky. The great law of fire, the peak realm. The fire spirit princess was the most sensitive to fire. At this moment, her baby face was full of shock because she had not reached this realm. What? He's not dead yet? Old John and Old Xian also had difficulty breathing. They also felt a strong pressure. In their eyes, millions of fire dragons roared and clustered around a fire dragon king, majestically flying into the sky. At the head of the fire dragon king, the black-robed youth looked like a king descending to the world. He was like the wrath of the fire god, looking down on the world. Stealing my things, and you even have a reason to do so. Heaven Wasteland King, you are really a disgrace to my palace. The cold voice was like a clap of thunder in King Tianhuang's ears. His face turned pale. The young man was at the first level of the Saint Realm, but he gave off a powerful pressure as if he was at the fourth level of the Saint Realm. How could this be? Could it be that the youth had absorbed his strength? Yes, it was the sword. Heaven Wasteland King stared at Lin Ling's sword in shock. This time, he completely understood. It was that sword. Run, you have 3 breaths of time to run. Stepping on the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling appeared in front of Heaven Wasteland King and said indifferently. In your dreams, I am a genius king of the palace, one of the recommended candidates. How can I run? Heaven Wasteland King roared. Today, the heroes of Een Mountain were fighting for supremacy. He shone brightly and made countless people look up to him and worship him. How could he run away from this final battle? If you don't run, then die. Lin Ling coldly spat out a murderous voice. He was incomparably decisive. The sword in his hand fiercely slashed forward. The strength that he had absorbed from Heaven Wasteland King turned into flames and spewed out. Lin Ling's great law of fire was only at the small success stage, but with the help of the Emperor Stage Tyrant Songsword's fire formation, he could raise it to the large success stage. Moreover, if he absorbed the opponent's strength, he could raise it to the peak stage. He could slash out a terrifying sword slash like one-line sky, and also use the great law of heavenly pattern martial arts of the transcendent stage. And this great law was the 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Rumble! In the sky, 10,000 dragons roared. At this moment, the ghost domain seemed to have turned into purgatory. How terrifying! Is this the fire dragon world? The faces of the people in the distance turned pale. They didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after reaching the first level Saint Realm. I am the world palm. I am the world fist. Die! Heaven Wasteland King's eyes were red. He attacked crazily, as if he wanted to break the dome of heaven with his fist. His martial arts were indeed terrifying, but he encountered the even more terrifying 10,000 forbidden great flame dragon. Those flame dragons were extremely tyrannical and could burn anything in the world. When they swept out, Heaven Wasteland King's domineering fist was burned and then exploded. 10,000 dragons roared. Terrifying. How can this be? My immortal body is not afraid of the 5 elements, Yin and Yang. How can his fire harm me? Heaven Wasteland King's heart was filled with fear. This was the first time he felt that the black-robed youth was terrifying. He then clenched his teeth. The future is long, let's fight again next time. He retreated. Escape. The crowd's mouth was dry. Even someone as strong as Heaven Wasteland King was afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying. Want to leave now? It's too late. Lin Ling indifferently spat out, making the crowd look at the sky. Only then did they realize that the dense fire dragons had formed a mysterious formation that dominated the entire sky. Great law, this was the true great law. Chapter 1420. Magnificent army frightens the world. Boom. King Tianhuang took a step forward, but the flames inexplicably exploded around him, causing him to be covered in dust. As he retreated, the flames exploded again, and he seemed to have stepped into a purgatory of fire. Wait, let me out. Tianhuang was even more afraid. What kind of martial art was this? Why did it have the power of formation runes? I beg you. His voice drifted in the sky, making many people feel unreal. One had to know that after Tianhuang arrived, even the Fire Spirit Princess was not afraid of him. Moreover, he was about to become a recommendation, so he did not care about the millions of heroes. But now, not only was he afraid, he was begging for mercy, begging the son of the Fire Dragon King in the sky. Beg me? Lin Ling smiled coldly. Begging for mercy when you are not as strong as others, but killing when you are stronger than others? How could there be such an easy thing? Die for me. Million Dragon Dance. Boom! Something even more terrifying happened. In the sky, millions of fire dragons danced, and their trajectories carried a mysterious charm of heaven and earth. The power of the Great Law was even more domineering. And this martial art was formed by Lin Ling with the formation runes. It could only be used when using the 10,000 forbidden Great Fire Dragon. No, let me out. Tianhuang was trapped in the Great Law of Fire. His voice was even more panicked as he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was blasted full of holes by the flames. His immortal physique was not afraid of the 5 elements, but in fact, it was only relatively speaking. Under the power that exceeded his knowledge, he would still be burned by the flames. In the sky, the voice gradually became softer. Tianhuang was blasted to death by the dragons. The most ironic thing was that the power that blasted him to death came from his body, absorbed by the Tyrant Song sword. So terrifying. That's right. It's that sword, right? That sword is definitely not of the king grade. I'm afraid it has reached the emperor grade and increased the power of fire by 100%. He won 2 out of 3 matches just like that. The hearts of the people in the distance exploded. For the first time, they felt that the black-robed youth was like an emperor descending. He was completely unfathomable. He was only a first-layer saint, but his strength was too terrifying. Even old Jean and old Xian looked serious. Unknowingly, there was only 1 match left. What should they do? Could it be that he was going to watch that young man leave with a treasure? Trash, a bunch of trash. A third-layer saint couldn't even stop a first-layer saint. What right do you have to say that you have a recommendation? What other dog? In the sky, the flames gradually dimmed. Lin Ling, dressed in a black robe, stared indifferently at the heroes of the world. Crazy, crazy enough. No one had expected that the most domineering person in today's battle for supremacy would be that young man. The most ironic thing was that they had previously bullied the young man because his cultivation level was low, while they had more experts on their side, so they coveted the young man's treasures. But now, it seemed that the young man's treasures weren't something that just anyone could lay a finger on. He must have been recommended, or else he wouldn't be so strong. Moreover, he should be from Xianpang Province's 7 Emperors' Heaven. Someone guessed, making even more people suck in a breath of cold air. They suddenly felt that with the recommendation of one of the 3 great legends of the human realm, that youth definitely had a seat that could laugh proudly in the human realm. Crane Immortal, you go, you must defeat him. Old John shouted. There was no other choice. He could only rely on Crane Immortal. Crane Immortal was already recommended, and he had a powerful 8th rank Yellow Realm talent. In terms of immortal physique, he was above everyone else. Impudent Junior, look over here. Crane Immortal's expression became serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. He was like an immortal crane in the clouds, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Tens of thousands of immortal cranes appeared in the sky. It was like an immortal realm, thousands of auspicious colors, and endless rays of light, making people feel as if they had entered a dreamland. The great heavenly crane physique, according to legends, was the bloodline of immortal cranes. It came from the myriad immortals island and could become immortals. Look, Crane Immortal grew a pair of wings. Many people stared at the immortal youth and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Crane Immortal was even more elegant. His white robe made him look like an immortal, with a pair of pure white wings behind his back. That kind of beauty was indescribable, and that kind of holiness was even more difficult to describe with words. The Tao of Tao without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Tens of thousands of white cranes had just appeared. Almost at the same time, Crane Immortal's hands moved frequently. Then, like a fairy scattering flowers, countless Taoist scriptures flew out along with the white cranes, forming mysterious and profound patterns. The sky was filled with white cranes. The sky was filled with ancient scriptures. The great law and the immortal physique fused together, forming the great law of Tao that controlled the world. This was Crane Immortal's most powerful technique, Taoist secret scriptures. Everything returned to the beginning. Under his great law, everything would return to their original state. It was extremely terrifying. The ghost chi in the sky returned to its original state. Even the earth returned to its original state. It was as if this was not a ghost realm, but an immortal realm. The Tao of Tao without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, then it is not real. If it is not real, then it is empty. Only his voice floated out from time to time, falling into the ears of all living beings in the world. Lin Ling, you are dead. The distant crowd was shocked by Crane Immortal's technique, but soon they cheered. This was the beginning of everything. This also meant that under Crane Immortal's great law, Lin Ling would return to his original state. At that time, he would only be an ordinary person. So how could he win? As expected of the bloodline of Myriad Immortals Island, becoming a disciple is only a matter of time. Old Xian praised. He was very satisfied. Lin Ling, this arrogant and unbridled junior, was finally suppressed. At this moment, cranes filled the sky. Lin Ling stood there quietly. He felt a mysterious aura spread out, causing his pupils to constrict. But soon, his body produced a resistance force, gradually allowing him to return to his original state. It was the Fiend God Overlord physique. Crane Immortal's great law was based on his immortal physique, but it was only yellow rank 8th rank. However, Lin Ling was yellow rank 10th rank. An 8th rank dared to be arrogant in front of a 10th rank? Are you done singing? While everyone was excited, a cold shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, shocking the entire Een Mountain. Singing? Lin Ling said Crane Immortal was singing? Even Crane Immortal's pupils constricted. Blue veins popped out on his forehead. Embarrassing. He, a dignified immortal young master, had actually become a singer. The Tao cannot be Tao. Without Tao, it is like an illusion. If it is an illusion, it is not real. If it is not real, it is empty. Heaven and earth are all cranes, thousands of mountains. There is a beginning and an end. Crane Immortal erupted with an even more powerful great law. It could make 90% of the people present unable to block his divine ability power. However, this did not include Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was even colder, as if he was being played. He took a step, distorted space, and pounced towards Crane Immortal. Are you done singing? A domineering and angry voice once again shook the world. How can he ignore the great law of heaven and earth? Everyone's heart exploded. Then, a voice of fear rose in their minds. Could it be an immortal physique that surpassed Crane Immortals? For the final battle, did you bring 100 ghost face grass? You didn't say anything before coming to fight me. Moreover, in the battle, not only did you not use your full strength, you sang everywhere, and even let chickens and ducks fly everywhere. Scram. Chapter 14:21. Lawless. Rumble. Along the way, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, destroying all the cranes in the sky and destroying the immortal realm. Emperor. It's actually an emperor. Emperor. The dignified Crane Immortal was actually singing, and the great heavenly crane was actually a chicken or a duck. Emperor. Countless people and heroes swallowed their saliva. They had seen Saint Realm experts challenge those of a higher realm, but they had never seen such an invincible one. His defense could be called abnormal. You, Emperor. As for the Crane Immortal, his eyes were red. He did not expect that Lin Ling would not be affected by his great law. He was about to say something, but at this moment, a sword came from the west. The cold killing intent scared him so much that his face turned pale. He hurriedly dodged, and the jade crown on his head fell from the sky. Pah! Falling to the ground, the crown shattered. Countless people looked over and felt that it was extremely ironic. Was this still the immortal young Master Crane immortal? At this moment, he was worse than an immortal, worse than a human, more like a stray dog. Old John, help me. Emperor! Crane immortal frantically fled. He was scared. Completely scared. What was the origin of this young man? Why did an emperor descend? Why was he not afraid of his great heavenly crane physique? At this moment, Old John and Old Xian's faces were ferocious. How did things turn out like this? 3 heroes went out to fight, and if they didn't die, they would run away. Everyone was also stunned. This result was beyond their imagination. A first-layer Saint Realm expert sweeping all 3 recommendations. This was too much of a dream. Enough! Emperor! Elder Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a roar that shook the entire heaven and earth. Many people's eyes flickered, and a terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Lin Ling had made the 2 titans lose face today. They were furious. And now that they were angry, they naturally wouldn't care about face anymore. They would definitely take action against Lin Ling. Idiot, he doesn't know that in this world, strength and status were everything. Even if he won 3 rounds, how could Old John and Old Xian let him go? Emperor! Some heroes coldly laughed. Lin Ling was arrogant, but now he couldn't be arrogant. Old John, make your move! Even more people were shouting loudly. Today, all of them had lost face, being suppressed by the venerable Emperor Youth Lin Ling. How could they swallow this humiliation? I say, enough! Old John also roared and released a powerful aura. He was a 4th-layer saint. The 2 of them were clearly furious at this moment because Lin Ling had ruthlessly humiliated them. Lin Ling, come back! Yun Luoxia and the others shouted anxiously. Mount Tai and Big Dipper had made their move. Lin Ling was in trouble. At this moment, Lin Ling also stopped and indifferently looked at Elder Zhan and Elder Xian. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, as if he had released everything and shook the entire Yin mountain. Ha ha ha! Countless gazes stared at Lin Ling hearing his arrogant laughter. Their hearts trembled. Lin Ling actually dared to laugh? However, even though they felt that Lin Ling was arrogant to the extreme, they had to admit that Lin Ling was domineering and powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a proud swordsman, fearless in the face of the world. Others laughed at him for being too arrogant, but he laughed at them for not being able to see through him. What are you laughing at? The laughter was like mockery, causing the 2 old men's expressions to become even more unsightly. I am laughing at your stupidity. Lin Ling stopped laughing. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his ancient sword was majestic. He stood in the sky and looked down at the 2 Mount Tai and Big Dipper. I know you are laughing at the unfairness of the world. You clearly won, but we don't want to admit it. Brat, I want to tell you that the world represents everything with strength, and status is even more so. The 2 of us are disciples of the Legend Realm, so you shouldn't embarrass us and be stubborn. Old Xian threw caution to the wind and coldly said, I am not laughing at the unfairness of the world, I am laughing because things are just as I thought. In the sky, Lin Ling looked down at the 2 Mount Tai and Big Dipper and indifferently said, What? He knew that this would happen? He clearly knew that he would offend the Mount Tai and Big Dipper, so why did he still stubbornly refuse to hand over the treasure? Many people were puzzled, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. Then what are you trying to say? Old John looked at Lin Ling and felt even more unhappy. Lin Ling knew that they were going to attack, but he was still not afraid. Lin Ling laughed again, and his cold and arrogant voice finally floated out. This was also the reason why he agreed to the 3 battles. I want to say that I already knew that you guys would go back on your words, so I agreed to the 3 battles. As for you guys teaching me a lesson, sorry, I have been waiting because today, I will even beat up the disciples of the Legend Realm. Boom! In the entire Yin Mountain, the hearts of countless people were like thunder. Lin Ling, it was not that he did not know that the Mount Tai and Big Dipper would go back on their words. He knew very well, so he was waiting for the Mount Tai and Big Dipper to come out and teach him a lesson. And Lin Ling's goal was to beat up the Mount Tai and Big Dipper. This kind of arrogance was simply unmatched in the whole world. The Mount Tai and Big Dipper, the disciples of the Legend Realm, the strongest and most respected existence in Yin Mountain today, Lin Ling dared to beat them? Old John and Old Xian were furious. They did not expect that they had already become Lin Ling's prey. From the beginning until now, Lin Ling did not put them in his eyes at all, and had always wanted to beat them up. You obviously want to covet my things, but you are still hypocritically looking for excuses. Your strength is clearly not much, but you are still teaching me from above. You are only proud of your identity as the disciples of the legend realm. Do you really think that you represent the heavens? Even if you are the heavens, I will still teach you a lesson today. In the sky, a series of voices crazily spewed out. How dare you? Old John and Old Xian's faces were red with anger. This young man was simply lawless. Silent destruction blade. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wanted to teach them a lesson, so what if they were angry? Rumble. An even more terrifying soul attack was released, sweeping across the world. In the ghost domain, tens of thousands of ghosts howled. Lin Ling's soul power had transformed after forging the Emperor-rank Tyrant Song Sword. Only a fourth-layer saint, what did he need to be afraid of? The soul blade carried the power of the soul seal and suppressed Old John. Old John's furious face instantly changed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Clang! The soul attack came, and Old John immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, losing the ability to fight. Old John, what's wrong? The crowd's pupils trembled fiercely. Lin Ling said that he wanted to teach the Mount Tai and Big Dipper a lesson, but now Old John was injured. What happened? Could it be that Lin Ling's strength was already able to shake a fourth-layer saint? That's too scary. What did you do to him? Old Xian's face changed drastically. He no longer had the noble and unquestionable integrity from before, but now looked like a panicked old man. I don't like him, so I beat him up. In the sky, an unruly voice drifted over. In the next moment, space distorted, and a cold young man appeared in front of Old Xian, causing his face to turn pale. Try using your great law. Let me tell you, without a 10th grade yellow rank immortal body, I will fight you like a dog. In front of my absolute defense, absolute attack, and absolute speed, a legend realm disciple like you is trash. Chapter 1422. King Xia. At this moment, if Elder Xian used his full strength, he wouldn't have been hit by Lin Ling's fist. However, he was completely shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance and Elder Zhan's injury. He immediately lost the will to fight. In truth, his strength came from his identity. Of course, the identity of a legend's disciple was enough for him to laugh at the world. However, there was one person in the world who didn't buy this and continued to beat him. Heaven and earth. Boom! Lin Ling's body flickered and appeared in front of Elder Xian. He grabbed Elder Xian's neck with one hand and slapped out with the other. Trying to take advantage of your seniority in front of me? You found the wrong person. Boom! 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 Crisp slaps resounded throughout the world. Hit! Lin Ling hit. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. He had wanted to teach these two giants a lesson for a long time. Now, he did it in front of countless heroes. Boom! Boom! The sound of the slap landed in the ghost domain, and it was as if it landed on everyone's face. This caused countless people's expressions to freeze. They were previously discussing how to divide the treasures, but they completely did not expect that the youth they ignored would be so arrogant, so tyrannical, and so terrifying. He even dared to hit Mount Tai and Big Dipper. You dare to hit me? Boom! At this moment, Elder Xian was in a daze. Lin Ling's strength was too great. Under one slap, he kept vomiting blood. His beard flew everywhere as if it was pulled out by someone. Sorry, very sorry. He wanted to resist, but Lin Ling's slaps were like a storm, making it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, Lin Ling's immortal physique was even more domineering and ignored all the pressure on his body. I don't dare to hit you? Boom! The voice that answered Elder Xian was full of mockery and disdain. With the final slap, Old Xian was directly smashed into the ground. The ground also cracked from the shock, and the palace-sized boulder floated in the air. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Old John. Respected disciple of legend, I have come to apologize to you. At this moment, Old John was indeed powerful. Lin Ling's spiritual force didn't kill him, but it made his spiritual force unstable, as if it would dissipate at any moment. When he heard Lin Ling's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Is he here to bow and apologize? Impossible. He knew that Lin Ling was here to slap his face. I'm an elder of Champion University. If you hit me, you'll die. Old John was anxious and angry, But the answer he got was a slap. Pa pa pa. If you're that strong, then I'll slap you even more. A sentence that made old Jean spit out blood again came out. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he was even more crazy about slapping faces. Pa pa pa. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary slap to the face. Each slap was filled with immense strength, causing old John's nose to become crooked and his teeth to fall out. The whole world was filled with the sound of the slaps. The heroes in the distance felt a chill in their hearts. It was completely different from Een Mountain's arrogance. After all, no matter how arrogant and domineering they would never dare to hit a disciple of a myth. However, Lin Ling, who was insignificant in their eyes, dared to. Haha, awesome. Haha. On the ground, Lin Yi and the others were dumbstruck. Then, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. They didn't like the two old men at first, but now, they could finally vent their anger. Enough, little boy, you want to die. Enough. Finally, some strong cultivators arrived in the distance. They were at the late stage of the Saint Origin layer. They couldn't stand it anymore. The two gods of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper were legends of their region, and now they were being slapped so hard that their beards were falling out. How could they endure that? When the strong cultivators arrived, Een Mountain became even more silent. They all knew that there were even stronger groups in Yellow Springs Mountain, and now those groups had arrived. Xianping Province's Xian Tian Temple, Grand Mystic Region's Xia King's 8 Yang Palace, and Shenhuang Dayu's Shrouding Heaven Dragon King. These three forces were the best of the three mysterious super sects in the human world. They were only below the three great legends of the human world. As for their strength, they were naturally at the level of summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Any one of them could easily kill everyone present. How terrifying! When Gue Sha Tianli appeared, those top cultivators didn't care about it, but that arrogant young man attracted all these ancient warriors. Xian Tian Temple. Xian Tian Temple, one of the 4 pillars of Xianpeng Province. As for Grand Mystic Region's Xia King's 8 Yang Palace, one of the Grand Mystic Region's 5 Heavenly Kings, and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King is one of the 8 Dragon Kings of Shenhuang Dayu. Xian Tian Temple. Many people were in awe. The battle between Gue Sha Tianli and Shrouding Heaven Dragon King was the most sensational battle in the human world's 3 mysterious super sects. But now it was just child's play. This was the real battle between heroes. And all of this was caused by Lin Ling. Rumble. A large number of cultivators floated in the sky. Some were riding on black dragons, some were sitting on proud suns, and some were just standing there. But their auras suppressed the entire Een Mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be unaware of the arrival of powerful ancient warriors. He was still grabbing Elder Xian and Elder Zhan and slapping their faces. Junior, how dare you insult the people of the Grand Mystic Region? You're courting death. Die. Finally, a man riding on a black dragon shouted angrily. This person was Grand Mystic Region's 8 Yang Palace. Lin Ling glanced at him. His strength was unfathomable. But soon, he saw a familiar face. It was actually Lord Pu of the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. None of your business. Die. Lin Ling laughed coldly in his heart as he let out an explosive roar. Crazy. Die. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. They had never seen such an arrogant person. He dared to be so arrogant in front of such powerful cultivators. Even Lin Yi and the others smiled bitterly. Although they knew that Lin Ling was the kind of person who would become stronger when facing strong opponents, the strength this time was too great. Every single one of them was in existence on par with Lord Mist. How could Lin Ling dare to refute them? He was dead for sure. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my Xia family? Kill. Behind Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars, several men in armor walked out. Their strength had reached the 5th layer of the Saint Realm. They were extremely powerful. Their footsteps were synchronized like an army, but they carried a terrifying rhythm that trampled on everyone's hearts. Many people paled, but even more people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see if Lin Ling would still dare to be so arrogant. Xia family? Let me ask you, Xia Wuxia is one of your people. Kill. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he looked at them coldly. Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Or do you want to beg for mercy? Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 pillars nodded indifferently. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Such a junior dared to go against his will? Beg for mercy? You don't know your limits. You only have more cultivation resources than me. If I also had cultivation resources, not only would I have slapped these two old men's faces, I would have slapped your face too. Yes, Lin Ling said word by word. He didn't have a good impression of the Xia family because Xia Wuxia had captured his teammates. You are very bold. You must die. Yes. Grand Mystic Region's 8 Pillars was also furious. His opponent dared to slap his face. Chapter 14:23. Monstrous enough, this action was telling Xia Wangbeiyang that even if he fought, he would still fight in front of Xia Wangbeiyang. This action was undoubtedly a slap to everyone's face. How arrogant! Even Princess Hualing sucked in a breath of cold air. She couldn't understand where this youth's confidence came from. Die! Die! Xia Wangbeiyang's subordinates were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Their murderous intent was fully revealed. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling die today. Lord Pu, you owe me a favor. Don't tell me you won't return it. Die! At this time, Lin Ling lightly said, Lord Pu? Everyone looked at the monstrous man. They naturally knew who he was. He was one of the 4 pillars of Xianpang province. I thought I was monstrous enough, but you're even more monstrous than me. Die! Pu Daren's seductively handsome face showed a bloodthirsty smile. His gaze as he looked at Lin Ling was full of praise. What courage did he have to be fearless in front of the heroes of the world? When he had seen this Lin Ling at the old man's place in the past, he had felt that this youth was not ordinary. The reality was so. How long had it been? But he was already standing at such a height, just a few steps away from him, Pu Daren. I, Lord Pu, may be monstrous, but I will keep my words. Die! Lord Pu had always owed Lin Ling a favor. It was the favor of Lin Ling and old man Dong Fu for helping him forge a heavenly weapon. He had been looking for a chance to return it. Today, he could finally return it. He lightly waved his hand and darkness appeared. It was as if a crow's wings gently swept across the sky. Instantly, the experts in front of Lin Ling couldn't move. That kind of power was terrifying. Lord Pu, you die! Xia Wangbeiyang's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't expect Lord Pu to take action for this junior. After all, this junior was too arrogant and offended the heroes of the world. If Lord Pu took action, he would have to bear a lot of pressure. You're only on the same level as me. You don't need to tell me what to do. Lord Pu was as demonic as ever. No one knew what he was thinking, which made Prince Xia's face as cold as ice. He wanted to have a big fight with Lord Pu, but the matter of Yellow Springs Mountain was too important. So, a big fight here would only benefit others. Furthermore, Lord Pu's strength was also monstrous, so he did not dare to underestimate him. So in the end he endured it. You can't kill me either. At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. He came in front of Prince Xiaobayang's subordinates and slapped them. I will slap your faces just the same. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of the slap was deafening. Main character, the absolute main character. Today, Lin Ling had arrived at the 3 profound realms with a nameless identity. The faces of all the heroes stiffened. He even dared to fight the people of the 5 heavenly kings. What else did Lin Ling not dare to fight? However, what they didn't know was that not only did Lin Ling dare to fight, he even dared to kill. Senior Pu, kill them, the favor you owe me will be repaid. Lin Ling said indifferently after slapping them a few times. The other party came to kill him in a domineering manner, so how could he show mercy? You really know how to make 3 colors red, but you're monstrous enough. I like it. Lord Pu licked his lips and waved his hand. A terrifying thing happened. Like the wings of a crow flying in the dark, Prince Xiaobayang's subordinates exploded and died one after another. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling were all dead. The crowd kept shaking their heads. How could it be like this? Lin Ling was invincible today. Who could stop him? All right, Lin Ling, leave this place with me. You owe me this favor. After killing the experts, Lord Pu laughed evilly. He knew that if he left Lin Ling alone here, he would die without a doubt. So, he wanted to take Lin Ling away. He also glanced at Prince Xiaobayang, and the evil smile on his face became thicker. It was as if he knew that the other party would not be angry because the treasures of Yellow Spring Mountain were all in front of him. All right, I owe you this favor. As long as it's not against the rules, you can find me any time. Lin Ling also laughed. Lord Pooh was a smart person. He then led the group to Lord Pooh. Throughout the entire process, countless eyes were watching, but no one could stop them. They could only watch as Lin Ling took the Tianli bead and left with a proud smile on his face. Let's go. Lord Pooh laughed and led the group away. Prince Xia Beong stood where he was coldly. His subordinates were all furious, but they also knew that the treasures of Yellow Springs Mountain were naturally more valuable at this moment. Let's go. The top cultivators also left one by one, leaving behind the silent Een Mountain. Everyone remembered Lin Ling's name. At this moment, on the Een Mountain, Lord Pooh and Lin Ling walked side by side. Lord Pooh laughed. You're really arrogant and monstrous. You even dared to hit a disciple of legend. I admire you. Hee, I don't like those old ghosts, so I naturally attacked. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. At that time, he had no choice but to teach them a lesson. He then cupped his hands. Thank you, Lord Pooh. Lord Pooh waved his hand. It's nothing. In my heart, if you're an enemy, you must be killed immediately. Otherwise, it's better to be a friend. Since you can't be killed, then you're a friend. If a friend is in trouble, then I'll help. Hee, it's my fortune to be friends with Lord Pooh. All right, I owe you a favor. You can find me any time. I have something to do now, so I'll leave first. Lin Ling bowed again. Now that Lord Pooh had escorted them to a safe place, he could leave as well. If you have the guts, you can come to Yellow Spring Mountain. If you can find some opportunities, it will be of great help to you in the future. Hee. Mr. Pooh smiled faintly and didn't ask Lin Ling to stay. Lin Ling nodded and left with the group. Lord Pooh, this Lin Ling is from Qian Hall. Why are you helping him? Someone beside Lord Pooh asked. This guy is not simple. Getting his favor is worth more than anything else. You must know that he was just an ant in front of me in the past, but now, I can't see through him. If you can't kill him, then don't kill him. It's better to be friends. Lord Pooh looked at Lin Ling's back and waved his hand, leading the group to Yellow Spring Mountain again. At this moment, Lin Ling's group walked out of Een Mountain. Yao Ping and the others were full of admiration. Lin Ling's actions were simply earth-shattering. If this news spread to the three mystics of the human world, it would be a compliment. This is the harvest from before. Take 50 each and we'll split up. All right. Lin Ling smiled as he looked into the distance. Lin Yi and the others had protected him before, and he recognized them as his friends. That's not good. We didn't do anything. You got these ghost face grass by defeating the heroes. Yun Luoxia said embarrassedly. We're teammates. All right. Chapter 14:24. Purpose. Xia Wu Sha, because I have some matters to deal with, we have to separate. You guys better leave the ghost domain. Lin Ling reminded. Lin Yi and the others nodded. They were here for the ghost face grass, and now that they had a good harvest, it was time to leave. Lin Ling, be careful. Yes. Everyone bid farewell to Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling once again turned into a proud swordsman and moved forward in the ghost domain. His purpose this time was Xia Wu Sha. Your Majesty, your strength has greatly increased. You can refine the heavenly ruthless pearl and increase your vitality. With this pearl, your resistance to baleful aura and ruthless aura will be stronger. Old Zi's voice rang out. He was extremely excited. My fiend god overlord physique doesn't fear the 5 elements, yin and yang, but that's only relative. If I encounter an expert stronger than my immortal physique, they can still affect me. This heavenly ruthless pearl must be refined. Lin Ling nodded. Moreover, now that your Majesty has stepped into the Saint Realm, you can cultivate in the 4th layer of the Purple Palace Realm, the Inferno Prison, allowing your Majesty's comprehension of the Fire Grand Law to reach the Grand Accomplishment stage. With the help of the Tyrant Song Sword, your Majesty's Fire Grand Law will be able to reach the Transcendent Realm, making your Majesty invincible among 4th layer saints. Yes. Lin Ling was naturally looking forward to it. He could use the peak level of the Great Law because he borrowed the power of the Tyrant Song Sword. It wasn't something he could control himself. Lin Ling refined the heavenly ruthless pearl on the way. This pearl was indeed a rare treasure. After spending a year in the Purple Palace realm to refine it, Lin Ling's vitality soared. His Fiend God Overlord physique stabilized at the 4th level. One had to know that the Fiend God Overlord physique was harder to cultivate from the 4th level onwards, but it still improved greatly, allowing Lin Ling to reach the power of 9 universes. His cultivation realm had completely stabilized. The most terrifying thing was his soul force. It broke through several levels and reached the 72nd level. Cultivators with weak soul force would die if they met Lin Ling, even if they were in the 5th layer of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling also did not expect that after the Ghost Realm trip, his strength would increase so much. Soon after, in the 4th level of the Purple Palace realm, in the world of Purgatory, the sky was filled with flames. These were all rare flames that had been collected by Great Emperor Zhai Xing in the past. Therefore, the flames in the Purgatory world were all different and colorful. Your Majesty, your current fire attribute comprehension is at the creation stage. Next, you will enter the transformation stage. Only by comprehending the transformation stage will your Majesty's heavenly pattern martial arts be able to step into the great completion stage. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Fire was his first martial Dao, and his comprehension in this aspect was the most solid. Your Majesty, there's no need to rush. We have time this time. Your Majesty has the talent and the foundation. It's only a matter of time before you comprehend it. Elder Z didn't think that Lin Ling would have a hard time comprehending it this time. At this moment, there were more teams at the periphery of the Ghost Domain than at Een Mountain because it was safer here. I've been in the Ghost Realm for a while, and I've finally found 3 stalks of ghost face grass. Hee, that's great. Let's take a rest. At the foot of a hill, a team of 5 was resting. These people were from the Great Shenyuan Domain. Then, they started a fire and roasted the dry rations that they had brought. They were also heating up wine. Although they didn't need to eat or drink with their strength, they still kept this habit. Moreover, by starting a fire in the Ghost Domain, they could prevent ghosts from approaching. The only thing they had to be wary of was their team. Good wine, fighting in the Ghost Domain, and then drinking a mouthful of wine while resting. How satisfying is this? Among the 5, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old said, Uncle Li, don't drink too much. Brother Yanchen, you have to look after Uncle Li. I'll pay attention to the surroundings. Another team member laughed. She was a woman. Although she wasn't a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, she was still quite pretty. Okay. Beside the woman was a handsome young man. He smiled and said. He was a 2nd heaven saint and was the 2nd strongest in the team. This caused the woman to admire him and even have a crush on him. Wait, there's something approaching. At this moment, the woman frowned and pulled out a sword from the side of her red robe. The others were also on high alert. I'm sorry. I smelled the fragrance of wine and came without warning. If I'm disturbing everyone, I'll leave now. However, what surprised everyone was that it wasn't a ghost that walked out of the hill. It was a handsome young man. He wore a black robe and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had a polite smile on his face, but if one looked closely, there was a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes. Are you alone? The man called Uncle Li frowned and asked. Yes. The black-robed young man nodded with a smile and turned to leave. It's not easy to travel alone in the Ghost Domain. Come and sit with us. I know that wine lovers love wine. The man called Uncle Li laughed heartily. The black-robed young man was stunned and said awkwardly, That's true. Moreover, I just finished my wine. How about this? I'll give you a ghost face grass as a reward. The young man seemed to be easy to talk to. Moreover, he was only a 1st-layer saint and he was alone, so everyone let down their guard. After the black-robed young man sat down, everyone felt more at ease. The woman in red smiled faintly and said, You're quite brave. You dare to travel alone. If you meet Gui Sha, you'll definitely die. I'm lucky, so I haven't met him yet. The black-robed young man said insincerely. He just wanted to drink more wine. His attitude made the woman in red unhappy. This is the core of our group, Brother Yanchen. He's a 2nd-layer saint and his heavenly pattern martial art has reached the peak of the minor completion. He once cooperated with others to kill Gui Sha. You should learn more from him. Hearing this, the black-robed young man smiled and continued drinking. He was Lin Ling. His silent attitude made the woman in red feel proud. She thought that the black-robed young man was feeling inferior. All right, he's here to drink wine. Moreover, he didn't drink our wine for free. Everyone, stop talking. Uncle Lee couldn't stand it anymore. The woman in red looked bored. Hee hee, it's really lively here. After searching for so long, I actually found you guys here. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. A large number of people appeared in the surroundings. The leader of the group was a young man and he walked over with a smile. Xia faction. Uncle Lee and the others' faces changed. Xia faction came from the great domain of Shenyuan, so they naturally knew him. Moreover, they had met him not long ago. They had found a ghost face grass but they had encountered Xia faction. In the end, they had been chased by Gue Sha and escaped. Who would have thought that Xia faction would still come after them? Hong Shou, I know you. Because I'm looking for people everywhere, I'm lacking some beauties to accompany me. I think Miss Hong Shou would be very happy to come with me. The newcomer was Xia faction. At that moment, he was staring at the woman in red with evil intentions. You! The woman in red panicked. She couldn't help but look at the core of the group, Brother Yanchen. However, Brother Yanchen, who had always been calm, was now pale and his body was trembling. Obviously, Yanchen didn't dare to face Xia faction. He had lost the will to fight. Seeing this, the woman in red's face turned pale. She knew what would happen if she was captured. Capture them. Kill the man and leave the woman alive. Xia faction smiled and waved his hand. At that moment, Uncle Lee and the others were facing a great enemy. Could they not escape this calamity? Xiu. Chapter 1425. This one is Lin Ling. Boom. The sound was deafening, and the ground cracked open, causing everyone to fall silent. Xia Pai was subdued in one move? What was going on? Who attacked me? Boom. Xia Pai, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but roar. Just as he was about to get up, a foot slammed down on his head. You're really unlucky. I just came back and you met me. Boom. The power of that foot was extremely terrifying, creating a shockwave that blew everyone's hair up. Then they heard an indifferent voice drifting out. As the wind blew, the red-robed woman's eyes narrowed. It was him. It was the young man who asked for wine. Uncle Lee also sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that Xia Pai was one of the best saints in the saint realm and possessed incredible talent. But this young man who had come to ask for a drink had defeated Xia Pai in a single blow. Was he really some random passerby they thought he was? At this moment, the people brought by Xia Pai also reacted. They stared at the black-robed young man and shouted angrily. Who are you? Boom. Similarly, although Xia Pai was stomped to the ground again, he was also listening. He also wanted to know who this arrogant guy was. This one is Lin Ling. Boom. On Xia Pai's body, the black-robed young man still had his foot on him. His right hand put the wine jug into his mouth and his soft voice drifted out, causing Xia Pai and his subordinates' hearts to tremble. Lin Ling. It was actually Lin Ling. During this time, they had been looking for Lin Ling and had even almost turned the entire periphery of the ghost domain upside down. However, Lin Ling had disappeared, as if he had disappeared from the entire ghost domain. Just as they were about to give up, this Lin Ling appeared again, and in such a shocking way. Lin Ling. Uncle Lee and the others' hearts trembled. Although they didn't know Lin Ling, they had been wandering around the periphery of the ghost domain during this time, so they knew that the Xia family was also looking for a young man named Lin Ling. At that time they were all surprised. Who was so bold as to provoke the Xia family? Now, they finally saw clearly. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Kill him. On the ground, Xia Pai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. What a bold Lin Ling. He actually dared to appear in front of him and even trample him to the ground. This was a great humiliation to him. Lin Ling, I know you can defeat a second-stage saint, but there are more than 10 of us here. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into the gates of hell. The surrounding experts' faces were also filled with killing intent. They were all second-layer saints, and most importantly, they had the advantage in numbers. Why would they need to fear Lin Ling? If I kill Lin Ling and obtain the key, I will be rewarded by Lord Xia. A terrifying aura erupted as the Saint Ocean bloomed, causing the entire land to tremble. Little friend, be careful. Seeing the majestic spiritual energy erupting, Uncle Lee immediately shouted out in worry. Although Lin Ling had only interacted with them for a short time, Lin Ling was an easy person to get along with. He drank with them and even gave them a ghost face grass. He wasn't someone who bullied the weak. Therefore, he was worried about Lin Ling. "Brother Yanchen, go help him. What are you doing?" The red-robed woman anxiously shouted. She looked at the man she worshipped, only to find him kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. He was actually frightened by the surrounding experts. At this moment, the red-robed woman's heart was shattered. She could only look at the black-robed young man. "Go to hell." Clear moon, mysterious water palm. Sky glass wave. More than a dozen people pounced towards Lin Ling. With such a powerful attack, even a 4th-level Saint Ascension Saint would perish here. At this moment, the corners of Xiaopai's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. At this moment, Uncle Lee and the others shouted even louder. "Smoky heaven and earth." However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't know the experts were attacking. He continued to drink, and his soft voice floated out. "Space distortion. Rumble." All the powerful attacks missed. Those who attacked were stunned. The great law of the void? How could it be? He's reached 1st stage saint. Some experts reacted and shouted in surprise. Lin Ling had reached such a level in such a short time. This was too terrifying. Deliberately mystifying. You still have to die. However, the experts were only slightly surprised. One of them had an extremely powerful movement technique. Unexpectedly, he shot out a finger. The great law of the void was so powerful that it split open the void. "There's nowhere to hide." All the experts sneered. Crack. As expected, the terrifying finger hit Lin Ling's back. Everyone laughed. "Dead. He's definitely dead." At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. However, after a while, the black-robed young man stretched out his right hand and poured the wine into his mouth. It was as if he didn't notice that someone was attacking him. What? The crowd's pupils fiercely trembled. Lin Ling wasn't dead. Moreover, he was still drinking while fighting so many of them. This was too arrogant. Not good. He has a great law protecting him. It's as if it's blocking my attack. Only 50% of my great law's power can land on him. The powerhouse who had attacked shouted, his expression changing drastically as he maintained his pointing posture. It was too terrifying. A mere 1st stage saint was able to resist his great law without fear. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Your great law of the void isn't bad. If you reach the large success stage, you'll definitely be able to injure me. Unfortunately, only 50% of your power can land on me. It's not enough to harm my body. At this moment, Lin Ling indifferently said. His voice was calm, but it seemed to come from the depths of hell. The experts were all stunned. They didn't know why, but a feeling of panic spread in their hearts. At this moment, the feeling that Lin Ling gave them was even more terrifying than Xia Wuxia. "Run!" Without any hesitation, everyone fiercely shouted, "Run!" Uncle Lee's mouth was wide open. A dozen 2nd stage saints were facing Lin Ling, yet they were running. What an impressive young man. The red-robed woman sucked in a breath of cold air. She suddenly realized that this was the expert she needed to look up to. "Do you think you can escape?" Lin Ling continued to pour the wine into his mouth. His right hand pulled out the ancient sword. On the sword, flames began to boil, causing everyone to tremble in fear. That flame was too shocking. "Quick, run!" After being stunned for a moment, everyone became even more frantic and fled in all directions. Fire of the great law of the void. First it creates life. Next it transforms. A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. A dazzling sword was slashed out. Rumble. The great law appeared. On Lin Ling's sword, 100 dragons roared. Moreover, all of them were vivid and lifelike. The fire dragon horns were shocking to the eye, carrying with them the great law of the void. A shocking scene of 100 dragons galloping appeared on the ground, majestically crossing the ground. That's the peak of heavenly pattern martial arts. How is this possible? He's only a 1st stage saint. The experts who were running all let out terrified voices. In their eyes, a dragon storm was coming. Thousands of fire dragons were about to devour them. Rumble. Chapter 1426. Solicitation. The entire world was silent. The remaining people stared at the black-robed youth as if they were looking at a god of flames, motionless. At this moment, the flames on Lin Ling's sword disappeared. He drank another mouthful of wine and looked at Xueqi indifferently. "Xuanyuan go how is it?" His voice was calm, but it carried a strong sense of majesty. Xueqi's face was still frozen in place. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. With one sword, 100 dragons had roared and been annihilated. Last time, Lin Ling had clashed with him. Due to his carelessness, he had lost. He thought that if he had the chance to see Lin Ling again, he would let Lin Ling know how strong he was. But now that he had finally met him, he didn't feel that he could defeat Lin Ling. Instead, he felt that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Let me tell you, my father's patience has run out. Today, he will kill Xuanyuan go Xueqi's heart shook as he roared. Lin Ling was strong, but so what? Did he dare to face his father? Right now, he wanted to tell Lin Ling that Xuanyuan go was going to die. He wanted to see Lin Ling's pained expression and Lin Ling's helpless crying. He dares to touch Xuanyuan go. However, the scene that Xueqi imagined didn't happen. Instead, he saw Lin Ling stop drinking. His eyes were even colder, as if the eyes of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor were staring at him. At this moment, a strong sense of fear rose in his heart. He didn't dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. "Xia Wuxia must die. Those who touch my team must die." The cold and emotionless voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Xueqi to suddenly have a feeling that his father would really die. At this moment, he didn't know why he didn't believe in his father. However, he eventually calmed down and gritted his teeth. "You're only a first-layer saint while my father is a fourth-layer saint. It's impossible for you to kill him. In fact, you don't even dare to look for him. Let me tell you, my father lost a large number of his teammates in the ancient tomb. This time, he's recruiting teams." Swoosh. Just as Xueqi's voice fell, Lin Ling raised his sword and chopped off Xueqi's arms and legs. At the same time, his cold voice floated out. "Then you can watch your father die in front of you with your own eyes." After speaking, Lin Ling waved his left hand. Flames turned into chains and tied around Xueqi's neck, dragging him forward. In the ghost realm, other than the terrifying ghosts, the only people who could trust each other were teammates. Xuanyuan go was Lin Ling's teammate. In order to help Lin Ling escape, she was trapped. Therefore, how could Lin Ling abandon her? Since Xia Wuxia dared to kill Xuanyuan go Lin Ling would annihilate Xia Wuxia's entire team. In the ghost realm, the principle of survival was this simple. If the team wasn't annihilated, then they would be annihilated by others. "Ah!" Xueqi cried out in pain. His 4 limbs had been chopped off by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to bring him to find his father. "Crazy. Cha! Cha!" Lin Ling dragged Xueqi and walked towards the ruins. As for Uncle Li's team, everyone was stunned. Lin Ling really went there. That place was filled with experts. He really dared to go there. Fearless, unshaken even if the sky collapses. This is what a warrior of my generation should be like. The red-robed woman's beautiful eyes stared at the slender back. At this moment, the back gave people the feeling of a proud and aloof swordsman. However, he was also obsessed with saving his teammates. She couldn't help but look at Brother Yanchen, whom she had always worshipped. At this moment, she suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Previously, she had actually compared Lin Ling to Brother Yanchen. She even felt disdain for Lin Ling. Now, she discovered that the two of them couldn't be compared at all. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder that Lin Ling didn't refute her. He really didn't care. "I'm sorry. I was wrong before," the red-robed woman said in a low voice. The person she looked down on was actually the one who saved her. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. In addition to admiration, there was also gratitude. At this moment, Lin Ling was holding a wine bottle in one hand and a flaming chain in the other. He was moving forward in the vast land. His eyes were cold. The last time he left, he was carrying a promise to his teammates. Today he was back. Who is that guy? He looks so arrogant. He actually dares to move alone in the ghost domain. Moreover, there is someone tied up behind him. No, that's Xueqi. What nonsense are you talking about? In the periphery of the ghost domain, the Xia family has the largest team. Who dares to catch Xia Pai? Wait, that guy is indeed Xia Pai. Along the way, they naturally encountered groups of 2s and 3s. Those people all sucked in a breath of cold air. That black-robed young man was so arrogant. However, he was doomed because he had touched Master Xia's reverse scale. As for Xia Pai, his eyes were red because he was now like a stray dog. Lin Ling actually treated him like a dog and dragged him to the ruins. At this moment, there were scattered groups gathered in the ancient ruins. These groups were very famous in the periphery of the ghost domain. Every leader was extremely powerful. At this moment, their gazes fell on a tall and sturdy man in the ruins. Xia Wusha, the top expert of the great Shenyuan region. It was said that his backer was the 5 heavenly kings. He was a king under King Xia and King Liu Yang. The reason they gathered here was very simple. Not long ago, they heard Xia Wusha's summons. He said that he was preparing to enter the Yin Mountain. Therefore, they gathered more groups and formed a large group. Although these groups were independent and didn't like to be controlled by others, Xia Wusha's strength was too strong. He had reached the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. Therefore, they couldn't oppose him. If they did, their group would be annihilated. Therefore, they braced themselves and came. Of course, if Xia Wusha wanted to unify them, other than using powerful force, he would also use generous rewards. I heard that Master Xia found the ancient tomb of the Regent Ghost Emperor. He is only missing a key. I also heard that the key is currently with a young man named Lin Ling. Therefore, during this period of time, a large number of people in the periphery of the ghost domain have been looking for Lin Ling. In that case, it's true. Then, let's join and help Xia Wusha kill Lin Ling. We can also obtain the treasures of the ancient tomb. Many groups were moved. They entered the ghost domain for the treasures. Therefore, joining Xia Wusha's group was nothing. Most importantly, Xia Wusha was so strong. Who could be his match? A total of 36 people, 5 groups. At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted out. Everyone looked over. In the ruins, a tall man sat on an ancient stone and said indifferently. With just a glance, many people's hearts turned heavy as if they were under great pressure. As expected of Xia Wusha, if we join them, it's very likely that we can enter the Yin Mountain and compete with those heroes. At the same time, many people were in awe of Xia Wusha. They also heard that a large number of teams had appeared in Yin Mountain. However, only powerful and proud teams could go there. But now with Xia Wusha as the captain, they could also go there. Master Xia, we are willing to join. Someone said with a smile. Good. Chapter 14:27. One person at present, I have indeed found the ancient king tomb, and I have also obtained a key. I am still missing one. You must bring the remaining key back. Xia Wusha said again. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a petite girl was brought out. Her entire body was bound by ghost chains, and her pretty face was somewhat pale. She is the key you found? Many people were moved. Although the woman was not very beautiful, at this moment, she was bound by the ghost chains. Her weak appearance was extremely attractive. However, the woman's eyes revealed a strong light. She was clearly not a weak person. Shenyuan Go my patience has run out. If you join my team, you can still live. Xia Wusha said as he indifferently stared at the girl. His eyes were filled with disdain. Do you think it's possible? The one who was bound was Shenyuan Go. She raised her pale face and smiled. You are so foolish. Even now, you still believe that he will come back? Let me tell you, I have already searched the periphery of the ghost domain, but I still can't find him. This means that he has already given up on you. You are so pitiful. Xia Wusha laughed contemptuously. He was mocking Shenyuan Go-er's ignorance. Shenyuan Go-er's pretty face also dimmed. She recalled the words that the youth had said before he left. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the sky collapses and the earth cracks, I will return. I will return. This was the promise of a team. However, a promise was ultimately a dream. Reality was ultimately cruel. How could that indifferent youth come back? If he came back to face Xia Wusha, only death would await him. If it was her, she wouldn't come back either. The surrounding people also knew that Xian Yuangu had a team. Unfortunately, she was abandoned by her teammates. They all sneered. This girl was so foolish. She was clearly abandoned, yet she still refused to lower her head. She missed the opportunity that Lord Xia gave her. Do you regret it? Xia Wuxia said indifferently. Xian Yuangu clenched her teeth, but she still shook her head. There is nothing to regret. In one's life, to be able to let go of the shackles in one's heart and trust someone for once is a wonderful feeling. Therefore, dying is nothing. How silly! The surrounding people sneered even more. Her teammates had abandoned her, but she didn't regret it or resent them. Instead, she still believed in the team and wasn't afraid of death. If this wasn't stupid, then what was? Since that's the case, I have nothing else to say. Now you have to hand over the key, and you can die. A cold smile appeared on Xia Wuxia's face. He knew that Xian Yuangu was only comforting himself. Xian Yuangu must be feeling very uncomfortable in his heart, as if he was being cut by a knife. Being abandoned was like being betrayed. At this moment, Xian Yuangu's petite body was indeed trembling. Her pretty face was pale, but in the end, she revealed a sad but beautiful smile. At this point, death was unavoidable. However, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was she wrong again? Is there no one in this world who can believe it? Could it be that she had trusted the wrong person again? Rumble! At that moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the distance. Everyone's eyes narrowed. What was going on? Xia Wuxia's tall and sturdy body also stood up. He frowned and angrily shouted, "What happened? My lord, it's not good. Someone is coming." In the distance, a man covered in blood anxiously ran over, causing many people's expressions to change. Someone dared to come here? Is this a dream? How bold. Which team is this person from? How many people are there? I want to see which team is so bold. Xia Wuxia sneered. This person is simply courting death. This is Lord Xia's territory. One team is definitely not enough to be so arrogant. Perhaps it's an alliance of 5 teams. Someone flattered and laughed, saying how powerful Xia Wuxia was. Of course, everyone had the same guess. Only a few teams dared to be so arrogant in Xia Wuxia's territory. Lord Xia, there's only one person. Yes. However, just as everyone was thinking this, the man covered in blood spoke with a pale face. Silence. As soon as his words fell, the entire ruins became silent. A single person dared to come here? Is this person here to die? Or is he looking down on Lord Xia? Xia Wuxia's ice-cold face suddenly turned ferocious as if he'd been slapped. He said coldly, "Men, bring me that person's head. I'd like to see who dares to be so arrogant." I'll go too. Many teams in the surroundings volunteered. This was the time to perform meritorious deeds. If Xia Wuxia was satisfied and happy, they might be rewarded with even more treasures after entering the regal ghost emperor's tomb. As for the remaining 2 teams, they were silent. Clearly, they didn't want to join Xia Wuxia. However, due to Xia Wuxia's tyrannical power, they were helpless. Go. Bring me his head after 1 incense stick of time. Xia Wuxia indifferently waved his hand. The 2 teams moved. The strongest was a 3rd heaven saint. It was enough. The dozen people excitedly rushed out of the ruins. Soon after, a rumbling sound came from the distance. In just half an incense stick of time, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell resounded in the ruins. There's no need for you to bring me the head. I'll bring it myself. His voice drifted out, causing everyone in the ruins to widen their eyes. Then they saw a large number of human heads flying over from afar, landing on the ground. It was extremely dazzling. It was actually the dozen or so people from before. Seeing this, everyone's hearts exploded like thunder. This person was so arrogant. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? Xia Wuxia's face became even colder. This person was violating his dignity and making him lose face. Lord Xia, you've been looking for me for so long. I've come as I wish. Am I not welcome? The voice came from the front again, causing Xia Wuxia to frown. Who was this person? Could it be King Xia Liuyang's people? One had to know that he had also been looking for King Xia Liuyang's people, wanting them to give him some experts to help him. "Then who are you?" Xia Wuxia asked again. "I'm Lin Ling." Finally, a hoarse voice drifted over, causing Xia Wuxia's body to tremble. Previously, he hadn't thought about Lin Ling at all, because in his understanding, it was impossible for Lin Ling to deliver himself to his doorstep. But now the truth had appeared. Who is Lin Ling? He's so arrogant. He seems to be that woman's teammate. Impossible, he really came back. The crowd was shocked. They had just mocked Shen Yuan Go-er, but now, Shen Yuan Go-er's teammate had returned. At this moment, Shen Yuan Go-er's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared straight ahead. He came back. How could Lin Ling dare to come back? Shouldn't he have left the ghost realm? If he came back, he would be courting death. Thoughts rose in her heart, causing tears to flow out of her clear eyes. She couldn't believe everything before her eyes. Everyone was the same as they stared straight ahead. At this moment, a black-robed young man slowly appeared on the ground in front of them. He had an ancient sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face had a hint of unswerving determination and sharpness. His left hand held a wine jug as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. His right hand held a chain, and behind the chain was a man who looked like a stray dog. At this moment, his long hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. At this moment, the ruins became even more deathly silent. Chapter 14:28. He's really back. He's really back. Shen Yuan Go-er stared at the handsome young man. She was finally sure of everything. My heart is filled with obsession. Unless the sky collapses and the earth shatters, I will definitely return. The voice that the young man left behind in the ancient tomb echoed in her heart again. I will definitely return. This was the promise of the team. A promise was a dream. She thought that reality was cruel and that this kind of thing would never happen. However, the young man in front of her told her that her dream would come true one day. She, Shen Yuan Go-er, had not been abandoned. Her teammates had come to save her. Idiot! Shen Yuan Go-er scolded, but more tears fell from her eyes. It's really Lin Ling. Many people stared at the black-robed young man and sucked in cold air. Xia Wuxia's pupils constricted. He also found it hard to believe. However, when his gaze fell on the Xia faction behind Lin Ling, his eyes became crazy. What did you do to my Xia faction? Lin Ling was so arrogant and domineering. He held a wine jug in one hand and his son in the other. This was simply a slap to his face. It's just a dog, so I brought it back. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. At the same time, he drank another mouthful of wine. His fearless appearance made many people admire him. Although they were enemies, they had to admit Lin Ling's courage. You're courting death. You actually captured young Master Xia. Someone shouted angrily. Without waiting for Xia Wuxia to speak, he pounced over. You dare to come alone? Let's see how many lives you have. Empty sword. Lin Ling's right hand let go of the flaming chain and pulled out the tyrannical Song sword from his back. He didn't even look at the opponent and slashed out. Vigorous energy combined with the power of space, unbridled slashing out. Kacha! The slash was like a bolt from the blue. A sword mark appeared on the expert's neck and he fell to the ground, dead. Lin Ling was still drinking wine and slowly walking forward as if the previous slash had nothing to do with him. First layer Saint Realm. The crowd was surprised. They could sense Lin Ling's cultivation realm. Xia Wuxia's eyes narrowed. How long had it been? Lin Ling had actually broken through. Could it be that Lin Ling hadn't run away all this time and had instead been bitterly cultivating and finally stepped into the Saint Realm? As expected of a great calamity. After being left alone, he had completely grown up. First layer Saint Realm? Is this your confidence? Although Lin Ling's strength had increased, Xia Wuxia didn't fear him at all because he was at the 4th level of the Saint Ascension realm. The others were the same. They had a large number of 2nd and 3rd level saints here. So how could Lin Ling act arrogantly? Lin Ling ignored Xia Wuxia's voice and said indifferently, Father, save me. Sure, but you may not be able to leave this place after the change. Xia Wuxia also nodded. It was good that Lin Ling had come. It would save him the trouble of searching everywhere, and he would be able to obtain the 2 keys. How foolish. Does he think he can leave after saving that woman? Many people coldly snorted, feeling that Linling was too impulsive. Linling, why did you come back? Hearing Linling's words, Shen Yuangu cried out with moist eyes. She was very touched that Linling had come back, but he had only come back because they had been wiped out. There's nothing I can do about it. My teammate is too trash. As the team leader, I have to take care of her. Linling's mouth twitched as his disdainful voice drifted out, causing Shen Yuangu's heart to fiercely tremble. Her beautiful eyes became even more moist. Those words were filled with disdain, but in reality, they were filled with deep concern and a firm promise. Okay, I'll let her go. At this moment, Xia Wuxia coldly shouted and released Shen Yuangu. Shen Yuangu hurriedly ran towards Linling. You let her go. Then I'll give you the goods. Linling drank a mouthful of wine and pulled out the flaming shackles, causing Xia Pai's body to appear in front of him. Then he kicked out. Goods. Xia Pai was actually goods, not a person. Hearing those words and seeing Linling's insolent kick, everyone was furious. Death was at hand. Yet this young man still dared to be arrogant. You can protect yourself, right? Linling ignored everyone's anger. After Shen Yuangu ran over, he looked at Shen Yuangu and said indifferently, Sure, but how are we going to escape now? Shen Yuangu's beautiful face became solemn. Although she had escaped, there was still a bigger problem waiting for her. Escape? You should take a rest first. Linling shook his head and looked at Xia Wuxia. At this moment, Xia Wuxia's face was extremely malevolent. However, when he saw Linling's gaze, he couldn't help but laugh. You're still not leaving? The crowd was also extremely puzzled. Linling had obtained a teammate, yet he didn't think of a way to escape. Was he stupid? Xia Wuxia, your team has increased by a lot. There are now more than 40 people. Linling said indifferently as if he didn't hear Xia Wuxia's words. Xia Wuxia frowned. He was even more puzzled by Linling's actions. However, at this moment, Linling said indifferently, Then, none of these 40 people can escape. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression froze. Not only did Linling not plan to escape, but he also treated them as prey. He didn't want to leave a single one of them alive. Arrogant. How arrogant. Everyone's expression became unsightly. One had to know that there were countless experts here, not to mention Lord Xia Wuxia. Yet, Linling dared to wipe them out? Even Shen Yuangu's beautiful eyes narrowed. She found it hard to believe. After all, last time, Linling had encountered Xia Wuxia and could only retreat. How long had it been since then? Now, he wanted to wipe out Xia Wuxia's entire team? This was completely impossible. Later, if there are second-layer saints who want to escape, you are responsible for killing them. Leave the rest to me. Linling said to Shen Yuangu, as if he didn't know everyone's astonishment. Shen Yuangu subconsciously nodded. She felt that Linling was crazy, but soon she smiled. Since they were a team, then she would accompany Linling in his madness. You can't see yourself clearly. Lord Xia, our team will kill him. Those teams couldn't help but kill Linling, this arrogant youth. They shouted malevolently, just a first-layer saint. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't know that we are a team alliance. We are going to enter the world of heroes in Een Mountain. You dare to stop us? Is that so? Yes. Linling nodded coldly. He slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song sword and strode forward. His sword was earth-shattering. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his cold gaze swept across the crowd. The teams that had wanted to fight felt their hearts tremble at this moment. After meeting Linling's eyes, they felt a sense of fear. It was as if they had seen the ancient god Empyrean, the combination of the infernal god and the killing god. Although this feeling was illusory, it was so real. Wait, we were only ordered to come. Currently, we are not Lord Xia's team. Moreover, our two teams will not participate in today's matter. Yes. Some teams anxiously shouted and completely retreated. However, there were even more teams that sneered. Those teams that retreated would definitely regret it later. Because once Linling died, Lord Xia would kill them. He's just a first-layer saint. Kill. Chapter 1429. 100 dragons roared, shameless boasting. I'll kill you and show you what a true saint is. A young man wanted to shock the world with a single feat. He took the lead, his cultivation erupting as a saint ocean descended. His cultivation was at the second layer of the saint realm. You dare to be the first to fight with such a cultivation? Humph. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Heaven-smelling earth appeared, distorting space. Xian Yuan Gu'er clenched her fists tightly, but she was also looking forward to it. She didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Ling wouldn't lose to the opponent. So now, she wanted to see her teammate blossom with pride. Space rippled and distorted like a reflection in water. The young man who attacked first frowned as he sensed a change in the world. He turned his head anxiously and his expression changed drastically. He didn't know when Lin Ling had appeared behind him. Lin Ling's figure was like a ghost. His sword was filled with killing intent as it ruthlessly slashed down. Retreat! That person anxiously shouted. He was afraid, terrified. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have the great law of space. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat now. First one. A voice like the netherworld drifted out. The sword slashed out, the force of the 9 universes exploding. With a bang, that person was ruthlessly slashed apart, blood raining down like rain. This. Many people narrowed their eyes. Killing a cultivator within a breath's time. That was way too fast, wasn't it? You killed my teammate. A roar came from the distance as 6 people rushed over. One of them had reached the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. With a raise of his hand, flames filled the sky. He actually had a fire-attributed immortal physique, and was at the 5th grade of the Yellow Realm. You killed Lida. He wanted to go to Een Mountain with us. You're dead for sure. The other 5 also exploded with killing intent. They were a team. How could they not kill Lin Ling? Heaven-smelling earth. Empty sword. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. So what if they had more people? He'd encountered even more people on Een Mountain, and they were even stronger. Spatial fluctuations appeared once again. Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a god of space, weaving in front of everyone. His sword carried a dazzling light, as if it was the sword of a death god, ruthlessly slashing out. What a fast movement technique! Many people stared fixedly at that scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't see through Lin Ling's great rules at all, and in the next moment, a dazzling sword flashed past their eyes. Another person had fallen, directly slashed apart. What is that sword? There are clearly no great rules, but why is it so powerful? Even more people trembled with fear. They'd never seen such a terrifying sword strike. How could they know that Lin Ling's sword strike had reached the terrifying power of the 9 universes? You killed another one of my men. The remaining members of the team roared. How could this be? Their team had attacked, but one of them had still been killed by Lin Ling. You want to go to Een Mountain? I'm sorry, but you're not qualified to go with your current strength because I've just returned from Een Mountain. A cold voice drifted in the space, but it exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. Previously, they'd formed an alliance to go to Een Mountain to take a look at the world of heroes, but who knew that the young man in front of them had already gone there and returned alive? Go to hell. Another sword slashed out, and another expert of the team fell there. They were helpless against Lin Ling's distorted space. They could only watch as Lin Ling destroyed their team step by step. How did his strength increase so much? Xia Wuxia stared at the scene in front of him with an ugly expression. Lin Ling had returned this time. He thought that Lin Ling had come to die, but in the end, a team was destroyed by Lin Ling just like that. This was simply a world of difference from the previous Lin Ling. The 6th one. In a few breaths of time, that team had all fallen. Only Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out of the ruins. So powerful. Xian Yuan Gu'er's heart pounded violently, but she also felt a deep sense of happiness. It was as if she had found a peaceful harbor in the middle of a storm that would forever protect her. Kill. Everyone, attack. Whoever kills him, I'll let them choose any treasure they want from the ancient tomb. Xia Wuxia's eyes also turned red. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could block all the Saint Realm Masters. Could Lin Ling block all the Saint Realm Masters? Kill. All the teams moved out, their killing intent soaring. Lin Ling had to die. Seeing more than 30 people rushing over, Lin Ling took a step back and drifted away. This action caused many people's spirits to rise. Lin Ling was definitely afraid. This was normal. A trivial first-layer saint could kill a third-layer saint, which was already very powerful, but how could he block a large number of Saint Realm Masters? Try my martial arts. Great Mountain Crushing Suppression. This is a martial art at the Grand Accomplishment stage. Let's all use the principles at the Grand Accomplishment stage to suppress him. He's dead for sure. One by one, the Masters released their terrifying strength, causing the ruins to shatter. The two teams that didn't participate in the battle looked at this scene with pale faces. So crazy. This could be considered a team alliance. Then, they looked at the black-robed young man and found that he was retreating further and further. Finally, he seemed to feel that he couldn't escape and stopped. Was he going to give up? The two teams frowned, but in the next moment, they saw the black-robed young man raise the sword in his hand. His indifferent voice drifted out. I also have a Grand Accomplishment stage heavenly pattern martial art. Dazzling flames spread out at this moment, causing the hearts of the two teams to explode. Lin Ling was only a first-layer saint, but he had comprehended the Grand Accomplishment stage of fire principles. This talent was terrifying. How could they know that Lin Ling had rushed all the way here, cultivating in the fourth layer of Purple Palace Purgatory, and finally comprehending the Grand Accomplishment stage of fire principles? And this was under the premise that he hadn't used the tyrannical Song Sword. Just relying on this won't be enough to block the attacks of the other teams. One of them was shocked, but he still shook his head and said, full of confidence, my Sword Emperor stage has 1,000,000 fire runes, so my martial arts can be raised to the pinnacle stage. At this moment, a cold voice drifted out, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. The Grand Accomplishment stage of the Grand Accomplishment stage? Fire. Incomparably terrifying fire, and at this moment, it started to condense and take form, causing a large number of dragons to appear in the sky. They had red dragon horns, burning scales, and roaring dragon mouths. It was a shocking sight. The roar of 100 dragons. The world over there became a world of dragons. Moreover, it was the world of the craziest and most tyrannical fire dragons. It formed an extreme fire dragon law, and under this law, everything would be turned into nothingness. This was the tyrannical power of fire. Heavenly pattern martial arts are at the pinnacle stage. He's only a first-layer saint. The expressions of the powerhouses who were pouncing towards Lin Ling changed drastically at this moment. They stopped in their tracks. It was only now that they realized that Lin Ling wasn't trying to escape. Instead, he was preparing an even more terrifying law. He wanted to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Roar of 100 dragons. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was ice-cold. The sword in his hand was like the sword of an emperor as he pointed it forward. Rumble. Chapter 1430. Is this all you've got? Retreat! Those teams shouted in panic. It was as if their hearts were being burned by flames. They were terrified and regretful. When Lin Ling had counted their numbers, they should have fled and surrendered. However, they had trusted Xiaowusha, which had led to their current situation. Rumble! The fire dragon burned and the earth shook. It was as if a volcano had erupted on the ground. Any living thing under the Great Law would be turned to ashes. After the Great Law of Fire passed, only 3 people out of 30 managed to escape. Moreover, they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. Flames were still burning on their bodies and they were crying out in pain. They thought that if they didn't join Xiaowusha's team, they would be wiped out. However, after joining, they were wiped out even faster. The ruins were deathly silent. The 2 teams that hadn't planned on interfering were now pale. They stood there in a daze. They seemed to have made the right choice. How did he become so strong? He's only at the first layer of the Saint Realm, but he has the great law of a peak realm. Xian Yuangu stared at Lin Ling in a daze. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even the 3 Xian geniuses of the mortal world couldn't compare to this guy. How did your strength increase so much? The most shocked person was none other than Xiaowusha. He was the one who was shocked. He came from the great Shenyuan region and naturally knew how powerful those geniuses were. He even knew the recommendation list. However, compared to Lin Ling, the recommendation list was like trash. A true monster was in front of him. He couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. Not long ago, in the regal Ghost Emperor's tomb, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. However, now he was giving him great pressure. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. Lin Ling couldn't live. Once he was alive, he would take revenge. A first layer of the Saint Realm can kill a third layer of the Saint Realm. You are the strongest person I've ever seen. However, you will be facing a fourth layer of the Saint Realm. Do you still have confidence? Sigh. Xia Wuxia took a deep breath. There was no one left. His team had been wiped out, so it was his turn to attack. He had to kill Lin Ling. Therefore he stood up. His tall body exuded an aura of supremacy. You don't have much of a chance. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was covered in flames. He held his sword and walked forward step by step. His black robe formed a sharp contrast with the red flames, telling Xia Wuxia that he had provoked the wrong person. His bitter cultivation at the Yin Mountain allowed Lin Ling to be qualified to face an ambitious character like Xia Wuxia. Lin Ling was not afraid. I don't have much of a chance? The corner of Xia Wuxia's mouth curled up as he laughed. Spiritual energy erupted from his body, shaking the heavens. This was the power of the Saint Ocean, and it had reached the fourth layer. It was as if it could suppress the world. Your strength comes from heavenly rune martial arts, but don't forget, in this world, immortal physique is everything. A pitch-black shadow appeared behind Xia Wuxia. It looked like a demon king. It had bull horns, but its eyes were red. The people of the two teams in the distance gasped. What level of immortal physique was that? They couldn't see through it at all. They could only see a tall shadow with bull horns and blood-red eyes. It was just too shocking. My innate talent is the 10th grade golden tier ox puppet body. A low shout floated out of Xia Wuxia's mouth. His immortal physique rolled out majestically, making it difficult for people to breathe. Staring at the terrifying ox puppet body, the people of the two teams suddenly thought of the demon region's ox demon king. Could it be that kind of innate talent? It was said that the ox demon king was the king of 100 demons and could summon millions of demon gods. Under the ripples of his demonic aura, any creature would have to kneel down. Moreover, they had vaguely heard that the 72 demon gods of Xianpang province were actually the followers of the demon region's ox demon king. Devilish voice. Xia Wuxia seemed to have transformed into a demon ox as he roared towards the sky. His voice shook the ghost region like the cry of an ox. Roar! Under the sound, the earth seemed to split open, and the demonic aura in the sky turned into a vortex. The people of the two teams coughed out blood, and their eardrums instantly stopped working. They quickly sat down cross-legged to resist the terrifying power. They sensed that the Saint Ocean in their dantian was shattering. That ox roar was terrifying. Lin Ling, be careful. Shen Yuan Gu worriedly shouted. It was too strong, and Lin Ling didn't know if he could resist it. She also quickly sat down cross-legged, and the singing voice floated around her body. Only then did she resist the pressure of the immortal physique. 10th grade Yellow Realm. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a strange expression. This was the first time he had encountered a 10th grade yellow-ranked immortal physique. Moreover, he could sense that his fiend god overlord physique's resistance against the deafening bull's roar had become stronger. Moreover, the devilish sound had also entered his body. It was as if there were millions of rampaging bulls, wreaking havoc in his body. But soon, a strange army was born in his body, and when it encountered the devilish voice, it actually devoured it. Originally, Lin Ling and Xia Wuxia's innate talents were the same, and Xia Wuxia's attacks didn't have a strong effect on Lin Ling. Xia Wuxia's only advantage was his realm, while Lin Ling's advantages were his heavenly weapon, martial arts, and soul force. But now, Lin Ling sensed that strange army in his body, and he immediately became immune to the pressure of the opponent's immortal physique. It's the heavenly ruthless bead. Lin Ling instantly thought of something. After Lin Ling absorbed the heavenly ruthless bead, Lin Ling's god devil overlord physique became even more powerful, and he was immune to the ruthless aura. This also meant that Xia Wuxia's unparalleled immortal physique was a combination of baleful aura and ruthless aura. However, after encountering Lin Ling, this advantage was like trash. This made Lin Ling realize that it was as easy as flipping his hand to kill Xia Wuxia. However, he didn't plan on using his soul force. He wanted to let Xia Wuxia know that he didn't dare to touch his people. He, Lin Ling, was going to crush Xia Wuxia. Lin Ling kneeled down. At this moment, Xia Wuxia didn't know about Lin Ling's transformation and shouted tyrannically. "Pah!" However, after he spoke, Lin Ling raised his eyes and coldly smiled. He slowly walked forward. The surrounding baleful aura didn't affect Lin Ling at all. At the same time, a disdainful voice drifted over. Xia Wuxia, is that all you have? Crushing. Complete crushing. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid of Xia Wuxia's attack, but he even asked if Xia Wuxia only had that much strength. What? Xia Wuxia's expression changed drastically. His heart was filled with anger. Could it be that his evaluation of Lin Ling was wrong? Lin Ling's talent was the same as his? Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. Even if Lin Ling's talent was the same as his cultivation realm was higher. He should be able to affect Lin Ling. Ruthless bull. Pa! Xia Wuxia's body floated up and he ruthlessly punched out with his fists like a tornado. A storm appeared. The ruthless aura turned into a large number of raging bulls and swept towards Lin Ling. If it was before, Lin Ling would have needed other methods to deal with it. However, after refining the heavenly ruthless bead, he didn't need any other methods. His absolute defense and immunity allowed him to easily deal with it. Pop! Pop! The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand. He stepped forward and slashed out again. Only this much strength. You really disappoint me. Boom! Rumble! Chapter 1431. Team Annihilation U. Dang! Xia Wuxia's pupils constricted. Nothing happened again? Lin Ling had once again suppressed him. Impossible. Sun Moon Demonic Ox Slash. Die. Xia Wuxia unleashed an even stronger attack. His talent was combined with the Sun Moon Wheel in his hand. His celestial weapon wasn't weak. It was at the king level. Rumble. A great law demonic ox with a sun and moon mark on its forehead stomped on the ground and swept out. This ox was as huge as an ancient mountain. No. Die. The three people who were still alive were trampled into meat paste by the demonic ox. How tyrannical was this great law? It was simply a demonic ox that could kill gods. As for the two teams watching the battle, they retreated one after another. King Xia, the #1 king under the 6 suns, was indeed terrifying. Wildness, baleful aura, and evil aura. 3 great laws appeared on the Sun Moon demonic ox and mightily pounced over. Lin Ling's pupils flickered, but he still didn't retreat. He heavily gripped his sword with both hands, attempting to block the Sun Moon demonic ox with the tyrannical song. This was because he could sense that this demonic ox had borrowed the power of the celestial weapon to increase its great law. It was indeed very powerful, but under Lin Ling's tyrannical song, was a king-level expert qualified to be arrogant? Crazy. He still won't retreat. Die. The eyes of the two teams widened. A 1st-level saint fighting a 4th-level saint. According to the norm, it should be a 1st-level saint fighting to the death while a 4th-level saint would crush the opponent step by step. However, the result was the opposite. Rumble. The sword collided with the Sun Moon demonic ox, creating a deafening sound that spread thousands of miles away. Many teams outside the ghost domain gasped. Rumble. The collision continued. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Spiritual chi turned into a storm at this moment. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's figure finally began to retreat. This made many people think that Lin Ling couldn't block it. You want to crush me, Xia Wuxia? You're not qualified. Die. Xia Wuxia floated in the sky. At this moment, he was indescribably domineering and arrogant, as if a king had descended. I said, you don't have a chance. However, just as he finished speaking, the image of an ancient god emperor appeared in the storm ahead. Its feet were on the ground and its head was in the sky. Aside from its legs and fists, its eyes also seemed to become clear. Its gaze swept past Xia Wuxia as if it was looking down on the world. Boom! The moment the ancient god sovereign appeared, the Sun Moon demonic ox was ruthlessly slashed away. Its huge body flew thousands of miles away, crushing countless ghosts along the way. Xia Wuxia's expression froze. Was Lin Ling invincible? Otherwise, how could it block his attack again? Father. Xia Pai's face was also pale. Previously, he had wanted to see Lin Ling die, but the result was so shocking. Chi! Amidst the dust, Lin Ling's footsteps could be heard. His slender figure slowly walked out. Xia Wuxia, an ambitious and ruthless character. How domineering. But now, do you regret it? Regret. Lin Ling's voice seemed to echo throughout the entire ghost domain sky. Lin Ling was asking Xia Wuxia if he regretted it. Xia Wuxia's expression was sinister. Regret? How could he not regret it? If he had known that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would have killed Lin Ling back then. Even if he had to give up the King Ghost Emperor's tomb, he would have killed Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a monster that surpassed peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. He didn't succeed in killing Lin Ling back then. Now that Lin Ling had grown up, he would ruthlessly crush him today. Such a drastic contrast. How dreamy. I admit that I regret it, but just you wait. After I leave today, the next time we meet, you will definitely die. Xia Wuxia clearly wanted to escape, which made Shen Yuan feel disbelief. Last time, when Xia Wuxia attacked, Lin Ling retreated. Today, when Lin Ling attacked, Xia Wuxia fled. The situation had changed 180 degrees. Run! Run! In the distance, the people of the two teams were also stunned. Xia Wuxia wanted to escape? This was too dreamy. Do you think that you can kill me together with King Xia Luyang? Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he didn't know what fear was. With his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint Realm, he was going to crush Xia Wuxia, who was at the fourth layer of the Saint Realm. You know King Xia Luyang? Xia Wuxia's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was talking about his plan. Not only do I know him, I have even seen him. Not long ago, when the heroes of the Yin Mountain were fighting for supremacy, I killed his people. Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it made Xia Wuxia's heart tremble. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling had become so strong because he had gone to the Yin Mountain and faced a large number of experts. This Lin Ling was truly unfathomable. No matter what, if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Xia Wuxia was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had to leave at this moment. Then let's see if I can stop you. Stop. Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. He held the Tyrant Song sword in his right hand. An indescribable aura bloomed from the sword. It was like a flame, like the Fire Dragon King. Xia Wuxia stared at Lin Ling's sword. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was actually afraid and felt a strong pressure. Lin Ling stood there like an ancient sword, but the sword could be unsheathed at any time. Run! Run! Without any hesitation, Xia Wuxia didn't even care about his son and crazily fled. His appearance made the people in the distance gulp. This was Lord Xia, the ruler of the outer region of the Ghost Realm? Fury of the Fire Dragon. One ray of heaven. Boom! At this moment, a hoarse voice came. The most dazzling sword bloomed. Many people saw that it was the Fire Dragon King, the king of all fire dragons. It turned into a line of fire that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and ruthlessly slashed down as if it could cut the world. No one could stop this sword. Heavenly Rune Martial Art. Transcendent Realm. At this moment, Xia Wuxia had just taken a step forward when he sensed the terrifying sword slashing down. His face was pale and bloodless because that sword had reached the most terrifying realm of heavenly pattern martial arts. He had only seen this realm appear on Xia Wang Luyang. However, such a terrifying sword had appeared on a junior. How could he know that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts were actually at the greater mastery realm? It was just that he had relied on the Tyrant Song sword to raise its power by 2 realms and reach the transcendent realm. Moreover, the Tyrant Song sword had absorbed a large amount of Xia Wuxia's attacks, which was why it could raise its power by 2 realms. Xia Wang Luyang, save me! Save! Xia Wuxia's voice was the only sound in the sky of the outer region of the Ghost Realm. The panic in his voice was heard by all the teams. They seemed to have guessed that Xia Wuxia's doomsday had arrived. Who was this expert? How domineering was he to dare to kill Xia Wuxia? All the teams in the outer region of the Ghost Realm were extremely curious. Kacha! A sword mark appeared on Xia Wuxia's neck. If one looked carefully, the sword mark was burning with flames. Moreover, the ox demon behind him was also beheaded. It was invincible. Whoosh! The most terrifying thing was that the line of fire didn't stop. After passing by Xia Wuxia, it slashed towards the sky and actually cut the ghost chi in the sky apart. This sword was so terrifying. Boom! At the same time, flames erupted from Xia Wuxia's body and burned him to ashes. Before he died, he felt even more regret. He shouldn't have let the tiger return to the mountain. he was even more panicked. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. An ambitious and ruthless character of a generation had fallen here. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a junior, and this was an outcome that no one could have imagined. Chapter 1432. Leave in the distance, the two teams were stunned. They naturally didn't expect this result. Even when Lin Ling appeared, they didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to wipe them out. However, the truth was right in front of them. Xia Wuxia kept attacking with great power, but Lin Ling still crushed Xia Wuxia's pride. However, when Lin Ling attacked, he only needed one sword strike. This made them feel that no matter how arrogant you were, no matter how powerful your attack was, it would only take one breath to kill you. What a powerful young man. Those teams muttered to themselves. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying person. Xia Pai, your father is dead. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know the shock in everyone's heart. He slowly withdrew his sword and looked at Xia Pai indifferently. Dead, they're all dead. Kill. No one was more shocked than Xia Pai. He was still thinking that Lin Ling didn't kill him. That was the biggest mistake in his life because he could watch Lin Ling get obliterated by his father. However, he now knew why Lin Ling didn't kill him. It was because Lin Ling killed Xia Wuxia in front of him and destroyed his dependents. Die. Kill. Lin Ling shook his head and waved his left hand. A wisp of flame rippled out and burned Xia Pai. Then, ignoring Xia Pai's painful cry, Lin Ling walked towards Shen Yuan Ge-er. You really won. Kill. Shen Yuan Ge-er looked at Lin Ling in a daze and said excitedly, I wanted to go to hell with you, but you destroyed their team. Kill. If I don't destroy them, should I wait for them to destroy me? Kill. Lin Ling smiled, revealing a proud expression. He imitated Shen Yuan Ge-er's tone, causing Shen Yuan Ge-er to roll her eyes. However, she was still shocked. Lin Ling had killed Xia Wuxia, not in a battle to the death, but in a one-sided battle. Where had this guy been all this time? How did his strength increase so much? Shen Yuan Ge-er lamented. She had traveled through the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm and met all kinds of powerful peerless geniuses. However, she realized that compared to Lin Ling, they were not qualified to be called geniuses. What was a genius? A genius was here. No matter what, after our hard work, we finally destroyed their group. After shaking her head, Shen Yuan Ge-er stepped forward and wiped Lin Ling's sweat with a handkerchief. She also noticed that Lin Ling looked a little tired after the battle. Lin Ling was startled for a moment, but he did not stop Shen Yuan Ge-er. He said disdainfully, It seems like I was the one fighting the whole time. How is it our hard work? Now that I'm wiping your sweat, isn't that helping? You really like to haggle over every little thing. Shen Yuan Ge-er curled her lips and said. Lin Ling was speechless. He fought Xia Wuxia, and Shen Yuan Ge-er wiped his sweat. Was this considered fighting side by side? Sure enough, women were unreasonable. Then, Lin Ling looked at the two teams with a cold gaze. We are not Xia Wuxia's people. The two teams trembled and quickly waved their hands. They did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. Then you can leave. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. The two teams immediately showed a grateful expression. After respectfully saluting, they quickly left. Lin Ling ignored them and left with Shen Yuan Ge-er. On the way, he roughly told them what happened after they left the ancient tomb. Although he said it simply, Shen Yuan Ge-er knew that the process was definitely not easy. She felt grateful. Lin Ling was just a chance acquaintance, but for the sake of the team, he risked his own safety to save her. This man was really good. Thank you. Stepping on the ground, Shen Yuan Ge-er said softly. Lin Ling was startled. You spoke so softly. What did you say before? What I want to say is, don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you saved me. I will definitely take revenge for the enmity you gave me when we first met. Just you wait, after leaving the ghost realm, you are dead. Shen Yuan Ge-er coldly snorted and strode forward. Lin Ling stood on the spot and laughed. What a proud female devil. The two continued to move forward. The goal of this trip was very simple. It was the ancient tomb of the Ghost Emperor King. There were many treasures in the ancient tomb that they could collect now. On the way, Lin Ling released Xiao Yun. This little ghost girl and Shen Yuan Ge-er were like old friends at first sight. After talking for a while, they started to call each other sisters. That familiarity made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. The journey this time was different from the last time, so the two were not in a hurry. Lin Ling occasionally lit a fire, heated up wine and barbecued meat. Xian Yuangu would chat with Xiao Yun and occasionally help. However, Xian Yuangu looked at Lin Ling with a different kind of passion. She was getting closer to Xiao Yun, so she knew that Lin Ling's goal was a girl. This stinky man looks cold on the outside, but his heart is very kind. I wonder what that girl called the second dream looks like. I envy her. Xian Yuangu thought. If someone was willing to enter the ghost realm for her after she died, then she would have no regrets in life. Involuntarily, Xian Yuangu looked at the gray sky of the ghost realm and laughed. Who said that the world was heartless? At least, the young man she met had feelings. At least, the person she trusted for the first time was worthy of her trust. Of course, if this man was not so arrogant, then it would be even more perfect. What are you thinking? You want to eat barbecued meat but you don't want to help. Do you think you're a master? While Xian Yuangu was laughing, Lin Ling's voice came from afar. Trash. You even need a woman to help you barbecued meat. What's the use? Xian Yuangu snorted in disdain. She added another sentence in her heart. If this man's mouth was not so poisonous, then it would be even more perfect. The two of them led a little female ghost and moved forward in the ghost realm as if they were a team. After a long time, they finally arrived at the ancient tomb. Xian Yuangu looked at the ancient tomb. Her eyes were a little gloomy. Lin Ling frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" I think that after this trip to the ancient tomb, our team should be disbanded. Xian Yuangu said with a smile. Yes. Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He and Xian Yuangu were going to be separated. Their team was disbanded. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much and stepped into the ancient tomb. He still had something important to do, and that was to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Xian Yuangu looked at Lin Ling's back and her eyes flickered. In the end, she did not say anything. Perhaps their team was only second to the ghost realm. After this trip to the ghost realm, they would go their separate ways. Perhaps it would be difficult for them to meet again in this lifetime. Now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, there was nothing that could stop him from entering the ancient tomb. After a long time, the two of them stood quietly under the bronze coffin. After looking at each other, they took out the yin-yang fish talisman and opened the bronze coffin. Rumble! As the cold bronze coffin opened, a thick pressure rushed out, causing Xiao Yun's soul to become unstable. She quickly hid in the bamboo piece in Lin Ling's chest. Lin Ling was also facing a great enemy. He had to be careful when facing a titled king, an expert on the level of Wu Shang. Chapter 1433. If only time froze when we first met, there was a tall man in the coffin. He wore a dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. It was as if he was sleeping. However, Lin Ling could still feel the terrifying majesty that the man was emitting. It was as if he was the Jade Emperor. Of course, it was a corpse. So, other than the majesty and terror, there was nothing else that made people fear him. The man was holding a sparkling ball in his hands. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Was that the reincarnation heart that Xia Wuxia was looking for? Lin Ling, what treasure do you have? At this moment, Xian Yuangu's petite body appeared under the bronze coffin. Previously, she had been searching for treasures in other burial chambers. Now, she had a great harvest. Wait! Lin Ling searched the bronze coffin. After a long time, he jumped down. A sparkling ball appeared in his hand. Xian Yuangu's expression changed slightly. The reincarnation heart. That's right. Lin Ling lifted the ball and looked at it carefully. This ball was about the size of a fist. It was sparkling and translucent. However, there were moving clouds inside. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, the aura it emitted was like some kind of taboo. It made people not dare to look at it more than a few times. This treasure is yours. In the end, it's just a burial item. I feel evil just by looking at it. Xian Yuangu wasn't very interested in the reincarnation heart. Lin Ling didn't know the use of this treasure, so he could only put it away. Lin Ling also asked Elder Z, However, Elder Z wasn't too clear. This was because even the star-plucking great emperor didn't have a treasure of this level. Legend has it that the reincarnation heart can resurrect a person after death. In other words, the person who has the reincarnation heart is only faking his death. Of course, this is the legend. This is because no one has ever used the reincarnation heart to resurrect. Not even kings. Shen Yuan-gu explained. Lin Ling nodded. Then he took out a set of jade slips and waved it in front of Shen Yuan-gu. You seem to be looking for this thing. Shen Yuan-gu glanced at it and suddenly jumped up like a little girl. He laughed happily and said, "The 3 songs of man, ghost and god." Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are indeed my lucky star. You actually found such a treasure for me. I have been looking for it for a long time. This kind of expression was very rare, because among the 3 mysterious in the human realm, Shen Yuan-gu was indeed an existence similar to a witch. She was very shrewd and could kill people without leaving a trace. Perhaps she would only reveal this kind of girly side when facing someone she trusted. This thing has always been in the bronze coffin, so I took it out. Wait, you don't have to be so grateful to me. What do you want? Kiss me? Get lost. Lin Ling saw that Shen Yuan-gu was getting more and more excited. He trotted over and kissed Lin Ling on the cheek. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. What a thick-skinned witch. She didn't even leave when he asked her to. In the following time, Lin Ling and Shen Yuan-gu didn't leave. They treated the ancient tomb as their temporary home and both of them began to cultivate. Shen Yuan-gu was cultivating the 3 songs of man, heaven, earth, and man. Lin Ling was stabilizing his realm. From time to time, he would enter the 4th layer of purgatory to comprehend. Of course, Lin Ling also used the extra time to examine the reincarnation heart. He discussed with Purple Elder. Purple Elder said with some certainty, the reincarnation heart was indeed very evil. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to suppress it. However, Lin Ling's Eye of Time was even more mysterious, so the evil energy of the reincarnation heart couldn't be displayed. As for why it was evil, it was because resurrection after death violated the reincarnation of heaven and earth. Therefore it was an ominous object. Of course, Purple Elder wasn't too sure if it could be resurrected after death. Since it won't affect me, I'll just carry it with me. Lin Ling didn't have much respect for the reincarnation heart. He then chatted with Xiao Yun. During this time, Xiao Yun also told him about the abnormality of one of the 3 souls of the second dream. This made Lin Ling speculate that one of the souls of the second dream should have appeared during the Battle of Een Mountain. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to her at that time. He didn't know what she looked like. He only knew that she was called the Fire Spirit Princess. However, everything matched because Xiao Yun said that the Fire Spirit Princess was a little girl. According to the time of the second dream's death, it was indeed possible. Purple Elder, the 3 souls of the second dream were separated. Is it possible that one of them entered the reincarnation cycle? Lin Ling still had some doubts. Your Majesty, a person's 3 souls can still enter the reincarnation cycle if they're innately deficient. Think about it, some people are born with a missing soul. Can they not enter the reincarnation cycle after death? Moreover, warriors can injure souls. If the soul is injured and dies, does that mean they can never be reincarnated? Therefore, as long as the 3 souls are in one soul, and with some luck, they can still enter the reincarnation cycle. Purple Elder said. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he had one of the 3 souls of the second dream, but it was a soul without consciousness. It should be the Earth soul. Another soul might have entered the reincarnation cycle. As for the last soul, the human soul, it was the soul in charge of memory. If he could find that soul, in addition to the one he currently had, he could awaken the second dream. Therefore, Lin Ling still had to go to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Perhaps one of the souls of the second dream was still in the Yellow Springs Mountain. After a long time, Lin Ling finally decided to leave. He glanced around and saw Shen Yuan-gu's petite body standing on top of the bronze coffin. She was singing there, and the great lore of mysteries spread out. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Shen Yuan-gu could only think of singing on top of a coffin. Moreover, Shen Yuan-gu was wearing a long black dress. Moreover, she appeared on top of the coffin. She looked like a female ghost. Let's go, Lin Ling said with a smile as he carried the ancient sword on his back. There was a hint of carefreeness in his tone. Shen Yuan-gu stopped singing. She quietly looked at Lin Ling for a long time and nodded with a smile. I'm almost there too. I'm going to the Yellow Springs Mountain. Where are you going next? Leaving the ghost realm. All right then. Lin Ling nodded. He waved his hand and left. The two of them met by chance and came together for a common goal. However, it was impossible for them to stay together forever. The team would eventually part. This was what they agreed upon before they formed the team. Moreover, he also knew that Shen Yuan-gu had her own path to take. Shen Yuan-gu was still standing on top of the bronze coffin. She watched the black-robed youth leave. Her eyes were a little moist. Perhaps they would never meet again after the team was separated. Trash Lin Ling. I'll give you a song. If only life was like the first time we met. What's the matter with the autumn wind sad painting fan? Ordinary things change, but the old man's heart changes easily. Li Shan finished his words in the middle of the night, but the night rain Lin Ling did not complain. What's worse than being fickle in brocade clothes? The warm voice came from the ancient tomb. Lin Ling's footsteps paused on the ancient tomb's passageway. Then he smiled and walked forward. Thank you. If only life was like the first time we met. Lin Ling was like a lonely swordsman once again as he embarked on a long journey. This time, he would find the second dream. The Yellow Springs Mountain was a ghost realm that was even scarier than the Een Mountain. It was gloomy all year round. There was a small path in the endless mountain range. It was the Yellow Springs path. On the path, ghosts were lined up as if they were walking corpses. It was extremely creepy. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.